goodness.
Beautiful laybacks. Buenos dias and welcome, surf fans. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from El Tunco, El Salvador. Two world-class waves at our disposal today, La Bocana and El Sunzal. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar to talk you through all the action, all the implications. Surfing superstars are here. This is going to be another big day of surfing, Mitch.
It is, and I mean, we have a great start. The first three heats of the morning, we already have surfers within the top 10 of the ranks on the WCT. And none other than Leo Fioravanti, a former gold medalist himself at the ISA World Juniors in 2015 in Oceanside, looking to not only represent his country, but vie for gold as a team as well. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for a lot of these teams to capitalize on the team gold, Chris.
Absolutely. You know, there's a sense of joy once this event kicks off. The first couple days feature our deep international field, 63 countries represented. This is where you see matchups that you would not see anywhere else. You know, we're talking about surfers from South Korea going up against surfers from the USA, surfers from Senegal, all over the world coming together, and all these first round heats are non-elimination rounds. So basically, if you get first or second place, you move on the main event stage. If you get third or fourth, you go into what is called a repechage. That is your last chance to stay in competition. So as we move through, we're going to start our day with a bang. Griffin Colapinto will hit the lineup here at La Bocana. This is a wave that demands high performance surfing, and we're going to get that especially from Griff. Mitchell, Olympic qualification is at the top of a lot of our surfers' mind here in 2023. 4 men and 4 women will directly qualify for Paris 2024 through the 2023 World Surfing Games. That's this event you're watching right now. So Mitch, this is pretty much the last chance, or one of the only opportunities these surfers have to qualify from these 4 nations.
Yeah, and you see the Olympic qualification system through the Americas. I was about to bring this up. We have the Pan American Games, which is coming up in Santiago 2023. The winner of each division, 1 male and 1 woman, is going to move on through and clinch a spot for the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. Huge opportunity. We saw Lucca Mesinas win in 2019 in Lima, and we also saw Daniela Rosas win in 2019 in Lima, both in their home country in Peru. And Lucca will actually be in the second heat of this morning coming up.
Big names all day long. In 2021 down here in Surf City, we saw the first time ever surfers qualifying for the Olympics. The scene on the boardwalk on those final few days was like nothing anyone has ever seen in surfing. You know, the emotion, the tears, the joy, surfers getting that call up into the Olympic Games. That time in Tokyo. Next time, well, Paris 2024. So you know that these surfers, of course, they got to take it heat by heat, as we see Brian Perez, Pink Panther from right here in El Salvador, getting things moving in the morning. This is our surf report, Mitch. What do you think?
Well, Ethan Ewing was on fire this morning during the free surfs. Looks great on the lefts and the rights. And the women, Sally Fitzgibbons winning here in 2021 on screen right there. She shows the variety of what she has in her package of surfing. I'm really excited to see a lot of these later heats come on through. Our last heat of the day here at our first podium at La Bocana. Former champion and defending ISA gold medalist Kanoa Igarashi will be in the water in heat 48. But we'll look at the conditions. 3 to 4 feet, south-southwest direction, really light wind. But our tides this morning going to be huge. There is a real high tide at around noon this afternoon. 6.1 feet in comparison to 1.3. Water temp, though, 88. It's even hotter in the water than it is outside.
Yeah, straight up bath water. And there's a silky texture to the water here in El Salvador that just feels so good when you jump in. And for our surfers, these heats all have to feel like half vacation, half business. Just that beautiful around here. Here's our event schedule. We started off with the opening ceremony, which you can find on isasurf.org. Truly a meeting of global surfers. Our main goal is to make a better world through surfing. We're achieving that with every heat we field in these lineups. Today is going to be no different. Camaraderie we saw with the 63, a record-breaking 63 teams, I should say. Just felt really special, and I think everybody that shows up to an ISA surf event knows that this is a different kind of surf contest. This is a welcoming global affair. And again, these first 3 days, probably my favorite days of competition because we get to see new faces, new names from rising surf nations. And it's truly a celebration of global surfing.
And this event is a marathon and not a sprint. You know, it's not one event that you're just going to have 4 or 5 heats to make it to the final. You have to surf probably at least 8 heats to make it to the main final. As we see our first heat of the morning, Kanoa Palmiano from Korea, Jinyu Kang from Korea. But how about world number 1 on the Championship Tour rankings, Griffin Colapinto, about to hit the water for the first time at La Wakana.
That's right, and I will say the South Korean team has been vastly improving each and every time they show up at these ISA competitions. So I know Griffin will not be taking them lightly, but we did see Griff on his way out. He's riding a little bit of a different surfboard than we're used to seeing Griff ride.
Yeah, I think it's a retro chipper by Mayhem Surfboards. Matt Biolas had been here actually at La Wakana and this area of El Tunco for the past maybe few weeks before May started. One big thing that he said was that that's a board that he always has in his quiver for waves like this because it can surf overhead waves and it can surf waves that are just underneath your waves too. I love the twin, the 2+1 setup that he has underneath his feet. When I spoke to Carissa the other day when we landed, we were on the same flight coming from LA, and she mentioned that the majority of the boards that she has in her quiver are California twins, the MR times Mayhem.
Fun boards.
Yeah, and 2+1 setups for the most part too. I'm really excited to see them surf out here with those boards.
All right, here we go, our first look. South Korean surfer Jinhyuk Yang. Do not take these surfers from rising nations lightly. We've seen some big performances, and one of these South Korean surfers, if not both, will be getting through this round. Griffin Colapinto, you know, he has been on a competitive tear, his best year ever in competition. He gets up and at him, and that's kind of what you like in that board. Although that wave was pretty poor, you could see it had that glide. You know, he stood right up, and the board kind of does a lot of the work for you, gets him moving down the line. So a no-go there for Griffin Colapinto. 20 minutes on the clock. Top 2 surfers stay in the main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers go into repechage here in round 1. Griffin now winding up down the line.
Ouch.
Goes for the air, and a rare fall on a frontside air for Griffin Colapinto. He usually does those in his sleep, but tell me a little bit more. So you mentioned 2+1.
Yeah.
Our job here at the ISA World Surfing Games is also to educate and welcome new fans of surfing. So fin variations, mostly these surfers are going to be riding thrusters, 3 fins. Some of them will be riding quads, 4 fins obviously, but a 2+1 is a unique fin setup, correct?
It is, and there are 2 large fins on the side, so it's normally what you'd be riding on the twin fin setup. Much larger fins on the side and 1 small stabilizer in the middle. Get a rotation there from Griff. It seemed like his front foot slipped off when he was coming into the air and the landing. I mean, as you said, stock standard for him. He still has 17 and 30 on the clock there. But the 2+1 setup, more than anything, is to gain the right amount of speed that you would be getting on a twin fin, but having the stability of a thruster with a smaller stable fin in the back. One thing that I really like about these boards in comparison to normal thruster is that you do feel that you get that push immediately after 1 or 2 pumps when you're standing up, just like this.
So Griffin fitting a turn nicely in that pocket. Has a section to work with on the inside. Nice power hook. Casual start for Griffin Colapinto, but a beautiful wave. Pretty much surfed it exactly the appropriate tempo that the wave offered. 18:50 on the clock. The first wave for Jinhyuk comes through, a 317. Nice start for your surfer from South Korea.
And Kanoa Palmiano, also from Korea out there, 15 years of age, spent a couple of years living in Siargao in the Philippines. Now resides back in South Korea, but after the 2018 Winter Olympics, he wanted to move to Siargao. Had some great waves over there, Cloudline, obviously some of the best waves in the world, but now lives in the surfing capital of South Korea, Yangyang. That's also where Jinhyuk Yang is from. And you mentioned they're starting to build a better team. They're starting to build a better surfing federation too. And I think that's really the start. You need to promote surfing within your country first, then you need to start competing and exploring outside of your country of origin.
South Korea has one of the best wave pools in the world as well, so that is an incredible training facility. Let's take a look at Griff's last wave, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the board he's riding and why it may just look subtly different than, let's say, one of his standard shortboards that he'd be riding at lower trestles.
Yeah, so you saw the way he gained speed right there, just with the 1 pump into the bottom turn, but see how he has to be a bit more cautious and not bring it around too fast. He'll lose stability because those fins, those big fins, the twin fin setup with the 1 stabilizer are going so fast that he'll slide out with too much speed. So he brings that speed down just a little bit. But on the right, you're going to see him maybe gain some speed and use more of traditional rail surfing. This is a real good country for him. He won the CT event last year over Felipe Toledo in a very close final, but he's coming off of a huge win at the Surf Ranch. His confidence is sky high. His momentum is there. He's in a very good place spiritually. If you saw his Instagram post, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he's in a good spot. And obviously, you know, Team USA, they're looking to defend their gold medal overall as a team, too. It would be huge for them to do it here.
Yeah, and you know Griff has Olympic dreams. Wow, nice reaction there for Kanoa Palmiano. It looked like his back foot slipped off. He fell down, kind of rode a goat boat style, but got right back up and straight back into it. So I give him full credit for being able to react quickly, get back on his feet.
Yeah.
Not going to be a big score, but you know, when you can correct a mistake like that on the fly, it could give you a little bit of confidence. And you know, I think for both these surfers, Jinyak and Kanoa, you know, they're soaking in right now. They're learning while competing against one of the world's best, and this is going to be a big opportunity for them. You know, not only to get in front of the camera and get their names out there a little bit, but also kind of soak up just the energy that they're going to be feeling off Griffin, who's definitely an enlightened individual as of late. The last few years, we've seen him completely switch up his program. He's gone deeper into meditation and into, you know, I guess just spiritual enlightenment as a whole, and the results are paying off. So whatever he's doing, let's jump on that train, Mitch.
So we were there at the U.S. Open in 2021 when he beat Jake Marshall in the final. It's incredible to me that up until that point, I know he was only in his early 20s still, he hadn't won a major event, not even a qualifying series event. He was already on the tour, already been there for 3 years, but that really put him on a roll. Won that final against Jake Marshall at the U.S. Open. Last year wins a few CT events, already has one this season, and several finals too. Way more different person. He's matured a lot more. He's come into his body, and I think he's experimented with a lot of boards like he's doing right now, and he's adding that fun factor to it too. When you see one of the best surfers in the world have fun and enjoy themselves out there, they are at their most dangerous point.
Absolutely.
I saw with Kelly, I saw with Gabe, and I've seen it with Felipe. There's a reason why Felipe won the World Championship last year on a new board, a Dark Arts material board, and a quad too.
So you're saying the best surfer in the water is the one who's having the most fun?
And Duke Kahanamoku said that.
All right, I believe both of you.
Yeah.
12:50 to go. Griff starts his campaign off with a 5.17 and a 1.07. Easy numbers for Griff. I would expect both of those numbers to be eradicated with his next few waves. He is that incredible of a surfer that he can kind of just do whatever he wants. He's, you know, obviously he's there with Medina, with Toledo, as a surfer that has that inherent ability to manufacture beautiful surfing and radical surfing whenever he needs to do it. So Lucca Mesinas La Maquina, he will be coming up next as well. Great matchups all day long. Go back to Griff, little stall to start this wave to build speed. Nice snap with the tail slide. Great flow down the line.
Quick too.
Yeah, taking it, I would say that's about, 60, 70% for Griff, but I like what I'm seeing because he's kind of warming up. He's starting his roll. This is his first heat of this event. He has been in ISA events in the past, so he knows the drill. He knows the pageantry, and he knows the rules, everything coming into it. Well coached as well. You got Mitchell Ross, Shane Dorian in the camp.
Well, and your motivation's different for this event too, because as we look at the replay, great opening first turn, into the lip for the second one, and a cool combo there to finish. Pitching two in a real short area. As we see our surfer in green, Yang, good looking left here. I mean, they're going to be left alone. Griff's going to go and surf the right by himself over there. Not a bad combo on the back end. I mean, up into the lip a few times, and there's a battle for second place right here between the Korean surfers. Great bottom turn, though. Awesome technique. Goes into the lip line right here and just explodes once he gets there. And that's the difference between riding just a twin fin to a 2+1 setup. That small stabilizer when he reaches the bottom right there when he's coming out of the turn actually helps him stabilize and re-engage the fins and the rails. So
just enough bite.
Just barely. I mean, sometimes you're still having
like baby tooth.
Too much speed. That's exactly what it is. It's like you have the molars that'll help you bite down, and then you have the baby tooth just to, maybe chew things a little bit better.
But watching that wave, that's one of those waves that when you see a board doing what that board was doing, you're immediately thinking, okay, what size am I? Do I ride? I want one of those. It looks so fun.
I brought one in my quiver. You can ride it.
Oh, perfect. 10:20 to go. Now we're seeing surfer in blue, Kanoa Palmiano. So he's getting involved here. Yeah, I don't mind a little friendly fire between nations. We've got two South Koreans in this heat. It is a little bit rare to be going up against your co-surfers from your nation this early on.
Yeah.
But it obviously happens. We're seeing it now. Yesterday, we saw incredible surfing from some nations you might not expect. Poland, their representative Max went off out there. We saw surfers representing Canada, Spain, Norway. You don't want to hear me list all 63 names of the nations we have represented. Record-breaking year. I'm sure throughout the day we're going to touch on all 63 men's and women's competitors all day long. If you want to see what's happening on our second podium, El Sunzal, beautiful right-hand point break just up the beach, about a half a mile away, I would say. 3/4 of a kilometer away.
Yep.
It is a really world-class venue, and we will be having heats up there all day as well. There is a tab on our homepage that you can check out, live scoring, and one camera to give you a good view of the action. So all of our bases are covered.
So motivation different this year qualifying for the Olympic Games.
That's a big motivation.
Well,
that's a big one.
That alone obviously is the goal, but Tokyo 2020, you were going to a beach break where the waves were going to be fun, but they weren't going to be amazing. Now you have a chance to compete in the Olympic Games at one of the greatest venues ever.
You mean scariest venues ever?
That too.
Could be.
But for Griffin, Kanoa, who did their extremely well last year, I mean, he had a clutch moment during the CT event to get him into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I really think that for some people, and obviously there's one name at the top of the list that really want to get there because it's at that wave, and they know that their chances of winning Olympic gold are so much higher.
You talking about Kelly Slater?
Yeah, I am. And
the GOAT?
I think even for Mesinas too. I think for Italo, if you were to get there, and for Joao Chianca too, who's on the Brazilian team right now. That would be an awesome venue for him.
Kanoa Palmiano. Backhand's looking nice. Good energy down the line here. This wave offering him up plenty of opportunity. Talking about his 5th backside whip. Gets the big finish. That is going to be a solid chunk of points for Kanoa Palmiano.
He's only looking at better at 1.2. Going to do that and a lot more. A 2.3, his high total right now. His highest wave, excuse me, in this heat. And get a read on the backhand here. Nice flow. Starts off well with the one carve into the lip right there. And then, unfortunately for him, the wave shouldered off. But he kept such a great pace on this one. Just added more points with every single turn he had. And we don't count the number of turns here. We count the quality of these turns. Combination of major maneuvers in the most critical sections of this wave. So there were combinations. Maybe they weren't in the most critical parts of this wave, but the wave didn't really offer that either. So he surfed it as well as he could have, and a great finishing turn right there too. I mean, for a 15-year-old kid to go up against the #1 in the world, against his teammate looking for a spot in the next round, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders right now, Chris. He did well.
I like that wave, and I like this one too. Jinhyuk Yang comes from underneath Griff. It's a nice pocket carve. Trying to get back on the open face. Quick snap there. Both these South Korean surfers have all the fundamentals, and you can just tell they're learning. They're rising quickly. And the wave pool we mentioned earlier, Wave Park in South Korea, both these surfers have had plenty of opportunities to get in there, train, surf. Kanoa actually cites Wave Park as one of his sponsors, and he did win the 2022 Wave Park Surf League Men's Shortboard Championship.
I want to go to that.
Let's go. You got to make friends with Jinhyuk or Kanoa. Maybe they'll invite you.
Maybe they will.
They're sponsored by the Wave Pool.
Isn't it just amazing how much you can improve with the use of a wave pool nowadays?
It's the classic skate park to streets kind of mentality, right? You go to the wave pool, you learn the body mechanics, the movements you have to do, and then you take that to the ocean. Obviously way more unpredictable, but it's the same kind of mindset that you have.
Yeah.
Like, I've done this air 40 times in a row. I'm going to feel comfortable now in the ocean doing it. Same with skating. You do it at the park. You might don't just film a little bit at the park.
Yeah.
Practice your tricks and then take it to the streets. That's where you do your filming. Take it to the ocean. That's where you do your filming.
Repetition is the father of all learning, though.
Truth.
And in the end, getting your reps in and getting practice in at a wave like that that's so consistent, and that's the thing that for a lot of our new viewers, a lot of people don't understand. The consistency to get the same section over and over again, and to find it, first of all, to be able to recognize that section, it is probably the most difficult thing you'll ever have. Unless it's a perfect swell, conditions align, the tide's at the perfect spot, you're probably not going to get the same section 2 or 3 times in a session.
Yeah, and there are a few waves in the world that are similar to wave pools in a way. I mean, I would put La Bocana on that list because it's so consistent here. You know, it's a peak, so while it's not going to be identical every set wave that comes through, it's going to be pretty similar. Lower trestles, kind of the same thing. I mean, that's why guys like Griffin, Colapinto, Kolohe Andino, they're so consistent, and they have those kind of signature airs that they can just pull out any time. Relentless training at waves like lowers really helps with that. So their strike rates are incredibly high because they do get to surf a consistently good wave day in, day out when they are home, when they are, you know, on their home turf.
And then they get to surf T Street too, which is the complete opposite of that. A wave that I
a mini wave.
I like, dude. I see Griff, Kolohe, Taj Lindblad, Cole Hausman, Jet Schilling. I see all these guys rip that wave, and the women, Sori Lindblad, you know, Mia McLeish coming up too.
The San Clemente Cyclone?
I have no idea how they surf that wave so good. I don't think it's a very good wave. It just breaks year round, and I just see them rip it apart, and I'm like, dude, how? Shot Kobayashi, K out there too, and I'm just like, no.
There's a reason why San Clemente is currently the, I would say, leading the charge of just high-performance radical surfing. I mean, from young to old. San Clemente, they just won the West Coast Board Riders event at Lower Trestles, and that's a team surfing contest where, you know, you have age groups, men and women, and they destroyed everyone on the West Coast, and they're probably going to take that act global.
I think they won U.S. Board Riders too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, East Coast and West Coast. They took it all. There's a lot of depth of field in San Clemente.
Don't feed their ego though.
I'm trying.
We're just
I know. I'm just saying.
We're just gonna say it once, and that's it. Because other clubs, I'm not part of a club myself. I should be. I know you're part of Encinitas Board Riders, and they did make West Coast Board Riders final.
4th place.
Yeah.
Encinitas Board Riders. Awesome. We've got a lot of heart. Here is your ISA World Surfing Games contest format. The basics: 3 men and 3 women per team. A lot of teams have maybe 2 men, 1 woman, you know, so there's variances there, but the full team would be 3 and 3. Your top 2 waves count towards your surfer's total. You can ride 50 waves in your heat, but only 2 of those waves, the 2 highest scoring waves, are going to get you through. That's your total. And the judges, Mitch, you've judged many heats. Basically, all of these words, go out there and surf as radical as you can and make it look smooth and cool.
And use the SPF, as you were saying, speed, power, flow, most important thing. Combination of major maneuvers, the commitment and degree of difficulty of those maneuvers, and the most critical parts of these waves. Innovation and progression, that's something you want to bring to the table. And variation is a huge thing here at La Bocana. You mentioned it's a very high performance wave. I would have to say, out of Central America, maybe the most consistent high performance wave there is. And I think they've been displaying a lot of that yesterday. And so far this morning, Griff taking a safer route to victory right now, but I think this is very smart. Don't injure yourself. It's your first heat. You know that you have a heat that maybe isn't as difficult as many others that you will have down the line. Test your equipment and get to know the wave. First time competing here for him. It's a big learning curve, but for the 2 South Korean surfers, there's still a chance for one of them to advance. And Yang only needs a 3.94. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing with the Koreans so far.
They're making it interesting for sure, both forehand and backhand. They've got all the skills. They've got solid fundamentals. They're a quick paddle, so priority has really not come into play much. We did see Jinhyuk Yang get up and under Griffin Colapinto and exercise a little bit of authority, which was pretty cool to see a young surfer like that going up against the world's best.
That's my wave.
They've all been briefed. All these teams have coaches, so not knowing the rules is not a good defense if you think something didn't go your way. The rules are very clear, although the rule book is pretty hefty. A lot of pages in that rule book because there's the Olympic ramifications on the line here. And that is what is thought of as the pinnacle of sport, no doubt. The Olympics coming up, Paris 2024. And some of the athletes that you're going to be watching in the ISA World Surfing Games will be competing in the upcoming Summer Olympics. So get on their bandwagons early, and you can feel cool knowing like, oh, I was already a big fan of that guy way back in 2023 when he's hoisting Olympic gold on the stage.
And it seems like it's going to be a heat win for Team USA. Griffin Colapinto will be moving through with the victory lap here, Chris. And just as we expected, cruising to victory, but more importantly, just getting your feel out there for your board for the entire competition. You know, he was at the ISA World Surfing Games last year in Huntington Beach, lost out early in the main rounds, if you remember.
That was a hectic event for Griff.
So this is a big, big win in terms of confidence for him here at the ISA. We're talking about #1 in the world on Championship Tour rankings. He's going to look good throughout the event.
No doubt. Team USA excited about Griff's casual victory there. If you want to see more of Griff on a board like that, check out the new Lost Series 5.5 19¼ century. It's on YouTube, and Griff absolutely rips those boards. We got a lot more action to come. We're just getting started. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. We'll be right back. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Surf City, El Salvador, our host venue, and it's absolutely perfect for an event of this magnitude. Lots of waves, very consistent, and 2 podiums to choose from, 2 world-class waves. Well, we've got a great heat lined up for you next. As you see your heat results, it's going to be Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa 2nd, Junyak 3rd. Solid representation from Team South Korea, but it was Team USA that took out the victory. Just adding to their point total. Here you go, men, round 1, heat 26. Lucca Mesinas, Tao Rodriguez, and Germantas Naniskas. This is going to be a fun one. Lithuania represented for the first time in ISA surfing competition. We're very excited to have their team down here. They've got 3 surfers, 3 men for now, but you know, these when they go and visit these events and come back to their home country and spread the good word, that's when you start to plant the seeds to get some women involved. You know, field a fuller team next year in competition.
For sure, and you mentioned the previous heat that, you know, we had some teams that still only have 1, maybe 2 surfers per category. I'm so proud of a lot of the teams that were like that 10 years ago and now have a full team. Italy's one of them. I remember when Leo Fioravanti used to travel by himself. Now they have a complete team, 3 men, 3 women. Really great to see that they're gunning for gold. But this heat right here, great to see Lithuania represented. The oldest surfer in the heat, 37 years old, is Girmantas. But coming up against 2 talented surfers from Latin America, Lucca Mesinas, former CT surfer, former Olympian, and Tao Rodriguez from Panama, who is a dangerous surfer out here at La Bocana.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, 2 very highly ranked surfers from this part of the world. So this is going to be a really fun one to watch. Got to give it up to Germantes. He is referred to as the godfather of Lithuanian surfing. He is a 2-time Lithuanian national champ, a 2-time Lithuanian windsurfing champ, and he definitely pays it forward. He was the one that basically led to establishing the Lithuanian Surfing Association, doing all the paperwork, getting all the forms filled out and putting in the work, and we have him to thank for Team Lithuania being here today. Olympic participation is top of mind for many of the athletes competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We have a record-breaking 63 nations, almost 300 athletes, 44% of our competitors female. So that percentage has been raising year after year after year. And a list of new nations coming on. Olympic participation, well, we're going to be talking a lot about this from now until summer 2024.
Yeah, and 8 former ISA gold medalists, the defending champion on the men's side, Kanoa Igarashi, who was runner-up the year before at this exact location too. 28 of the 40 Olympians from Tokyo 2020 in the event, more than half. It's incredible, and 4 former WC champs on both sides, and that's not even counting the former World Pro Junior champs either. Ethan Ewing's been one. I'm really excited to see him compete out here at La Bocana. I think he's great on both the right and the left. Really excited to see Kanoa once again. I thought Joan Duru cruised to a great victory yesterday, and he was our champion here in 2021. And now with, you know, more spots opening, and especially without a French surfer on the men's championship tour right now because Maxime Huscenot was there, France actually has 2 openings on their men's side. We'd like to see Joan compete at Tahiti.
Yeah, and that's not even counting the 2 world champions we have on our commentary team, Barton Lynch and Sofia Milanovic. So
True.
More on that to come. We got about 15 and a half minutes to go in the heat in the lineup, waiting for that thing to fire up. As we wait, let's go down to the boardwalk. Jess standing by with Griffin Colapinto.
Thank you, Chris. That was a really great heat for you. What was going through your mind and the emotions that you felt in your body? First heat for the ISAs in a country that you've already had such a good win.
Oh, thank you. That was actually my first session, so yeah, just like the past 2 days I just been resting, and then I rode this retro tripper board, this like twin fin kind of mayhem design. Super fun, so like I just wanted to go out and just like didn't really matter what wave I got, like I was gonna have fun on it. So yeah, it's cool to surf a heat with with a board like this and a different like mindset, because I'm used to just always being in like win mode. So yeah, it was really fun.
It definitely came through for us. I mean, Chris and Mitch were both frothing on your equipment, and it's nice to get a little insight into that fun vibe feeling. But do you feel that's the difference here in the games for you, that fun surfing feel in the heats?
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of heats you have to surf to get to the final. So yeah, you know, if all goes to plan, it'd be pretty fun to like ride this board all the way to the final. So yeah, well, I'm gonna keep riding it in the free surfs and get to know it even more, and we'll see how we go.
Beautiful. And you had those young guys from Korea. They were ripping in your heat as well, and they were pretty stoked to take on the current world #1. I'd like to see you sharing some time with them too.
Yeah, they're super nice kids, super happy. It's crazy to think like from their perspective, like this would be maybe one of the biggest events of their life, you know. So it's cool to see it from their eyes, and yeah, just really also super cool to see all the different countries that come here, and like countries that you'd even think had surfers like are showing up. You're like, whoa, no way. Get to talk to them. So yeah, it's really cool.
Well, thank you so much. Great performance this morning. It's been a pleasure watching you surf, and good luck going into the next round.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no worries. I'll see you later.
In El Salvador. And Team USA has to be very excited with, you know, you don't want to get those crazy heats early on.
Yeah.
You like to cruise into the latter heats when you're really going to start facing some serious competition, and taking nothing away from Team South Korea. They put up a good fight there, but you know, Griff is used to going up against the best of the best. So pretty cool that he was able to, you know, have a nice entry into this event, and I would like to watch more free surfing of Griff on that board. It looks like a really great match. We saw a quick wave there for Jamantas Naniskis, surfer representing Lithuania. And basically he's the flag bearer. So in the opening ceremony, I believe it was Germantas that was flying the Lithuanian flag at our opening ceremony. Always a fun, you know, really just meaningful, great way to start this event.
No, and you get to see the haka from the Maori Kiwis. amazing to see the New Zealanders do that every single year in every event, and I really appreciate that the ISA allows them to do that, give them their time. Meanwhile, though, in the heat, Lucca dropped a 7.17. We saw that during the interview. Seems like we're going to have a split peak right here. No, it's going to be Tao on the left, Chris.
Tao Rodriguez representing Team Panama from Rio Mar. Big snap to start. So I would say Tao, you know, he was right there with this kind of just really strong, powerful, consistent surfers. You know, you kind of look at his style. Comes to mind Alonso Correa, Miguel Tudela, you know, strong, powerful goofy footers who will not be making a lot of mistakes in their heats. Tao's 20 years old. He's been competing for a very long time. His parents introduced him to surfing after arriving on a sailboat in Panama. His family lives in Argentina, but when he was a young kid, they sailed into the Bay of Panama where Tao fell in love with getting barreled.
Yeah.
That's how it started.
All you need is some warm water and some good waves to get you hooked, and then you don't want to leave anymore. And Panama has great diversity of waves. You go to the Pacific side of Playa Venado, Santa Catalina, where they just had the Pasa surfing games. Tao was there representing his home country. And then you go to the Caribbean side, and maybe one of the best beach breaks in the world, Bocas del Toro, and some of the heaviest waves you'll find in the Central Caribbean.
Yeah, get ready to get smashed if you want to go there and surf.
Break a few boards.
It will wreck you. 10:58 to go. And one more thing about Tao. Do not challenge him at ping pong.
He's good.
Apparently, he's real good at ping pong.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I feel like things like that, which just used to be pure recreation, a lot of these surfers and trainers and physios, they're using fun things like ping pong, you know, juggling to activate the senses of the surfers, right? The game of ping pong is all hand-eye coordination. That's actually going to help you surf better, as crazy as it sounds, but it's the small things like that that have come into surfing where, you know, we're getting a lot more scientific in terms of the training skills, and, you know, we see competitors doing different training with balls and jump rope, doing all wild stuff that we didn't see 5 years ago. So it's cool to see the science of training coming in, you know, and when you kind of mix the soul and the spiritual elements of surfing with science, I mean, you get better performances, better surfing. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you want to be able to entertain yourself while you're on the road, too. And sometimes ping pong is the only thing you have. Great wave here from Lucca, drops a 7.17. The difficulty of these maneuvers on the outside, the way he's pushing his board through water, that is so hard. It requires so much strength and power. Look at these first two turns. Deep bottom turn, even grabs the rail, hooks it one way, and then to be able to glide that way, just push your rail through the water with that amount of force, it's so complicated. And then the last turn, as good as it gets for Lucca, coming from Mancora in the northern part of Peru, his timing on the left is going to be impeccable. Easily one of the best backhand bottom turns there is in the world. When you talk about backhand surfing and how quick he is, Lucca Mesinas has the whole package.
There's a reason why we call him La Máquina. He is super consistent. He makes his competitors have to go full effort if they want a chance of beating him. He's 27 years old, so he is a veteran in competition. He is from a small town in the north of Peru. He is a Pan American Games champion from 2019, a gold medalist. He's got some cool sponsors too, Quicksilver, Toyota, Diners Club, which I believe is a credit card.
It is.
Must be nice, right?
Yeah.
Tim Patterson surfboards under his feet, and we want to hear from you. Of course, you can watch the ISA World Surfing Games all over the internet, but join us on Instagram. Get all the highlights, all the daily behind-the-scenes action. ISA Surf. Yesterday, I would call an air show. John got involved, Gabriel Medina. You know what? Keone Lassa had a couple big airs. Sebastian Williams.
Yep.
So,
Miguel Tudela, Jacob Burke surfed great. Leon Glatzer moving through again. I thought Alonso Correa's performance went
power
under the
surfing.
radar. Yeah. Yeah, there were a couple good ones. One Anwar moving through again. Cody Young, another great performance. But I think Carlos Munoz as well. The top two for me were Gabe. I thought John, you know, having the impact. You saw it when he was here. Like, a lot of people came through just to watch him. He was signing autographs and taking photos with everybody just before he paddled out.
His first time to El Salvador.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was surprising to me, but really cool.
These are good waves
7:30
for
to
him,
go.
too.
Oh, absolutely. This is a skate park for John Florence. Here we go. Tal Rodriguez currently in the lead. little slip up there, but a nice turn nonetheless, and kind of a mirror image of his first turn there. So 2 big turns with just a little bit of a flow impedance on those 2 turns. Caught an edge a little bit. Of course, that's being pretty nitpicky because both those turns threw a ton of spray. They were right there in the critical section of the wave. So that's going to be a solid backup score. I would say his highest score so far, a 4.73. That one will most likely get rid of one of those scores. It does, a 5.67. So that's his high score of note now. But Lucca Mesinas is holding the high hand with a 7.17. Still has 8.50 to go. And this is kind of what we see Lucca do a lot, right? He goes out there, gets a big score, and then he waits. Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next. See a slight change in attitude on day 2. You know, day 1 is full of joy, everyone introducing themselves. Day 2, still joyful, still a lot of introductions happening, but just a little bit more serious.
And I just have to say, out of the Surf Ranch Pro, you know, he made the quarterfinals. He still dropped 15 points in his loss, you know, in that quarter against Felipe. And he has improved so much. Former ISA gold medalist at the junior level. He's a competitive machine, doesn't like to go out there and get second place. He's always looking for the victory, and he is here to win. You know, he wants to keep his place right now in terms of Olympic qualification to the WCT, but that doesn't mean that he can't prove a point right here and just tell everybody else, like, hey, one of those slots is mine. You're not taking it away from me halfway through the year.
Lucca Mesinas getting his
wow
backup, or biggest score yet, hammering that inside section. Goes straight up with the nose of his board. So the backside snap is where you go up into the lip. Your nose is facing the sky. And then he pivots his board to where his tail is facing the sky. We call that a tail slide or fin ditch or, you know, fin chuck, whatever you want to call it. But either way, it's you go up with your nose facing up, and then you slide your board around with the tail facing up. Really hard to do. And the judges love to see the fins of your board.
Yeah.
When you do it like that. So that's kind of a little bit of a description of the last maneuver that Lucca Mesinas did. That's a textbook trademark maneuver of his. He does it really well, very often, and rarely falls.
And the most impressive thing about it, he does it with the 3 biggest elements of the judging criteria: speed, power, and a lot of flow on that wave. And I'm telling you, that's what happens when you grow up in Mancora. There's waves there almost year-round. I know his father Bruno and mom Veronica are probably watching back at home. Sister Brunella. He's just got an amazing backhand. You don't want to face him at a left-hand point break, and La Bocana offers up a lot of scoring potential on the left. He qualified, actually. So he won 2019 the Pan American Games in Lima, but since he got a better result here in 2021, he actually opened up second place for the Pan Am Games in 2019. Lele Usuna qualified that way because he was the silver medalist at that event.
It's a win-win for everybody.
And he qualified for the tour that year in 2021 as well. So he was on a roll for 3 years in a row where he was unstoppable.
4 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Germantas Neniskis, Lithuania represent here. Nice carving snap. This guy is a multi-sport threat, a champion surfer in Lithuania, champion windsurfer, and he's built for it.
Yeah,
and this is
big boy.
He's 37 years old. You don't want to get into a wrestling match with this young man. He is a fit individual.
And loves to spend a lot of time in Baja California as well, the central part of Baja specifically, so probably likes to surf Scorpion Bay, where he actually just had an event over there. Our co-broadcaster in Spanish, Axel Gutierrez, was there doing that event. But, you know, Baja California offers up a lot of potential to train, not a lot of people around. Waves are good year-round, too, depending on where you're at in terms of positioning. As we look at the heat recap here, Chris, a 7.17 for Lucca Mesinas. This is his opening score, and then just backed it up afterwards. But Tao Rodriguez so far, impressive, good surfing, nothing amazing, but good positioning in the water, knowing that this is a heat that he just wants to make it out of it, getting 2 decent scored mid-rangers, a 5.67 and a 4.73. Get a recognition of which waves are going to be contestable and which ones aren't. I like what I'm seeing from the youngster from Central America.
priority or falling on your waves, and we haven't seen much of that at all from Tal Rodriguez in the last 18 minutes. So we're at 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Lucca Mesinas in the lead. Those are numbers that we're pretty familiar with, seeing next to Lucca's name, a 717 and a 7. That is just a perfect indication of what he does on a heat, on basically a daily basis whenever he's competing. He's so consistent, always putting up big numbers.
Only caught 3 waves, too.
Yeah, he's not a guy that you want to face in any kind of surfing competition.
Yeah.
He's that good.
Extremely efficient, smart. He's a competitive machine, too. He doesn't like taking no for an answer. But this is what you see from a former championship tour surfer, from an Olympian, and somebody who has the capabilities of qualifying again for the championship tour and winning an event as well. So I like what I'm seeing so far from Lucca. I like what I'm seeing from Tal. And from Girmantas, I mean, he knew this was going to be a very tough heat for him. Still wants to go out there and put up something better than a 177.
Lucca is about to put up something better than the pair of 7s that he's hanging on to. 2 blistering backside whips in the most critical sections of that wave. Gets the finish. He likes it. That's about as much of a claim as we're going to see from Lucca. You know, his hands almost came up above the white water, but he kept him down. Humble individual, but man, does he rip. Here we go. Tal Rodriguez waiting things out. Gets the front side air. Can't come down with it. A minute to go. Team Peru always comes through with a solid powerhouse team. Easily tagging them as a top 10 team, if not top 5. Daniela Rosas, Alonso Correa, Lucca Mesinas, Miguel Tudela, Sol Aguirre, and Arena Rodriguez.
Yeah.
So all of those names, yeah, that's a super powerhouse team there. If you want to see updates on what's happening in the women's draw, you can go to isasurf.org. All of our scores are live. You can see all of the results in there as well. And get in there and explore a little bit. Really good bios for most all of our surfers. Be impossible to know.
Do you have a favorite run so far?
Max from Poland really got me fired up yesterday. That was kind of my underground threat that came through and shined. But, you know, the storylines continue to develop, and, you know, the more we see of these surfers in the lineup, the more we learn about them, which is always fun. The Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games will roll on through the remainder of the day. The waves are here. The surfers are ready. The path to Paris starts right here. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are into round 1, heat 27, and it is stacked. Shay Allen from Barbados, Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy, Piotr Novotny from the Czech Republic, and Jude Gomez from Trinidad and Tobago. Doesn't get much more international than this, does it, Mitch?
No, not at all. You have a surfer from the Caribbean. You have a surfer from 2 surfers from Europe, 1 from Eastern Europe, And then actually 2 surfers from the Caribbean. What I'm talking about, Barbados is in the Caribbean too. 2 beautiful places to explore. Che Allen has an amazing talent coming from Barbados. Good on both the backhand and the forehand. Good air game too. Really looking forward to seeing what Leo's bringing to this beach break here, or somewhat of a beach break like La Bocana. As here's Che.
Boom. Big fin blaster there to start. The inside section has been wreaking havoc on our competitors because it's such a condensed zone. It's almost a convergence of a couple different waves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's shallow in there. The rocks are pretty unpredictable, not friendly, very slippery. So falling on that inside section might seem pretty mellow, but trust us, there's been plenty of fins broken out.
I thought I broke
toes
mine.
kicked, shins blasted. So not a friendly inside section, but I got a question for you, Mitch, and you guys can play along at home. You get to follow home. You get invited by one of these surfers in this heat. Who are you following home? Which of these countries would you go to first?
Lucca Mesinas.
All right.
I want to go to Peru.
All right, Lucca Mesinas. Well, we'll see if he'll invite you right now. Lucca Mesinas on the boardwalk.
Thank you, Chris. Lucca, we were just having a quick chat. You've had so many games experiences under your belt. What number is this for you, approximately, and heat win?
This is probably like my 10th ISA, I think. Like since I was a junior, I remember my first ISA was when I was under 16 in Peru, and that first year we won as a team. And then after that, I've been competing for Peru for so many years, and it's just so nice to compete with your country and fly around, and yeah, just the vibe around like with the team is such a cool event.
And your team does know how to win. I remember you guys winning in your very home country at Peru back in 2014 as well. I mean, you've been training together for so long. It's the same team for over 10 years.
It's been kind of the same, yeah. I feel like now maybe we have a couple younger girls, and maybe the guys has been the same. Like Alonso has been there for a while, and then Miguel again too. And then we have Sol and Arena. They're 2 young girls, so yeah, it's kind of like a mixed team, you know, like the old guys and the new girls. So yeah, it's really nice to have that experience and competing for Peru again.
And you've also got Sofia Milanovic on the webcast now in the Spanish booth. Are you going to try and get a few little bit of insights from her about competing here in El Salvador?
Yeah, I heard she was coming. I was like, wow, that's so crazy and so nice. And yeah, so stoked that she's here. She's such an inspiration, and any little advice that she can give you is like a lot. So for sure, I will have a talk with her like always, and super happy to have her here.
Well, congratulations for everybody tuning in, your family, friends at home in Peru. Do you have any words for them?
Yeah, quiero saludar a toda la gente que me está viendo, a mi familia, a mi enamorada, a todos mis amigos, al Team Naruto, a toda la gente de Perú que está apoyando al Team Perú, y seguimos con todo. Vamos Perú.
Thank you, Lucca.
Translate.
Wants to say hi to everybody, his friends and family, his girlfriend, Bailey Nosh. What's up? How you doing? Former ISA competitor herself, and just sending the good vibes and wants to receive them back. So good stuff there from Lucca, dropping the highest heat total of the day so far, and the first excellent score, Chris.
That's like a good vibe boomerang.
It is.
You throw it out there, it comes back to you. 14:35. We just saw our first look at Piotr, surfer representing the Czech Republic. They have an awesome crew down here in El Salvador. They've been down here for about a month. Said it yesterday. They're bruised, beaten up, battered, but they are stoked. And they get to compete against some incredible surfers, including this guy right here, Che Allen. What a way to finish that wave.
Yeah, what a start for him. 6 points right there for Che. And on the back end here, Jude Gomez from Trinidad. Cool combo right there. I like his compact style. No mistakes on that wave. 3 points for him. And then Leo dropping a 5-point ride here. Straight up invert. Great connection with his board right now. That sharp eye looking great underneath his feet. And a decent finish too. So anything better than a 5 in the first 3 or 4 minutes is crucial to your score line, as this is the backup score for Che right now, a 3.73. Has him in the lead, Chris.
Yeah, Che Allen, 24 years old. Home break is Soup Bowl, so he's no stranger to gnarly waves. Place is very critical. He's riding a Chile Spawn surfboard. And he's been doing the ISA for a long time, since he was a kid. He loves to compete, and lately he's been transitioning a little bit more into coaching and giving lessons to surfers. So he's literally taking the message of the ISA back home with them and implementing that. he's one of the guys helping create a better world through surfing by spreading the Stokes, showing the world the love of surfing. You know, sometimes one surf lesson from a capable teacher, you're hooked.
We had the chance of, I mean, we've been seeing Che Allen since he was a Grom, but 1 year in Los Cabos when we used to have the Pro Junior for both the men and the women, he actually won the event. He beat Rylan Rubens in a real close final. And Rylan, I think, had a chance to get it a close to a 9 at the end. Che had 2 8s, and Rylan got something in the upper 8s, and it was the biggest win of that career so far for Che Allen. Now in his early 20s, you know, I still think he's just as talented, much better competitively, and with the amount of experience that he's garnered both here at the ISA and the WSL level, I see him doing big things for Caribbean surfing, just like Leo did for Team Italy. You know, like, I can't state this enough. What he did for that small European country, and I think for European surfing just in general, was so huge. ISA gold medal in the juniors U18 in Oceanside in 2015, qualifies for the championship tour, has a runner-up finish this year at Pipeline. Massive things are happening for this guy right now, and it's because he's persevered up until this point, and he's worked his butt off too. I mean, this guy is in the gym every day. He's strong, he's fit, but he has a desire to win.
Yeah, and Team Italy has definitely fielded their strongest team that I've ever seen in ISA competition. They got a complete team, 3-3, 3 men, 3 women. Led by Leonardo Fioravanti, coached by Adriana De Souza, so a solid program for the Italian Olympic surfing contingent. 11:24 to go. Shea Allen in the lead now with a 6. Pretty much on the strength of that big, beautiful backside, almost a lip slide, projected. His fins went above the lip and slided along the lip and came down with it cleanly. Team Italy, as we mentioned, you see Leonardo in blue right there. Their squad is stacked. Indiana Ferri, Jesse Mendez, Emily Gussoni, Giada Lagari, and Eduardo Papa, who we saw ripping yesterday. They got a powerful team.
They do. And that's their whole base is power. That's why they say Forza Italia. So they're here to win. They're here to get another good result. And especially when it comes to, you know, an overall medal as a team, huge implications right here going into Olympic qualification for Paris 2024. Well, as of right now, Leo's getting one of the CT spots internationally. So just backing that up right here, getting a medal for your team would be huge, and individually as well. You still want to go for gold on an individual level right here.
Well, anything's possible, too. Giving yourself, when you're on the championship tour, you have the luxury, right, of potentially having a second way in through the ISA.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
These surfers know all the numbers. You know, they know full well all the paths that you can take to Paris 2024. Beautiful slow-mo shot of Leonardo. How fun would it be to surf like that?
I've seen you surf like that before.
Come on.
I saw you surf like that the other day.
I think he's he's so underrated for how good his style is.
Yeah.
You know, he's really powerful. He can do airs, obviously, but I'd say he's more known for his rail work, as you see on that wave. But, you know, you take the contest jersey off him, you put him in a video, and he has a beautiful style. And I think, you know, again, I think it's a little underappreciated because he's always seen in competition. But, you know, if you kind of just watch the nuances of how he surfs, it is really, really nice to watch.
Well, and his technique is on point, too. Rarely commits any mistakes. You saw it right there. The nice slash setup turn and then straight up into the lip for the finisher. That's his best wave, a 5.5. Has a decent heat total right now. He's usually going to get at least 12 points per heat. As you see the Czech team right there. They're looking on for Piotr. Nothing better than a 0.67 at the moment. They're looking at positioning. This place tends to be very difficult in terms of positioning, Chris. You know, I've been here many times. I had the chance of competing here back, you know, 5 years ago, I want to say, when, you know, I was at the tail end of my competitive career. One thing that La Bocana does, it presents your best surfing. It also presents your worst flaws. And when it comes to positioning, it changes so much with the direction and angle of the swell, and the tide is so influential here too. It turns into one wave in the morning when it's low tide, and then at noon today, you're going to see it's a completely different wave.
Starting to see some teams
That's
unify.
awesome.
Trinidad and Tobago, Team Jamaica. getting together. You know, when all these teams come through and there's sometimes 1 or 2 surfers on the team, you know, Trinidad and Tobago has 3 surfers. As the week rolls on, you're going to start to see a lot of teams unifying, cheering for each other. You know, there's obviously connection with surfers around the world, and it's really cool to see, you know, the teams that kind of adopt other teammates.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, you have Team Italy bringing in Team Lithuania. You see it up and down the boardwalk. And another unique element of ISA competition that just, you know, again, just provides a lot of joy. And it becomes a big, happy family towards the end of this week. Still a lot of competition to go, of course, as we see Leonardo blasting high-speed turn. Beautiful 2-stage carve there for Leonardo. And again, just oozing with style, flowing with lots of power. And I really liked where he did the turns on that wave. That's, to me, surfing a wave as it should be surfed. You know, nothing forced, nothing in the wrong spot. And just kind of using the wave to its full potential, generating speed. He didn't really even have to pump on that wave.
No.
It did the work for him. Really nice to watch.
Yeah, and the right has so much push down the line, too. I will say it will bring you down very, very far south. So you do end up very far south. You won't be able to hear the beach announcer that well. You won't be able to see priority. And you're putting yourself at risk once you finish the wave all that way down, being outside a judge's perspective, too. We do have the podium a bit angled more towards the right now, which is better than last year. But how about this wave? You said it. You know, surf the wave to its full potential, incredible capabilities, and the combination, the hit, the wrap, and lays it back a little bit, and this layback snap to finish right here at the end. Good variation, too. It wasn't the same kind of layback because at the start of this wave, you'll see him do the under-the-lip snap right here just to generate some speed down the line. But he never had to pump.
That's right. Yeah, that's so cool. The only time he barely had to try to generate speed is the way end.
Yeah.
You know, he's just in the flow state right there. If I think of speed, power, and flow, I think of this wave now.
And incredible bottom turn, comes around the section in the pocket. And that's the most critical section of the wave. And he did have 2 laybacks, but they were both different from each other. That one, he lays it down, but he brings it down as a carve, rather than the last turn actually being a blast into the lip. His style is so good. His technique's on point. He never had to shuffle his feet on his board a single time during that wave, too. Goes to show the amount of speed he was carrying throughout each and every one of these turns. Great variation. I just think this brings a whole different perspective to competitive surfing, and it demonstrates what the SPF, as you like to say, is speed, power, and flow. You're winning 90% of your heats out there, Chris.
And it's just beautiful surfing.
Pleasing to watch.
Still hasn't pumped yet.
No. And he hasn't shifted his feet either. Right here after this carve is when he slightly adjusts a little bit. And it's just because of the last section where it's coming at him rather than him going into it. But all in all, it's going to be his best score. And I think it's in. A 6.07 for Leo, so adds to his heat total. Great surfing there by the Italian. And once again, I obviously consider him a contender for gold. I consider Italy a top 10 team as well. I think they have what it takes to get a medal. You know, gold is going to be really difficult with a lot of the teams we have here. Peru, Brazil, you know, the U.S. obviously stacked team as well. As that finish was spectacular right there by Leo. A lot of power into that one.
That wave made me want to surf. They all make me want to surf, but that one in particular made me want to get out there. It looks so fun. 4 minutes, 17 seconds to go. Leo again on his way back out from the right. Finds a little gem of a left. It kind of closes out on that inside, so maybe more of a positional play. Sometimes these surfers can use waves to get back into in the zone they want to be. See Shea Allen now answering back. He's got a good, solid 6-point ride on the board, but right there, unforced error, just pushes a little too hard. We want to see surfers getting radical, but if you try too hard, if you try to push it too much, you come off your board like we saw from Shea. But he's, let's say, relatively safe in second place right now. Jude and Piatra still seem to be maybe finding their spot in the lineup. Jude does have a 3-point ride. Piatra has a 1:07 and a .67. Czech Republic, still a rising surf nation, and they're going to improve. Anytime they compete at the ISA level, they're going to learn, they're going to grow, and You know, I know that whole team has been down here for about a month, so they've already probably gained so much experience in heavy water here in El Salvador. They were telling me the first 2 days they were here, it was 15 foot. It was solid, huge.
Yeah.
And
they're not used to it either.
They were pretty shocked, but they were, you know, again, smiling. The grin was ear to ear. See Leon Glatzer coming down.
He's a phenom, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Just knows this wave so well. He's been training here for years now. Spent a lot of time before this event and the last event we had here in 2021 as well. Has competed here at the Alas level, which even adds more competitive experience for him. And one of the best aerialists, you know, obviously he surfs for Germany, but born and raised in Costa Rica for most of his life. And coming from Pavones, an incredible left-hand point break. Love to see him out here compete, and I think he'd be a good addition to Paris 2024 as well. I think when it comes to a lot of goofy footers qualifying for that wave at Chopo, definitely a possibility that we see somebody else on the podium in terms of medals. 3 medalists at Tokyo 2020 on the men's side. Owen Wright, goofy footer, former champion in Tahiti. Kanoa Igarashi does great at Chopes. And Ito Fajeda, great barrel rider on his forehand. On the women's side, Carissa Moore, gold medal. She's going to be one to watch out for. Bianca Buttendog, she retired from competitive surfing, but she probably would have done good. And Amuro Suzuki. Don't know how she's going to fare in Tahiti if she does qualify, but
oh, she'll go.
Never say never.
She's fearless. 1:35 to go here. Leonardo Fioravanti, as expected, grabs onto that top spot, and he's hanging on to it. Got a 6:07 and a 5.5. So, Mitch, we were raving about Leonardo's 6:07. It was beautiful surfing. It was powerful. It was going fast. All that stuff. So, why was that a 6 and not an 8 or a 9?
Well,
in your opinion,
when you look at the scale that we have, 6 to 7.9, that's a good score. 8 and above, that's an excellent score. It still wasn't excellent surfing, especially when you compare it to the 8 in the previous heat of Lucca Mesinas. First turn doesn't fully connect with the lip line, isn't as engaged. All in all, it was a beautiful wave, but there was never a critical moment that just wowed you. The sections weren't as steep or as difficult. Yes, he surfed in the pocket the whole time, the hardest part to surf of the wave. But there wasn't that critical factor to it like the 2 turns that Lucca had. Much steeper sections, the left was much bigger. Not to say that this right wasn't well surfed. He couldn't have surfed it any better. But the wave didn't allow for excellent surfing. Right. It was good surfing.
And that's the X factor, right? You do need
the wave
to a certain extent to provide you with the opportunity to get as radical as possible.
Mm-hmm. All in all, I mean, you look at...
He surfed the wave perfectly, but the wave wasn't an 8 or a 9.
And he's winning the heat. That's the most important
He did his
thing.
job. Team Italy, of course, going to be cheering Leonardo as he comes in. 3 seconds left. Looking for potentially last ride from Shea Allen. But either way you slice it, Leonardo Fioravanti, convincing victory there. Shea Allen ripping his way into second place. Jude Gomez from Trinidad and Tobago. And Piatri Novantny, he will be going into the repechage round, where they will get one more opportunity to keep going through this competition. Team Italy flying their flags high. Great performance from Leonardo Fioravanti with a lot left in the tank, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it this early in the rounds, too.
More action coming up next. We've got Lithuania, Ecuador, and Germany represented in Heat 28. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Going to be a great one as we take a look at Lenny, Jensen of Germany. Nice hit off the top to start things. Little wrap for the second turn and punches through the lip on the third. So he'll have an opening score to drop through. We are in heat number 28 of round 1. We are running through the remainder of round 1 today at Podium 1 at La Bocana. And then tomorrow we'll see some change-ups in the schedule, as we will by then be through all of round 1 on the men's and women's side and about halfway through men's round 2. And it's going to be a great big day of surfing as we take a look at the surfers in the lineup. Lenny Jensen, Alex Suarez, and Rokas Bakstis, Germany, Ecuador, and Lithuania in the water. Shannon Hughes joined in the booth by the 88 world champ Barton Lynch. And Barton, yesterday was fantastic. Today is going to be even better.
It was a great opening day, really enjoyed it, and the waves are a little bit better today. There's more definition in the line of the wave. The wind has come up a little side shore, but it was glassy this morning, so it's made the conditions really clean, and yeah, stoked to be here.
Well, welcome back to El Salvador this morning. Once again, back in El Salvador for the 5th time with the ISA. World Surfing Games Juniors, Longboard, and SUP have all run here between these two venues of La Bocana and El Sunzal. Today at El Sunzal, we're running through the remainder of women's round 1, which had about 12 heats left in it.
Yep.
Once that finishes, the men's first half of round 2 will begin on that side.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. A beautiful right point there. Out in front of us is more of a peaky situation, rights and lefts. It is a fantastic place for competition because you can pick up waves from all over the place. So there's lots of room for people to move around even under, and without priority, you can still find really good scores.
Well, some great surfing so far this morning, and all the teams ready to go. We've got more sunshine than what we had yesterday. Yesterday it was so gloomy through the morning, and you can already feel that temperature very hot as we arrived around 7 a.m. this morning. So it's going to be one of those days to make sure to stay under cover, wear those caps when you're outside, heaps of sunscreen, and as many electrolytes as you can get in.
For my first day, I was like, oh, this is a comfortable temperature. But today, as you said, straight away I walked out of the room and went, oh, it's a little muggier today. So definitely hotter today. And the heat definitely takes its toll. And with an event that runs for 8 or 9 days, you've really got to be conscious about managing your energy and managing all of the things that contribute to your health so that you can get to the end of the event feeling as sprightly and energetic as you are on day 1.
Lenny Jensen of Germany dropped in a 4.17 for his opening ride as we take a look now at some live action. Rokas from Lithuania. Great backhand snap for those first 2 turns. Wave goes really soft. He's unable to find that projection to make it through. You get that backwash factor in as well, Barton, when there's low tide here, and it can be really difficult to make that transition through.
Yeah, absolutely, but with a 1.3 and then a 0.83 in his scoreline, he's definitely going to improve on those, and that was a confidence builder. There you can see he takes off on the outside in the replay here. Nice bottom turn, snap, and then stands up in front of him, unfortunately slips off the back on that earlier ride. Here's Lenny Jensen, great surfer. Germany sporting a very strong team this year, the strongest they've ever had, I would say. Bang, another closeout re-entry there, and solid score, 4.17.
And we've got another wave here from Rokas. Just a quick in and out as we take one more look at this backhand snap.
Yeah, that was the 0.83, and mixing it up, going left, going right, and I feel like that wave could have been a little higher scored, but it was definitely his best ride of the heat so far, and a confidence builder, and he was starting to get his flow and rhythm between the turns.
Well, Leo Fioravanti had a great heat in the last one. He's on the beach with Jess Grimwood.
Leo, everything the Italians do, classy, quality, beautiful. Your surfing was exactly that. How was it feeling in the water this morning for you?
No, everything's been feeling good. Obviously we came straight from the pool, so it's been mostly about recovery the last few days, and also, testing out the spot and everything. But I'm just excited to be here to represent Italy. I feel good. This morning I woke up, had a really good sleep, and just felt relaxed and ready to go.
The knowledge that you guys have in your team, in Team Italy alone, is enough to take out pretty much any event. I think you guys are such a powerhouse of surfing. What's the vibe like for Team Italy in the house?
We have a beautiful team. Obviously with Adriano as the coach, which is an amazing guidance to the whole team. Myself, obviously I have a really good experience. Jesse's been on tour. And so as a team, we really try and stick together, have a good time this week, support each other, and, I hope that we can push each other as far as possible. and that one or multiple of us will hopefully get that Olympic spot.
Beautiful. And talking about the ISA Games, I mean, there's so many countries here that have their first time surfing. Have you seen any particular nations that have stuck out to you in your mind so far throughout the competition?
It's amazing. I mean, seeing every nation, so many nations come, and I've been in the ISA since I was 9 years old, and every single year I've done it, there's been more countries. Every single year. What are we now, 62, something like that? 63. See, that's amazing. For me, I had an amazing time with the Indian team. I was chatting to them, and I'm like, I don't think I've seen you guys here before. Like, yeah, it's the first time. And they're a full team. They're really good surfers, and they were so nice. We took a photo together, and just I told them that I really would like to go to India with my girlfriend, which she always says to go. So hopefully one day I'll get to meet up with them in India, have some amazing food, amazing experience, and surf with them.
Beautiful. That's exactly the spirit of the games. Thank you so much, Leo. For everybody watching at home, some words for them.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti, lo so che il pomeriggio in Italia. Grazie per il tifo. Per il momento siamo tutti ancora in gara molto bene. La squadra sta in forma e ci siamo. Prossima hit sarà già tra un'oretta. Forza Italia, dai.
Thanks so much, Leo. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks so much. As we take a look at some live action from Alex Suarez. Great looking forehand on him for Team Ecuador.
He was fast and furious, and a great interview. Leonardo, so professional. I've seen the Indian team that he referred to. I've done photos with them. I organised for them to do photos with John yesterday, and they are having such a fantastic time. He has been coming, as he said, since he was 9 years old. 63 nations right now, and Lithuania, one of those developing nations.
As we see Rakan,
Nice, mate.
nice snap off the top, gets caught by the lip, and he'll go down.
Did you feel that in that interview too? Like you can imagine an interview at a WSL event, and it's a win or lose sort of situation, and very serious. But just the vibe at this event is so special, so unique, and there is that support from the established nations for the developing nations, and it really has that feeling of a family.
In every possible way, as we take a look at this replay for Alex.
So fast, so powerful, beautiful connections with the right sections of the wave. And he reminds me, there was a Brazilian surfer in our generation, as we see the replay from the front on angle. Let's have a look at this first. Beautiful snap, fast, clean, precise on the rail. The board just moving so quickly under his feet and responsive to everything. All the little movements that he makes, the board's right there with him, so great equipment. And I was going to say, there was a Brazilian surfer called Victor Ribas, goofy footer, similar size, similar stature, and he was one of the fastest, most unique young surfers I'd ever seen in small waves. Incredible small wave surfer. He looked just like Alex did there. Suarez, a 6-point ride for that one.
Great way to start out for Alex. Now big wrap for the first section, pumping down the line, gaining some speed, heads to the air, throws that tail high. Can't hold on to it, but now you know he's got a 6 as his opening scoreboard, and that is a fantastic start. And now for him to feel totally freed up, looking for something different.
And he showed that, didn't he, on that wave? That wrapping roundhouse cutback and flick off the whitewater. There's an electricity. This kid's plugged into the power socket. He's very, very fast, dynamic, and showing, a lot of promise for the future of Ecuador.
Beautiful surfing that we've been able to witness so far today, and it's been great to be able to call so much of the action, to see some great maneuvers, and we'll be trying to explain a lot of that to our viewership as we see Lenny, Jensen now from Germany. Great 2-turn combo to start. Looking for that finishing section.
Wow.
Great control of the tail as well.
Yeah, there was a controlled sort of approach to that whole wave. I think he recognised he was on a good wave. He didn't want to chance anything and fall on a good wave. When you catch a good one, you really need to stay in control and maximise the points that are in that wave. If you're on a lesser quality wave, you're down the priority roster, you're catching lesser quality waves. They're the ones to have a go on and try and turn a lesser quality wave into a bigger score through your performance. But he understood that wave had some good points in it, and it just needed to be surfed to its potential, and he did exactly that.
Scores to come through for last wave of the German, Lenny, as we take a look now at Alex. Once again, goes high. And when I say high, he's literally blasted off of the lip of that wave into the air. And got a lot of height out of it. Wasn't able to ride out, though. Ruckus now with a big carve back, setting himself up here for a big finish. Has some speed as he's coming down the line. Goes for that turn and falls.
Yeah, just needs the completion, but definitely finding his groove out there and starting to get that boogie on and dancing his way along that wave. Showing potential, definitely. But against Alex Suarez and Lenny Jensen, he's now in the 3rd place. And it's going to be a tough ask because the two surfers here he is against are showing incredible levels of performance.
So true. Ruckus is 33 years old, and a few years ago, his brother asked him the biggest question, life-changing question of his life. He said, if you could be anyone that's in the top 5 of skills within a field, what would you want to be? And he said his first thought was an astronaut. Then he read some books about astronauts and realized that he wouldn't really enjoy the lifestyle all that much. And the next thing that came to his mind at that point when considering being very skilled at something, but also what that means for your life, if you're going to dedicate that much time to it, you're going to dedicate a lot of your life into something, and he thought surfing. So he started surfing a few years back, and to that point, he was 27 at the time, so roughly 5-6 years from now. Absolutely fell in love with it, learned how to surf in Lithuania, and became a surf instructor early on, so it just took over his entire life. At this stage, he says, you know, he's not the top 5 in the world, but he's a Lithuanian national champion. He's within the top 5 of his country in that skill set. And I just think that's incredible that he's reached that goal, that his brother sparked that idea within his mind, and now to see him competing here on the world stage is amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a great story, and I bet he's happier. He's happier than he would have been if he chose being an astronaut.
Oh, I guarantee it.
What I mean? Coming to the beach every day as we see our Jamaicans there, Ika. We saw him surf yesterday.
And I feel like so often those are the questions that get posed to young kids, maybe, you know, high school students. As we take a look at Alex here, had priority heading into this set. A little lack of control for that first maneuver. He had so much speed coming around.
Yeah, he sure did. A 6-point ride for Lenny Jensen on that last right-hander that we saw has seen him overtake Alex Suarez and take the lead. Here he is up and riding again.
All right, Lenny in the lead now, not by much. Looking to ditch that 417, and he'll do it with that last turn.
That was powerful.
That was so powerful.
Yeah. And what I've noticed, you can see even in that shot, and have a look now, you can see wind ribs coming across the ocean sideways and putting a chop and a bump onto the surface of the ocean. That's what sort of created that instability in Alex Suarez's wave. You could see as he paddled into it, there were the wind ribs coming across. So now and for the rest of the day, you've got to be really conscious about managing where you put your turns. You can't just force, because you want to do it there, you can't just force your way to do it. You need to consider the wave, consider that chop that's coming, and fit the turns in so that you can complete them.
And that chop being those ribs that come up the face of a wave, making it slightly more difficult as we take a look at the heat recap here, Barton.
Lenny Jensen representing Germany. A couple of nice turns on the outside, close-out re-entry there. Close-out being as the wave breaks and closes out is the young Ecuadorian. We've been really impressed by the speed and the power that he generates. Stocky young man, and using that to advantage. We've seen some incredibly great stocky, shorter but thick surfers over the years. Mark Occhilupo, Tom Carroll, and he's another goofy foot in that mould. Lenny Jensen here on his best wave of the heat.
The 6-point ride for Lenny. Nice control throughout. Now scores still to drop for this last one.
That may be his best wave of the heat. I feel like it's definitely going to improve on that 417. There wasn't a lot. There was 2 turns in it, but the second one was perhaps the best turn of the heat.
Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Always a good indicator when you get that heat recap that we're right down to the gritty end, that we've only got a few minutes remaining. Kind of have an idea of what's unfolded so far in the first maybe 3/4 of the heat. And then we get to really focus on what change is going to happen, if there's going to be a change of those positionings in any way. And also we get to introduce the surfers coming up next. None other than Ethan Ewing will be in the water up against Christian Padilla and Elishama Beckford, Dominican Republic and Jamaica, up against one of the best in Australian surfing.
And those cobblestones are troublesome because
They're
you can see they're all round, so they're all rolling and moving on each other, and you just don't have any stability to push off. But a 5, 6, 7 in for that backhand attack on the last wave.
Lenny now with a huge, powerful opening gouge, sets for the second and gets a rotation thrown in. Looking for a finishing section here, so added that element of progression, not into the air, but off the face of the wave. Nice strong hit and some variety. Now, where are your thoughts when we're talking the 6-point ride is his high score, the 5.67 for the backup? We'll get back to that in a moment. Alex Suarez now up and riding. Nice hit off the foam around the section. We'll see if this wave stands up and gives him something really nice to work with. Also adds in that element of variety for the finish. He's currently chasing a 5.68, but we're not sure where that score for last of Lenny is going to drop in.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was a lot more work done on that ride than on the 5.67, but the 5.67 was, that's what the judges love, a big open face and a big turn, whereas you can sort of be a tradesman and just be tacking it and doing smaller turns and do more of them, but it won't score as highly as the bigger turns. So it's all about the size. Here we go, Rokas from Lithuania. Oh, nice cut back there and hit off the whitewater. Definitely needs to see some opportunities to clean up the finishes of his ride.
Now, what could he have done differently? Got that nice wrap back towards the foam. What's the next step from a coaching perspective of being able to now bounce off the foam and ride out?
He went a little deep into the foam, didn't he? Kind of drove into that foam and ended too far in it. And it's sort of, once you're in that foam, it slows your board down, you know, catches the sides of the rails and prevents you from cleanly exiting it. So really most probably didn't need to drive as far into the whitewater, but you can understand at this point in the heat why he did. His scores have been a little bit lower than his opponents. He knows he needs to drive into stuff a little more aggressively and try and wring some points out of situations. So nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Lenny Jensen holding on to the lead. Last score just shy of the previous, a 5.27. So like you said, more work done, but not the quality of work that the judges are looking for.
Yep.
And 4.80 for Alex Suarez of Ecuador. He's put together a great heat so far. Has now increased on his backup score, which puts a massive requirement of an 8.63 on Rokas of Lithuania.
Yeah, first and second would feel very secure at this point in time. There's only a minute left. The 4.8 was because of the quality of the wave, not the quality of the surfing. And we've seen that, you know, wave selection, we know that wave selection is so important. And there's a great shot of that sort of sideways chop coming across the ocean with that side shore wind that we have right now, creating a sort of ruffle on the texture of the wave and texture of the ocean, and that creates, you know, makes it difficult. So wave selection super important out here. For Alex Suarez, I'm very impressed. He hasn't been on the best waves, but he's right there in contention to win the heat, and he's shown that he has the potential to go a long way in this event with the power and the speed, and then the new school attack that he has. Going to be good to see him on the backhand, Shannon.
23 years old, loves surfing at Montanita, back home in Ecuador. Great surfing to finish with. Sitting on that 4.8 as his backup score. He's chasing a 5.68 to take the lead away from the German.
Feels similar to the 6-point ride of Lenny Jensen to me, although Lenny's had that kind of, it was a little more open, and the closeout turn just had a fanning whip to it that was impressive. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Snaps the first snap, not a lot of points in that. A nice backhand vertical re-entry. Looking for the 5.68. I mean, it could go there, or it may just be underneath at a 5.5 or something, you know. It's there it is.
A 5.30, so you're right, it's just underneath the requirement, but it does better his situation. So great strategy at the finish, managing to build on that score line and keeps himself in a solid second place position. So we'll have Lenny Jensen and Alex Suarez advancing through in the main round. Rokas of Lithuania dropping out into the rapid charge, but he'll have more opportunities. Some power surfing's been going down here at La Bocana, and we're ready to see more of it throughout the day. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen and a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador. Bringing you live coverage from La Bocana Podium 1. We do have a cam set up at El Sunzal where the women's remaining heats of round 1 will be finishing out today. Following that, we'll be heading into men's round 2, which won't be too far away at this stage. And we'll be tracking with live action here at La Bocana throughout the afternoon. Of course, scores available for both sides. Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch here in the booth to call the action as we have Ethan Ewing of Australia, Christian Padilla of Dominican Republic, and Elishama Beckford of Jamaica. And this is going to be a showdown, no doubt, Barton.
Yes, it sure will. Ethan Ewing, as we see him paddling here, one of the very best surfers in the world on the World Championship Tour. Stuck behind the white water for a little bit there, but you saw the ease with which he climbed through that chop on the wave face, drives around the section, flares a snap out of the top of the wave, throws spray. Good starter.
Very good start. Looks so favorable on his forehand all the time. Took out that win at Bells Beach this year on the Championship Tour. Took out the win at Jeffreys Bay last year on the Championship Tour. So for me, seeing him go right first wave, no surprises.
Yeah, and we saw that at the Surf Ranch recently, making the semi-finals there. On his on the rights, he was incredible. The backhand might not be at that same level as what the forehand is, but it's still obviously world class. But that forehand is right at the top.
Elishama now up and riding. One of the very first pro surfers to come out of Jamaica. Absolute frother and just rips. Great
sure
combination surfing to start off with. He's competed at a very high level in the past as well, and has been in that conversation of Stab High, where you get some of the best aerialists in the world together. He was part of Stab High in Costa Rica, and so to have himself in that mix is really incredible.
Well, I'm super impressed by that opening ride. Sometimes, your first heat, the opening of an event of this magnitude, and the nerves and the pressure of representing your country and your team come into play, and you can look a little nervous, and you want to get an early start just to get rid of those nerves so you can build momentum into the back end of a heat. There was no nerves whatsoever. They just came out of the blocks flaring.
Christian Padilla now up and riding. Nice start, drags out that opening section. Really flat here, so bigger wave selection. It's gonna have to rebuild as it hits that reform. He does well to stick with it, so he'll put his first score down. And the last heat, also talking about that opening confidence. It was Lenny Jensen with a great start from the beginning.
Yeah.
We're gonna go down to the beach now and catch up with him and Jess Grimwood.
Shannon, yes, Lenny looking really confident, really solid with Team Germany. Talk to us a little bit about the psychology behind the team for the games this year.
Yeah, we got the psychology master himself, Martin. Martin Mango on Instagram, right? He helps our whole team so much and gives us a lot of confidence for sure.
Now, you've had a bit of experience at the ISA Games before, a couple under your belt already. What's it going to take for the team to go all the way to the podium this year?
Yeah, I think we just have to go like we're doing right now. And breathe a lot and try to relax as much as possible in between heats.
And have you had a chance to catch up with any of those brand new nations in surfing? Has there been anybody particularly that sticks out for you in the good vibes sector of the game so far?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the other nations, but is Lithuania new? Yeah? So he was in my heat, and the guy told me he saw me in Tenerife where I'm living, so that was quite surprising. Yeah, I remember him for sure. He's super nice, the guy.
So a lot of good vibes going on. Good luck, of course, for Team Germany. I'm sure there's plenty of supporters tuning in too. You guys have been on a gnarly training program, so some words for those guys supporting you back home.
Can I say it in Spanish? All right. Gracias a todo el mundo que me apoya a casa y gracias a mi novia, a mi entrenadores ahí Carlos, sobre todo, y un besito a todos. Ah.
Congratulations. Thanks so much, Lee.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Lenny and feeling that support from Team Germany. They've got an incredible Olympic program. So many of their surfers that have been spending time in the off season, well, even in the on season of training and surfing in events in coastal areas, of course, are then traveling to Germany to spend some time in their Olympic facilities, which is great to see that investment, and it's clearly paying off. Ethan Ewing now with a great start for the snap, still waiting for the score from his first wave, gouges through the rail on the second, making it look easy as ever as he finishes off on the inside.
Great wave selection. That wave stayed tall the entire way along the line of the reef and or the cobblestones, and that's what you want. When the wave, the size and the height of the wave drops down, the volume of the maneuvers drop down with it. That was a 3-turn combination, all big, powerful turns. Didn't have to rush to fit it in, had a lot of time, and it looked very professional.
Scores in for first of Ethan, a 5.17, first of Christian, a 3.17, and first of Ellie Shama, a 5.17. So Ethan and Ellie's first waves absolutely equal. An 8.5 just drops for Ethan Ewing, though, and shoots him back into lead.
The opening exchange was interesting because Ethan's wave was much longer. He got a lot more done, but the energy wasn't quite as exciting. And Ellie Sharma, the energy in his ride, it was only 2 maneuvers, but the energy and the flair and the excitement was there. And I was really interested to see how the judges, broke that down. But the fact that they came in as the same score stays consistent with that idea that we've been talking about, where it's not quantity, it's quality. Although, if you've got quantity of quality, that's the best circumstance, and that's what we saw there with Ethan Ewing, an 8.5 for that 3-turn combination. It was because the wave stayed tall, the wave face was big and gave him big open face maneuvers, and he does them better than most people do, so fair score there. Well, and that's the highest score I believe we've seen for a wave without an air the whole event.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we saw some 7s yesterday, you're right.
Yeah. And that, an 8.5 for turns on the face, signifies how great his style is, how perfect his technique is, and how good his wave selection is. That was all about the wave selection. I mean, the surfing was fantastic, but it matched the wave. The wave had that potential to score that bigger score in it, and he wrung every little bit out of it.
And just really encompass the conversation or the judging criteria, kind of 3 words that stand out to us of speed, power, and flow. Mm-hmm. Executed that so well. Speedy surfing, powerful, but kept that flow, those seamless transitions between everything as well.
Absolutely, and there's been discussion in recent times about the encouragement for progression in the scoring of surfing events, and we've seen surfing go off the wave facing into the air, up and riding.
Paddle here for Christian, Dominican Republic, grew up in a tourist town. Learned how to surf at an early age. Nice couple hits to start, banks off the foam.
Oh, see the foot slips so far forward.
That warm water and the wax on there, it gets so tricky. Sometimes too you get, because there's that little bit of growth of algae kind of on the face of those rocks, those cobblestones when you're running down to the water, it's so tricky on so many levels. But you get a bit of that filmy texture in the ocean as well. I think that tends to coat the top of the surfboards, especially on these hot days, and it can make it really slippery.
Yeah, those black sand beaches have that silty kind of, having a look there.
Just a quick paddle, doesn't get into it. He'll hold on to that second place priority because Christian Badilla is still going to be way on the inside. Priority being a major part of the conversation in professional surfing nowadays. As long as you're surfing outside of a wave pool, it's a very important factor to have dialed in.
That's everything. And a 4.57 for Ellie Sharma, Beckford's second ride here, when the 8.5 for Ethan Ewing, he went the right. Ellie Sharma went the left and got his second score on the board.
Halfway through the heat now, Ethan Ewing sitting with an 8.5 and a 5.17. Ellie Shama with that 5.17 and a 4.57, and then Christian Padilla with a couple of 3s on the board, a 3.53 for that last one. As we take a look at some replays here.
Oh, great angle. Ellie Sharma drives off the bottom, beautiful wrap. Look at that carving turn, and the technique was beautiful. And then into the closeout turn, 5.17 for this one. It was a flaring example of Jamaican froth, that one.
Ethan Ewing with the 8.5.
Beautiful round wraps. Nothing too critical, nothing that really would challenge him and you would imagine that he's any chance of falling. But the way he does what he does is technically and stylistically top of the tree, that one for sure, Ethan Ewing. And as you said, on his forehand, had great success.
And then Ellie with this one to answer back, puts a 4.57 down.
Nice first vertical forehand re-entry into a wrapping cutback. And here's an example of the wave getting smaller as you go along and not giving you the opportunity to have a big finish. That was a nice finish, but he had to work really hard to get that finish. And when you're in that situation, the judges, you never get the big scores when the wave loses its canvas in front of you as you go along the face. Live action.
Ethan, big slash to start, foam climb and goes down under the lip. It was a challenging section on the finish.
When he heard the 517 and the 517 at the start, that would have kind of put a little fire underneath him. And when he heard the 8.5, he might have went, okay, job feels like it's done now. Because the 8.5 is such a solid score, and you imagine it's going to see him advance through this heat for sure. And to get it early in the heat takes the pressure off. I feel like we saw that on that left-hander where the pressure was off and he started to mistime it as he went down the line and came unstuck and fell off.
Leandro Usuna, two-time ISA gold medalist and Olympian for Argentina. He's getting ready to paddle out next.
And on the Athletes Commission as well, an influential character in the ISA world of surfing. And as you said, two-time champion.
Father, his young family back at home tuning in and watching. It's been great to be able to see his journey through the years. And I think for the ISA specifically, Lele's been a great he's been a great story to follow through his career over the last 15 years, to be able to see the achievements possible through the ISA and the doors that it opens up for a world of opportunity.
Absolutely. And we know Fernando Aguirre is Argentinian himself, president of the ISA, so I'm sure he loves to see his home country and young surfers from his home country taking advantage of this amazing opportunity to create a life and a career out of surfing. And we've seen that through South and Central America as well, with the Pan American Games and that focus in this area. The development of surfing talent, I think we're just, obviously there's sort of an established guard from Peru and those countries, but I feel like we haven't really even started to see or scratch the surface of what's going to come out of Central America and South America.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And even thinking back, the fact that Leandro Usuna and other surfers coming out of Argentina have had the opportunities they have as surfers now is incredible, considering that when Fernando became the president of the Argentinian Surfing Association back in 1978, there was a military ban on surfing. It was not allowed. It was illegal in the country of Argentina. Now, Fernando took over as president there, and the following year, that military ban was lifted, and in 1979, surfing became legal. Now, imagine if that change hadn't come in. If someone as stubborn and eager as Fernando hadn't been there to push the boundaries of what was happening in that country, Lele, he would have never had an opportunity to be an Olympian, never the opportunity to be a competitive surfer, because he would have never had the opportunity to learn how to surf in the first place.
And Fernando, charismatic as he is, has created opportunities all the way through, from that story you just told us, through to the Olympic Games, which is amazing, a great contributor to the sport of surfing. And Leandro must be super stoked, because what would you be doing? What would your life look like if it wasn't for that change? And I can't believe the surfing was illegal. How dare they?
It's crazy. It's a crazy thought, isn't it?
Oh, look at this.
Taking a look down at El Sunzal on the women's podium. We are currently in heat number 29 down there. And we're going to take a look, though, at this wave from Maya Calderon of Puerto Rico. Little morning highlights of some of the action that has been seen. So this isn't currently what's happening down there, but some great surfing, Barton.
And the waves look fantastic as well. We know we've got good waves out front, but look at the waves down there. Glassy this morning. Joanne DeFay. How was that first turn, Shannon? Beautiful.
Spicy. So
Spicy
good.
is the word.
Joanne will be a real threat for taking home that gold medal this week for Team France. And with her position on the championship tour, she'll be a sure-in for the Olympics for Paris. Soligere of Peru, she'll be in that conversation to take away an opportunity for the Pan American Games this year.
Oh, it looks like the ladies have got great conditions down there again today.
Looking really fun. And some of those waves that open up and give a little bit more opportunity for some face. The Argentinian Lucia
Drives out of the top, nice snap there, and you can see this wave just peels its way down that cobblestone reef, and this particular wave was a buzzer beater, got her the win right in the final stages of her opening round. And we can see why. How is the surfing on that still going down the inside, pumping, driving, looking for more opportunity. What a fantastic way to finish your opening round. Oh, she loved it.
Throws the claim in. I love that in section of Sunzal can stand up so well. It gives such a good critical wall where you can have that struggle in the middle section of the wave where it gets really flat. You see those surfers have to just rely on that big cut back, carving back, flatter surfing horizontal when you're looking at, like, you know, the line of the ocean and the sky kind of meeting, surfing that matches that horizontal line rather than going vertical to break through it. So great to see that in section that stands up as well as the outside. Ethan Ewing now with a chance. Vertical surfing there. Breaks through that horizontal line, but goes down.
Oh, that was straight into the lip. Maybe he heard me talk about his forehand outscoring his backhand and wanted to prove a point, because that was, you know, and obviously the more vertical the maneuver is, the straighter up your board can get. You know, imagine you're looking at the face of a clock and it's 12 o'clock. That is a vertical re-entry. You know, you get it even over to 1 o'clock and it's 11 o'clock, and it's even more critical. But straight up for Ethan Ewing there. 12.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and things are ticking away. Heat number 29 of the day, and through this week, we won't have any answers on it quite yet, but we will be qualifying surfers for the Olympics this week. We'll be sending 4 men and 4 women to Paris 2024 on a continental basis for Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania, as this is the World Surfing Games. We'll be qualifying those 4 continents. Now for the Americas, they'll be getting qualifications to the Pan American Games, which will then in Santiago qualify towards Paris. So for the Dominican Republic surfer, for Jamaica as well, they'll have the chance for Christian to get his name into Santiago at the end of the year, and then at Santiago has that chance to gain his Olympic qualification. Nice couple snaps off his backhand, and he'll finish out well.
Looking for a 6-2-1. There might have been a little bit too much downtime through the middle of that ride to reach that score. 1 minute to go. Doubtful he'll get back out the back and get to ride another wave. Ellie Sharma up and riding here.
Frothy wave, frothy section, just pumping down the line, gaining some speed, little check under the lip as he checks his watch as well.
And realizes, you know, given there's a score to drop for the Dominican Republic, he feels pretty confident that he's going to make it through. Actually, 5.84 is what Christian needs at this point.
Ethan Ewing now with last-ditch effort, throws it up into the air, but he's already got that leading position with an excellent score. From what we can remember through yesterday, first excellent score based off of rail work solely, based off of good turns.
Absolutely.
Without having to add in that element of taking to the air. Of course, we know Ethan's a great aerialist as well, but being able to really just show his strengths of rail surfing is what he's done in this heat.
Absolutely, and you know, style, technique. We talked about speed, power flow. This young Australian's got it all. Christian Padilla, he had a good heat, 3.9 on the last one, so he had trouble breaking out of that 3-point range. I don't feel like that was a reflection of his surfing ability, but perhaps more the wave selection.
So Dominican Republic dropping into the rapid charge round, but we will be seeing more of him with another opportunity. And as we wait for the next heat to begin, we'll go to a quick commercial break as we take a look here at Catherine Diaz, who passed away, a surfer out in the water just a couple of years ago. A memorial here in her honor in Surf City, El Salvador. And a lot of surfers in this region and from around the world got to know Catherine very well before passing away. And it's been great to be able to carry her spirit on here in one of her favorite surf spots of all time.
respect. I didn't know what that represented. I'd seen the statue there, so thanks for sharing that with us, and rest in peace.
Memorial for Catherine. We'll be sharing more of her story through the week. And we'll be back with more action right after this. Lele Usuna in the water next.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
Welcome back to action here in Surf City, El Salvador. We are in day 2 of competition, and we won't be finishing out for another 6 days after this. We've got 8 days total on the calendar to be running through this year's World Surfing Games. We've got so many surfers that we've been breaking records, as we seem to always do at ISA events. This year, 297 surfers in the draw, 63 nations represented, just shy of the 300 mark, which is incredible and means there's a lot of heats to be getting through for this year's event. And we've seen some great surfers already with some solid performances. Noel de la Torre goes straight into the air for his opener. And for Team Chile, he'll be out the gates early. He's up against Leandro Usuna of Argentina, the gold medalist for the ISA, as well as an Olympian, and Lucas McMahon of Finland from California, Southern California. And this is going to be a great heat as we look at some action. Lucas now starting off on his forehand. Drives straight into the lip on that first maneuver. Gets a little caught on the cutback for the second. Loses his speed and he'll go down. Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch here in the booth.
Yeah, it's so exciting when you see a new name, someone you haven't seen surf before, and they jump to their feet and you're wondering, how does this guy surf? Whack! And you go, oh, he surfs good. And Lucas did just exactly that to me right then. That was great first re-entry. And how was the aerial attempt from Noel? Wow, that was dynamic. That kid's obviously got some game too.
Taking a look at the replays from the first couple of waves, a 4.33 for this opener of Noel.
Beautiful left-hander, great line, couple of speed turns, and I suppose things were a little bit off timing. He still got the job done, as we could see from this other angle, but there was a little erratic edge to that maybe took a little bit of the points off it.
And then first wave of Lucas, straight into the lip.
And we talked about, going 12 o'clock, getting the board vertical. The more straight up into the lip, the higher the points will be. And there's our event site. We're on the second floor of that beautiful structure.
Incredible space to be spending some time in this week. And Jess Grimwood, former copper medalist here at the ISA World Surfing Games, is down on the beach to grab the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, Shannon. Ethan Ewing, Team Australia, kicked off your first heat for the event. How were the emotions going into the water here at El Salvador?
Yeah, I was really excited. Team's been great, and yeah, it's just good to be down here, and there's really fun waves. So yeah, hadn't been in the ocean for a while since the wave pool, so it's good to surf a normal heat again.
And what's the vibe going like in Team Australia at camp with the girls and the guys, and you got a good team of coaches behind you this year? Yeah,
it's really good. It's good to have Bede and Bottle and Kate. We've got a physio over here too, Trevor. So it's been really good vibes, and everyone's really excited and everyone's ripping too. So it's good to be in that team environment again. haven't done the ISAs since I was a junior. So yeah, really excited to be here and happy.
And have you seen any teams yet or any of the other new nations to surfing and been able to interact with any of those new guys that are in the water in all those first round heats?
I haven't too much yet because I only went for a free surf this morning, but it's really cool just to see surfers from Greece and all the Caribbean and stuff. It's really cool. You don't really get to see that on the CT, so yeah, really happy to be here and see everyone having a go. It's cool.
And good vibes for Australia too. You've got a bunch of backpackers backpacking around Central and South America too, came down to support the team this morning first off.
Yeah, it's cool. I haven't heard another Australian accent for a while, so it's good to have the support of the Aussies. We're pretty far from home, so it's yeah, much appreciated.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Ethan. Great performance this morning. We'll see you next round.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Great to hear from Ethan, some solid surfing, and love knowing that support crew anywhere you go around the world. I feel like you're bound to run into an Aussie if you're down by the beach somewhere.
Yeah, well, we live in a global community now, don't we? And there's people, it's the same for Brazil. Everywhere you go, you're going to bump into a Brazilian, American. And what a joy traveling is. And well, here we go.
Noel, straight for progression off the first maneuver.
Wow. And the earlier you go for those progressive maneuvers, the higher the score is going to be if you make it, because the more risk. You can imagine doing it at the end of the wave is not as risky as it is doing it at the start of the wave. So he's showing absolutely no fear there and just going for it straight out of the blocks.
That's such a good point, because that risk factor at the beginning, if you fall in that first maneuver, he's now lost the scoring potential in the rest of that wave because he's not riding the rest of that wave. Where
Exactly.
Getting those kind of easier maneuvers done early on means that you're just milking that wave to be able to get the work done. As we see Lele, powerful backhand whip to start, drives around for that second big cutback and up into the lip, but he'll mistime the finish.
Unfortunate.
12 minutes, 28 seconds on the clock. That's a first wave for the Argentinian. We've got a 2.5 that fell in for first of our Finland surfer, Lucas. So he's now sitting with first priority out there with an opportunity to make a difference. Representing Finland alongside of Ellie Temperi. And both of the boys, though, 17 years old for Lucas, Ellie 16, from Southern California. As we see Lucas now up and riding, resides in Solana Beach in the Encinitas area. Couple carbs back, but can't quite find the finish.
There was good energy there, but there was a little bit of rushing to get things done, which is, I suppose the result of nerves at this point in an event. You're a young man, and obviously Finland, two people representing the country, so they're one of those countries that's just starting to build its place in surfing, and the responsibility on the shoulders of two teenagers.
Yeah, it's really incredible. It's been great to see the two of them come together and kind of build this team together, coming from different families, but from that Finnish background. Both of them love surfing at Seaside Reef. Ellie Temperi, the other Finland surfer, is from Encinitas, and just south of that by the borderline is Lucas from Solana Beach. So they're surfing a lot together back at home.
Look at him pumping the board. See how that pump, the weighting and unweighting, just lifted the board out of the water, built a lot of speed. He's got a great style, good technique. Look, gets low, pushes out here on the back foot, keeps pushing, and that's what throws that spray up into the air. Nice first turn. Look at this angle. Drives that first turn, throws the arms, and then on this second turn, the wave face went a little bit flat and he overcommitted to that turn. The rail dug a little too deep into the water, lost his speed and fell off. Signs are good though for Finland and for Lucas. I really like the way he's surfing. He's got great style, and he's a young man with a big future.
So true. He surfs and competes for his school, his high school at San Dieguito Academy. And their team this year won the California State Championships. Last year back in April of 2022. So part of that winning feeling and that team environment, which is great to see those schools, especially out of the California school system. There's so many schools that offer a surf team. And so the kids are in that environment from an early age, which is, kind of helpful coming into this competitive arena now of the ISA World Surfing Games, where it's not an individual sport necessarily, but you're here with your team to support and to work together.
Yeah, board riders clubs, the school programs, all of that give you that experience. And I see there that he says that he is proud to maintain straight A's. Good on you, Lucas, mate. It's obviously a conscientious young man, focused on creating and achieving something with his life. So great to have him here and representing Finland. This heat really hasn't sort of got started yet. 3.6 there for Leandro on his opening ride. The 4.33 from Noel from Chile, still the highest score. And we with good wave selection, we expect much better scores than that from all three surfers. But does it feel to you, Shannon, that with this incoming tide, things are slowing down a little bit? There's not as much opportunity as there were in those opening heats, it feels to me.
That's absolutely what it is. With that tide pushing in, it's just slowing it all down. We so often feel that as surfers at the dropping, the very lowest of the tide or the peak of the high tide, where you get that maybe hour on either side of it that can be really slow.
Exactly. I feel like we're experiencing the effect. And that's one of the jobs of the coaches and any competitive surfer is to, although you can't know, there's this unknowingness about the ocean, and nobody knows, not the coach, nobody knows what it's going to do next. It's unknowable, but you can get a feeling, your instincts, your intuition, the experiences you've had surfing in the past can give you some ideas of how to manage it. And it's one of the jobs of a professional surfer or any competitive surfer is to anticipate what the effects of the natural conditions, the tide moving in and out, the winds changing, the swell rising or dropping based on where that storm is and what's happening with what produced the swell that you're surfing. So experience comes into play there.
Wave rolling through here. We'll see if Lucas is able to get a piece of it. Decides not to go. It looked from the angle like it was going to be really flat on that shoulder.
And you can see there on the screen underneath the clock in the colour that represents the singlet, relates to the singlet colour that they're wearing. Blue's got first priority, third priority for green, and second priority for red. Super important part of competition, understanding who's got the priority at what time and how you use that priority. Maybe more than anything else determines your success in a heat.
Really important to be able to have all those things dialed behind the scenes. And that's so much of what that preparation coming into events like this can be like. Whether it's a surfer that has all the experience and they're competing on the championship tour or the Challenger Series, or, they just are maybe in their late 20s or their 30s and they've just had a lot of time in a jersey. Or for a lot of these young competitors that are out here that have those coaches with that knowledge and that experience that can help walk them through some of those learning moments of how to manage priority, how to run, running mock heats before events, getting the team together, whether they're living in different places around the world or if they happen to be in the same zone, coming together early before an event to be able to run those instances so that they really know how to structure their heats coming through and growing that heat intelligence.
And when you've got the priority, it's a lot of responsibility. We talk about the pressure of representing your nation, of even just surfing in a heat and what pressure that brings, and being a part of a team and having other people's end result relying on your performance brings a lot of pressure, and there's no more pressure than having first priority. You've got the advantage, you're given an advantage, and it comes down to how you capitalize on that advantage a lot of the time, whether you succeed or not. Here we go.
Split peak, Leandro and Noel both up and riding. We'll track with Noel now on the left. Goes for the air, gets the rotation as he comes down and whips that board back around straight towards shore for the finish.
And that you just see right there exactly an illustration of what we were talking about. First and second priority, they moved away, gave each other a bit of space. The wave came through. There was only one of them. One went left, one went right, and green in the third priority is left out the back sitting there. But the good news for him now, although they could be two of the best scoring rides of the heat, be interesting to see Leandro's from a more front-on angle. But that finishing air of Noel's was amazing. I think that's most probably going to be his best score of the heat so far. And green, Lucas, he's now got the first priority, but he's got to sit and wait. Only 5 minutes to go.
17 years old for Noel out of Chile.
Oh, really? Is that young?
Young surfer on his team. Guillermo Sott, we saw him surfing yesterday. Manuel Selman, who has filled in that role for Team Chile over the years of competitor and coach and manager. He's been one of those, he's a little bit older. Manuel's in his mid-30s now. spends time between the Dominican Republic and Chile from, his family living in both areas. And he's been a really strong figure for developing Chilean surfing. And so now to have, some of those younger competitors on the team, like Noel joining in, is really incredible to be able to see the growth of that nation as well. Still waiting for the score for Noel. Leandro drops in a 4.57. So he's now sitting in the lead, up and riding. Opting to go for the left here, maybe hoping for a little bit more pocket to this wave and a critical nature to it, which is exactly what it gave him.
Yeah, you called it. That he was just looking for something that stood up and gave him that tall canvas to tee off on. He did exactly that. 2 nice turns, most probably going to be his best wave. 3.6 on the first, 4.7 on the right that he just shared with Noel. And this score to drop, I feel like it's going to be the best score of the heat for him so far.
And it's a 5.67 for Noel, so he takes the lead momentarily, puts the requirement at a 5.44 on Leandro. Scores to come through. Now it was a 2-turn combination, but that was a good section. You can tell those sections are standing up in hollow.
Yes.
When you can see that shade from the sun, if it's midday like this.
Yes.
And that shade on the face of the wave suddenly by the lip coming over.
Pitching over, yeah. I feel like that could go to a 6. It could be somewhere like that. We talked just about quality and versus quantity, and that had the quality for sure.
This is the replay, and now we'll get the first look at the right, which was the 4.57.
Was a nice big turn, but there wasn't a lot more. The start was a little bit sleepy and slow, but a big finishing turn. Noel cuts back, stands up in front of him. Beautiful floating turn. Didn't go too critical on it because he wanted to make sure he made the section, realised he needs something big to turn it into a good score, got that air. He's got a really good air game.
And then Leandro with this opportunity, a 4.67, so just improves on his score line.
Only
but just. It's not enough, though, to get him into that leading position. Requirements now on Lucas, up and riding, a 6.74 for the young California surfer representing Finland. Nice style. Love that he goes for the layback there.
And you can see he's in 3rd place, and he feels like he's really got to do something special and try and get the score by getting radical, which is, he definitely got radical, but if it's incomplete, you're not getting the score. And again, that wave tapered off to nothing. And he needs more of a wave like Leandro just had, although it only got a 4.67. In my mind, I thought it was going to go higher than that. With the way, international judging has been trending, where it's just big faces and walls. We saw the 8.5 for Ethan Ewing, similar kind of commitment in that. But Leandro still in 2nd place. Lucas here on the replay. See how this wave, you watch, gets that nice cut back in, but then it tapers right down, and there's no wall on that one whatsoever. So he may as well have done that, because without it, you're not getting a score anyway.
Noel with one more opportunity on his backhand.
Beautiful style and technique. Wow.
All right, scores have already dropped for that, a 5.17. So he's increasing the lead. Lele now chasing a 6.17. Lucas still with that 6.74 as the requirement. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. This has been a great heat. You would have expected with the, the Olympic title for Leandro, with the ISA gold medals and the, the success he's had at these levels, that he would have been, especially in that red jersey as the highest seed coming into this heat specifically, not really in question. Would he have found himself those 5s, 6s, maybe 7s quite easily? But I love seeing the Chilean, the young surfer in Noel, just rise to the occasion. Lucas with a little stall there throws in some flair.
Almost felt like a little bit of frustration coming out. He can't quite find the right waves when he's been in 3rd priority quite a lot. When he's had the priority, he's made some mistakes with the wave selection. So plenty of room for improvement.
Noel with a victory lap on his way in, wanting to close the door shut and just feeling loose on the finishes as well.
Noel's got a great style, great technique, super light on his feet, but able to produce power when he needs to. Leandro, similar, just coming in, really looks at the clock, realises it's done. But his job is done. He's in 2nd place. But the Chilean, a super impressive performance to take the win.
And impressive for him to find those couple of 5s. The 5.67 is the highest score. Leandro unable to scratch that 5-point ride. Now this this heat specifically, 20 minutes was the slowest that we felt.
Yes.
So there was much less opportunity. But well done for Noel for finding the right waves within that 20 minutes.
And he went big on some, and if he completed and converted on some of them big aerial attempts, he could have gone well beyond the 5s that he scored. So as we see this closing slow-mo.
Incredible surfing, Noel, through with the win. And coming up next, Olympian Championship Tour surfer Rio Waida of Indonesia is hitting the water.
Wait. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
Well, welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Let's get right into it with Rio Waida flying down the line. Another stacked international superheat on hand for us here at La Bocana. Podium 1, we've got Podium 2, firing on all cylinders just up the beach at El Sunzao. Mitch, I guess you don't have to really say it every single time because, yet again, this is a unique and interesting matchup with surfers from all over the planet coming down here to fight for potential Olympic qualification, to fight for ISA medals. And I want to take back the word fight, to surf for. This is a joyful competition. And
Sometimes.
Very welcoming to all levels of fans, whether this is your first surf contest experience or you're a seasoned vet. Quick up and down right there for Gonzalo Gutierrez. Spain represented here. Indonesia. Guatemala, Guam.
Fully international.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Here goes Carlos Escobar. Nice. High-speed floater. Quick snap there. Building points down the line. Solid finish. Surfer representing Guatemala. And as he gives the judges something to think about, that gives us the chance to go down to the boardwalk. Jess, standing by.
Hey, Chris. Hey, guys. Thanks so much. Winner of last heat, Noel from Team Chile. That was a great performance. You look really relaxed and really energetic at the end of those waves, especially those reverses. Must have felt good for you.
Yes, really happy to make the hit. I started good with a good wave, like a 4, I think. And I finished with like 2.5, so yeah, really happy to make the hit.
And you took out one of the top seeds in ISA surfing. I mean, Lele, he's so prominent throughout the ISAs for so many years. Were you thinking about that before the heat, that you were against somebody from Argentina like Lele?
Yeah, I had a lot of hit with Lele in the US. So yeah, it's really good to compete with him and really happy to pass the hit first.
And Team Chile looks super fired up as well. You guys have got a strong coaching and management and overall team. How has it been in the vibes in the house for Team Chile?
Yes, the Chilean team is really strong this year. So it's my first time competing in the ISA Open. So yeah, really happy and let's go.
Beautiful, and so many supporters at home, I'm sure, for you. Would you like to speak in Spanish to those guys at home watching?
Nada, un saludo a todos. Muchas gracias por estar apoyando y vamos Chile.
Beautiful, there he is. Took out the heat win for Team Chile. Thanks, guys.
Vamos Chile. Strong finish there for the young Chilean. And we're already 5 minutes into this heat. Rio Waida opens up with a 6.67. Big score to start. Carlos Escobar will be in second for now on the strength of that 3.5. We got surfer in white, Jared Gogu. And he is up and at it. Nice, strong snap start for Jared. Good finish. Just looking at Jared's bio on the ISAsurf.org site, 25 years old from Dedeo. His home break is called Boat Basin. And he's been around. He's riding a Ryan Sokol surfboard. Ryan Sokol, shaping out of Encinitas, California. Jared, born and raised on Guam, started surfing at age 4. His dad taught him. And he started competing at age 11. He's been on some QS events, WSAs. So he gets around, gets a jersey on, and goes out there and does business. And a good start for Jared there.
Yeah, no, and I see him all the time. Resides now in Huntington Beach, surfs the pier. He's one of the pier rats, and got a good air game too. Loves to surf a lot of these inside bowls as well. As we have our look at Gonzalo, the one snap right there. Out of the 3 surfers from Spain, and we're talking about a powerhouse team that usually finishes within the top 10, maybe a medal discussion. The newest surfer on the team, Gonzalo Gutierrez, only 25 years of age, comes from the northern part of Spain. Not as known as both Adur and Aritz on the team on the men's side, but if they bring him, it has to be for a reason. So I'm really excited to see him surf for the first time in a jersey. And Spain, to me, has always had one of the most complete teams. They have good variation of waves. They travel all over Europe, meaning that they surf and compete in both Portugal and Spain quite a bit. And they've been traveling quite a bit to Central America, specifically to El Salvador, to feel their team and see who they're going to bring to the ISA World Surfing Games, as we will be qualifying 1 European male and 1 European female at this event.
Yeah, and just the split second we saw him, I can tell he's a really good surfer. There's some times where even one little quick turn like that, and you can see pretty clearly that he's on it. Here we go, Rio Waida, easy, light work for Rio. Beautiful frontside air, nails the grab, gets the rotation. Real nice and lofty. I mean, it almost looked as if he was floating, levitating there for a minute. Loved the look of that one. And the judges know, even though it looked easy, it's a really difficult trick to do. Rio Waida, one of the best in the world, and definitely will take advantage of a ramp if he sees one in front of him, as he just did there.
And as of right now, he's the front runner for Rookie of the Year on the Championship Tour as well. Waida takes every heat seriously. He surfs every heat like it should be, like a final. Went out there, got prepared, and he's looking for another medal to his collection, Chris. He's the runner-up from last year, silver medalist in Huntington Beach, edged out by Kanoa Igarashi. I like his chances here at this wave.
Fully agree. A quick look there yet again for Gonzalo Gutierrez. So he has definitely not been getting the best waves, but he's making good use of the smaller waves that he's had. And I'm with you, Mitch. I want to see Gonzalo getting the opportunity to open up. You can tell he's got a lot of power. You can tell he's a very precise surfer. So now it's time for him to get in the mix a little bit and get himself a bigger set wave to get more opportunity to show us what he's got. We want it.
Yeah. And in this heat, Jared surfs great. We saw what Carlos can do on the right. And coming from Guatemala, a real small country, but they have a lot of talent and good consistency of waves too. You need to be getting at least 2 5s to make it out of this one.
Gogu now. Couple quick snaps down the line. Solid wave, gets the big finish. Subtle claim, just a little puff out of the chest, letting the judges know he's in complete control. Riding out of that wave. Will he go left? Will he go right? He's going to fade right. Rio Waida off the bottom. Whip crack snap to start.
Off tempo after the first carve, it seemed like his body was out of sync. Still, I mean, he has 2 scores already. We're still waiting on the air, and there you see Team in Indonesia. Their 3 men are incredible. Agus, One Anwar, and Rio Waida. Easily contenders for winning the whole thing as a team. I believe this is the air. Stalls. And when you see that, you know that he has enough speed for the section ahead. Wow, incredible rotation, Chris. The variation that he brought to this air, you can see tail high. But it wasn't a normal stock standard air reverse where it's kind of pointing forward the whole time. He almost pointed at the beach. And wasn't a 540, as you say, a full rotation. But I think it's almost even harder to land on the roof of the wave and transition when your fins are sliding forward like that.
Yeah, it's almost a 2-for-1 there.
It is.
Landing up on top of the barrel and then managing to maintain control through the free fall down into the base of the wave.
It's like,
extremely difficult.
hey, TLC said it, gone chasing waterfalls, and you have to manage getting out of that waterfall right there.
He chased one, he found it, rode out clean. Quick look at Gogu right there, who has surfed his way to the top of the lineup for now.
Couple of fours.
Yeah, that's not a bad start for Jared Gogu. Wheeler Hasberg will be coming up next for that Power Pack Team Canada. Sharif Fall, Matthew McGillivray. What a heat we got up
gnarly
next.
heat. I'd have to say that's the most difficult heat of the round to make it out of so far.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Wheeler Hasberg, impressive talent. Resides in Encinitas, has Canadian, heritage, and spends a lot of time in Sayulita, Mexico too. Diverse skill set for him.
Here we go, Escobar. And there's not a lot of coverage or, international knowledge of waves in Guatemala. What are they like? Is it beach
They're good.
breaks?
Yeah, mostly beach breaks.
Is it by design that we don't know a lot about Guatemalan surfing?
Well, first of all, it's a real poor country. They don't have a lot of media exposure whatsoever. They've been through, a couple different things through their, political system and whatnot. And overall, they've never really had the chance to showcase how good they are as surfers and, compete outside of their country of origin too many times either. Right now, huge opportunity for them. Obviously looking for a spot in Olympic qualification, but I think in general, they're just looking to do better as a team overall. Fielding a really young team again. I mean, most of their surfers are within their early 20s, if not late teens. So huge opportunity. You asked me about the waves, mostly beach breaks, but in the northern part of Guatemala, hitting Mexico, Chiapas, the most further south state of Mexico. Some good point breaks around there too. A lot of long right-hand point breaks. Wow, that air of Waida comes in at 6.93. He's back in first.
Watch that all day long. Jared Gogu now, quick snap there, right in the pocket, well placed, difficult wave to surf, and it shows. He goes down in his second attempt. Did get one good turn off. He's still in second place, waiting for scores from Carlos Escobar. And Gonzalo, so far, I don't think he's surfing up to his potential. He does have a 3.67, but we can tell he's a really good surfer. And will we see it? I think we are, Mitchell. Here we go. Gutierrez now. Quick foam climb. Now he gets some open face to work with. Bam! Bashes that section. Nice control.
Solid.
Gets the free fall. He's a really good surfer. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, very clear. The maneuvers he's done so far. He hasn't had that much opportunity, but you can tell man has skills. And speaking of skills, Rio Waida now showing us why he is an international surfing superstar. I would say at this point, definitely the most famous and well decorated in terms of competition surfer from Indonesia ever.
Mm-hmm. I'd say, we could disagree and stuff too, but I'd still say that Rizal Tanjung has probably had the greatest amount of influence. Yeah,
definitely.
But I think in terms of what Rio has accomplished, no doubt the most decorated competitive surfer, and obviously he's brought international stardom to Indonesia. But how long did it take to get an Indonesian on the CT?
Took a while.
Long time.
There's always been incredible talent, but Tet Merta, you can go on and on.
Lee Wilson.
You can go on and on with the names of incredible surfers, but now the depth of field has grown, and I think the Rizal influence, the Batet influence,
Tipi Jabrick.
Tipi, there's kind of that group of older surfers that paved the way, that inspired the youth. Dede Soriana, that guy was
Marlon Gerber.
Called one. He was being touted as the Indonesian Slater. Like and he had that style. So the groundwork was laid, and now we're seeing this generation, Rio Waida and Oni, coming through and really, capitalizing on the early work that Indonesian surfers did. Probably, obviously we've been watching Indonesian surf videos since the 60s, 70s, but it was probably the 90s. Taylor Steele grabbing Rizal, putting him in front of the camera, helped out a lot. And I think, that was a huge moment. The mid-90s, late 90s, Indonesia really had a blossoming of young talent. Here's one of them, Rio Waida.
Yeah, and looking to improve on a 6.67. Maybe not. It was broken up surfing, and I mean by broken up, he kind of had to chase some sections, had to manufacture a score out of that wave. Comes in as 5.67, so does not improve But this turn right here, the single best maneuver of Gutierrez so far in this heat, comes in as a 5.17. That moves him up to second place. So a big moment in this heat for him. Just over 5 minutes to go now. Jared Gogi needing a 4.75. And Escobar, Carlos needing a low 5 right here. Here goes Gonzalo again.
Watch out. This is going to be big.
Oh,
sorry. That's called a commentator curse. That's my fault. I am sorry, Gutierrez. You'll have another opportunity, and I'm just going to keep it at a minimal pitch there. But again, a very good surfer. He finds himself in second place.
Well,
and
it seems like
scores.
Yeah, but I was just about to say, it seems like he's way more comfortable on the rights. I mean, he's gotten his 2 best scores on the right so far. Doesn't seem as good on the left end. It's tough sometimes when you come to a new spot, compete for the first time. You have a lot of expectations from your team, and you have, 2 talented surfers on your team, a former CT surfer, and so far the only Spaniard to qualify for the Championship Tour, and a young kid like Adura Matriain, who is pushing the level of surfing in Spain and that region of the Basque Country specifically. Huge moment here for Gonzalo and Team Spain overall to get one of their surfers through right now.
Yeah, for sure. Gonzalo, 25 years old, Soto de la Marina. His home break, Liencres. He rides a pocket rocket.
Yeah.
And he is a national champion, and that's a very common theme that we hear in ISA World Surfing Games is most of the competitors that we have here are national champions at some stage in their career, include Gonzalo in that conversation.
To win a national championship in Spain is no joke
either.
either.
Yeah, that's a big win. I mean, that right there, that one line in his bio says, speaks volumes of how good this guy surfs. He comes from the north of Spain, Cantabria region, and he's like us, Mitch. He just likes surfing at home with a couple friends. He likes to travel, discover new places, skating, listening to music. I think we'd get along with Gonzalo as well.
I'm going to have to chat him up after he comes in, but 3 minutes to go. If you're Gogi, you were in, first for a while, second most of the heat, and now you're down to third, needing a 4.75, and it would have to be your best wave too. Tough ask right now. We'll see how well he's able to use priority. I've seen him surf, has a good air game, and for Carlos, he needs to be on the best wave of the heat for him too. As Rio, once again, he's looking for that south right, the deepest peak right here at La Bocana. This is how he did so well in 2021. And that's actually how he qualified for the Olympic Games. So
I think he got a taste of the air wind, and he was thinking, okay, this is playing into my strengths. Wow, this heat went by quick. 2 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Rio Waida way into the lead. Gutierrez hanging in there in second. Gogi in third for now. Carlos Escobar, a couple scores. He's got a 3.53 and a 3.5. I mean, that's a decent heat total. But when you're going up against guys like Rio and Gonzalo, national champions.
Ooh, good wave.
Championship Tour surfers. Here we go. This could be the comeback wave.
Oh, Jared.
Yeah, that was maybe just over excitement. That section looked really nice. Anyone who's surfed and knows how to turn, sometimes you see a section, you go, oh, this is all me right here, and you get a little overexcited. Potentially that's what happened there. He wanted to rip the roof off that thing, but Doug Rail went down. Could have another opportunity at the minute 45.
He does. He needs to hustle, though. And Gonzalo's moving over. He has higher priority than him. But you saw him even splash the water a little bit, too. You can sense the frustration right there. Right now, it's hell or high water, though. You need to be going for a wave, go for a big air. I mean, a 4.75, close to a 5. You could accomplish it with one single big maneuver. It needs to be a left, though, for him to do that. He has a good air game on the right, but not as consistent. In a minute 20, he might have a shot here. It seems like they're paddling for something.
Super consistent out here, so plenty of opportunities, lefts and rights. It is a little bit tricky of a lineup because, perception tells you that this is just the perfect peak, but the peak does shift up and down a little bit. As you see Gutierrez now, quick little foam bounce there. Now you see him building up speed.
Sick.
That was a nice looking finisher. 50 seconds to go, takes a look at the watch, makes the decision, I'm coming in. Second place. He's pretty solid in there. That could better his 3.57. Love the look of that ending turn. 41 seconds to go. Carlos Escobar on his backhand. Building up speed. Couple turns, setting things up. Gets the finish, rides out clean. Nothing super radical, but just nice, smooth, clean surfing for Carlos Escobar.
Good way to finish the heat on your feet.
A little confident booster there. Third and fourth place surfers will go into the repechage round, where that will be where you just got to cling to life. Hang on. There's so many big names that have been relegated to the repechage heats that, you know, I wouldn't even call that a secondary round. It's just it's a parallel round.
Yep.
So much talent.
Oh, does this wave count? Might have been up in time.
It's going to be a close one. Leave it up to the panel, but he's looking.
Either way.
He's looking for a 5.57. That wave was okay.
Tapered off.
He did his best on a kind of a lackluster wave, so I wouldn't put that in as his fault. But a good heat. Rio Waida ripping as always, and we want to introduce you to Gonzalo Gutierrez to the international field. Day one of competition went off. The highlight reel will get you excited and inspired to go surf, so we highly recommend checking it out. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. More action to come.
On day one of competition, we saw a mixture of speed, power, and flow at both podiums. El Sunsal and La Bocana shined on day one. The highest wave of the day on the men's side goes to Mexico's own Sebastian Williams with an 8.77. The three-time world champion Gabriel Medina returning to winning form with an 8.33.
Step by step, you know, we have great competitors coming from Brazil, and we have only 2 spots. It's exciting to be there fighting for this one of these spots.
And the stalwart Carlos Munoz, Kauli, the Costa Rican, drops an 8.17, the third highest score of the day.
Great surfing from the Olympian. Had his opportunity in Tokyo, there in Chiba.
Wow, power, speed, and flow.
U.S. superstar Caroline Marks dropping the highest wave score of the women, an 8.5. Carissa Moore, an 8.33 at the long right-hand point break of El Sunsal.
Yeah, I'm just, I think we all have that goal in mind, but we're trying to take it hit by hit, day by day. And that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what worked 2 years ago, so hopefully I can put it together again.
Sarah Baum from the Republic of South Africa dropping an 8.17, the third best wave of the women on day one. And stay tuned tomorrow for day 2 of action and see more Olympic dreams happen in El Salvador.
Great reporting there from Mitchell Salazar, giving you the update on day one. Every day of competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games will be packed. Inspirational surfing, entertainment, and of course, high stakes heat finishes. This one, it's going to give you all of that and more. Round 1, Heat 32, Wheeler Hasberg will be going up against Sharif Fall and Matthew McGillivray. We've got South Africa, Canada, and Senegal represented in this heat. There will be airs, there will be power surfing. There will be big scores, and I'm not afraid to guarantee you that. All 3 of these surfers very unique in style, but as we start with Wheeler Hasberg from Team Canada, this kid has been on fire.
Yeah, yes, and seems like going to be a decent score to open things up. I went to actually judge their Can-Am event in Tofino, British Columbia during the month of April, and boy, they are talented up there in the Great White North. You can see right here, deep bottom turn from Wheeler, working with Brad Gerlach, also known as Wave Key. Spent a few weeks in Australia before this event, and coming off of decent results. You know, also at the Paso Surfing Games, was a little disappointing after his opening round heat doing so well. This guy has a lot of talent too, Chris. 2.17 there for Sharif Fall. Has a great air game on the left, though. Really excited to see him out here.
Absolutely, Sharif. He is an international superstar. Team Senegal, when they first started showing up in ISA competition, they always got the Spirit Award. You know, they came through literally
best
with
dressed,
flying colors. Yeah, brought their traditional garments with them and brought so much joy, so much excitement anywhere they went. And Sharif has been an ISA competitor for a long time now. It's a pleasure to watch him surf, and I think we're both hoping that he gets the opportunity to take to the sky. We've seen it. We saw him do it last year in Huntington Beach to epic effect. He is just overall an extremely talented human. I think he's about 6'3".
At least.
Yeah. Very tall, and he definitely uses his entire body when he gets up and starts going down the line. And he's able to build a lot of speed. For a big guy, he surfs light on his feet.
Yep.
He can go fast.
And for not competing that much, it's very impressive what he's been able to do at the last 2 ISA World Surfing Games. I mean, in Senegal, you don't have many international competitions that feel this good of teams. And this guy specifically has been having a great year on the CT. Matt McGillivray, I jinxed him. Sorry, Matty.
Even the best fall. Something that we all learn early on as surfers. Sharif now easily making that transition to the inside section. It does not pay off for him, so not a great wave for either McGillivray or Sharif. And now we see Wheeler on what could be a gem. Nice section to work with here to start. Gets an open face carve. Building speed down the line. Quick snap there. Little air underneath his fins, but that one runs away from him as well. So it appears that all 3 surfers slightly out of position on that last exchange.
Yeah, and it also seemed like Wheeler was just looking to get a decent backup right there, too. First thing is first, get 2 scores on the board. You know who you're coming up against. You don't want to feel intimidated, but you want to accept the reality that you're going up against 2 of the best surfers in the draw.
No doubt.
There's no doubt about that. You need to go out there and surf the best heat of your life. Be very smart with your decision making, and Wheeler Hasberg will be extending his lead right now, Chris.
Absolutely. 14 minutes to go. Rio Waida just put on a clinic. He is standing by now with Jess.
He did exactly that. Thank you, Chris. Rio, he's just saying online there, you put on an absolute clinic, chasing down those rotations. You got a nice tail high completion as well.
Yeah, it was really fun. Good to be back in El Salvador. It's a beautiful country and beautiful place here in El Salvador. So I'm happy to be back. And yeah, it was absolutely firing. And yeah, my strategy was, and I paddled out and I saw my opponent was looking for left. So I was just, okay, maybe I just go right. It's not much, like 20 minutes hit, so it's not much time. So I just want to stay busy and do what I can do. And yeah, stoked. Maybe I didn't get the best wave, but probably I did enough good surfing to get good scores, so I'm stoked.
And you always seem to surf your heats. Doesn't matter if it's first round or a final, but you surf at like 150% every single time you paddle out in a jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying my best in any kind of condition. Sometimes I lose, but I'm still doing my best. And sometimes I lose, and yeah, I'm just doing the best that I can every heat, and and then the more hit I make, I'm gonna learn more and try to get better. And yeah, my plan for next round is get better.
And when we talk about Olympics, I mean, you've been there already, but you've got a couple of possible potential scenarios happening with the ISA and the WSL. Is that something that comes into your mind every single time you take the jersey?
There's a lot of scenarios. I can qualify from the World Tour, I can qualify from here, but I don't really think about it right now. I'm just thinking what I need to do right now. Like now I have to compete, so I'm just gonna focus how I'm gonna surf in the heat and stuff. And now I'm in the El Salvador. I'm gonna focus on ISA, so I'm not really thinking about World Tour. So yeah, just focus what I need to do right now, and yeah, it's just make me feel good. Not much distraction. Just focus on one thing.
And Indonesia, you guys have come in leaps and bounds in ways of performance. I'm sure there's so many Groms at home watching you and watching this interview. Would you like to have a shout out to those guys?
Yeah. Halo teman-teman Indonesia, saya senang sekali masuk ke babak berikutnya, dan round berikutnya saya akan lebih semangat, dan ya semoga teman-teman Indonesia baik-baik saja. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Rio. Congratulations. Good luck going through.
Great human, amazing surfer, humble, smart. I love that he addressed that. Yeah, look, there are a lot of scenarios happening around me, but I am fully focused on ISA competition. I'm here now. He's living in the present. Rio Waida, I mean, high percentage that he will be on the podium at the end of this week.
it's runner-up last year in Huntington Beach, and a wave that I think a lot of people wouldn't have really counted him in. And, well, snapped some necks right there, stepped on some skulls, and guess what, baby? He's got another chance to become an Olympian with this event and also with the championship tour. Love his attitude. I think when we talk about people that work hard, I put Kanoa Igarashi in that category, Leo Fioravanti, and I think this young gentleman from Indonesia is up there as well.
Fully agreed. So we got about 10.5 on the clock. Wheeler Hasberg in the lead. Sharif Fall in second. Here's how we got there. This is a look at Sharif's wave. Nicely served.
Yeah, and incredible style right there with that carve, too. I believe this is his 4.43, his best score of the heat so far. And Sharif in second place at the moment. That wave fizzled out here at the end. Looked for the completion right there. Wasn't able to get it. And then Wheeler drops his backup, a 4.67 on this one. Decent opening carve. Much better second turn right here. You can see him right there get a little lift underneath his board, just wanting right out of it. And then a 3.87 here by Sharif, his backup score so far. Little floater there to start things off. Into the lip, and then fits one more in before the finish.
You could tell he wanted an air that whole time.
Well, and then a 6.17 here from Matthew McGillivray too. The best wave of the heat so far. Strong snap there to start things off this heat in terms of his best wave, a 6.17. He is capable of some gnarly and big airs, though.
Oh, yeah.
And he is a huge dude, got a lot of muscle on him.
I was wondering where he was. Just a little slow start there, but McGillivray locks in a solid number. You know, I think if they do another Point Break, you got to cast Matthew McGillivray. This guy is, mind the cliche, as extreme as they get. He's a wingsuit pilot, a base jumper, parachutist.
Yeah.
I believe that's the correct term. Yeah. He'll jump off anything.
So is he playing Bodie?
He could play Bodie. He could
Johnny
play,
Utah?
like one of the gang, you know. He's got the look for it. He's basically a stunt man who surfs really, really good. You go to his Instagram and you're going, okay, everything he does is dangerous. You know, we've seen what he does at Waves of Consequence, Chopo, Pipeline, Sunset Beach. He's gnarly. I mean, and he is so low key and so, you know, he's humble. He's relaxed. He doesn't have like a you know, that braggadocious kind of big thing that you see from a lot of quote adrenaline junkies. He just does his thing, and he is fun to watch, and he's really fun to watch surf, even on a wave that bad. That was
weird.
That was not what we're used to from McGillivray. That was not extreme.
He only needs a 2-1-3.
There was no adrenaline on that wave. But he's got a big score, so he's just going to back things up. He just eased his way into second place, and he's got a lot of room to grow. And he's got time to do it, 8 minutes. But Wheeler right now with a pair of fours, he's taking this heat.
And Sharif's not far behind in third. And just getting back to your point, we see a lot of people like that, like Matthew McGillivray over the years. Be humble, be very, you know, silent in the way they compete and make it through rounds. I can tell you two straight off my head, B. Durbit and Adrian Buchan, and two of the best competitive minds in the history of professional surfing. They made a career out of making heats, advancing, and they spent more than a decade and a half on the championship tour, both of them. So if you're consistent with the way you address heats, with the way you compete, you'll be making a very successful career out of this. Yeah, you might not be a superstar, but you're going to be a star, and you're going to be on the championship tour for a long time. And so far, Matt McGillivray has done that in the first few years of his young career. And I think the back end of the championship tour season is very beneficial to him, going back to J-Bay as well.
Absolutely. 7:12 to go. We got a look from Sharif, who goes left. Could have a big section to work with there. Wheeler Hasberg goes right. He's got a nice looking wave. Big power snap to start. Comes around this section. Quick tap dance on the lip with the big finish. He's loving it, and he should, because that was a nice combination of major maneuvers from beginning to end. Well-surfed wave, and Sharif is going to look back at that replay and think, maybe I should have gone right. I did not see the priority order before they took off.
Yeah.
I do like to see a split peak, goofy versus regular. Always fun to watch, but it looked like Wheeler definitely got the better of that split.
Yeah, it seemed like Sharif just followed. He had an attempt. Scores coming through at a 1.17, and Hasberg looking for his best score right now, or at least trying to improve on a 4.67. Think he's going to do that and a bit more right here. Good wave selection so far from Wheeler. Been very efficient, has 3 scores that could easily be still in the scoreline. So Sharif up and down, opening snap for Wheeler, as good as it gets right there at the beginning. Up and over the second section, and tough third one. Like, he lost a little bit of speed with the second turn, but look at that deep bottom turn. Excellent technique, goes into the lip line. That's a critical maneuver in a very dangerous section of that wave. And the finish as well, very difficult. That angle with it on the right. Scores in, Chris, the best of the heat.
Yeah, that first turn was one of those turns that just felt so good. The judges loving it too. A 7-5. So he jumps way out of the lead. Guilherme now getting involved as well. He's got a 6-1-7. And we're going to wait for this score to come through. Big, solid finish right there. Textbook, tail slide, snap. Straight up with the nose. Pivots his board, powers through. Gets the tail up at 12 o'clock. So it's kind of a two-stage type of turn, which the judges always respect and reward. So expect a solid number for Guilherme as well.
And he has that kind of body type that when he's surfing, a lot of his body doesn't move.
Right.
But his hand positioning is really cool, where it adds to his style and it adds to his flair, but it never looks super crazy to the point where you're thinking, okay, like, he has Steph Gilmore style or Kelly style or Andy's kind of style. He's unique. And I think that's why sometimes it's hard for him to get judged within a criteria, because he doesn't necessarily fit every single thing that we see out of the judging criteria. There's been very few people over the course of history that I've said, okay, they surf outside of it. John and Gabe are two of them. I think on the women's side, Steph Gilmore's been one of them. Melanie Bartels was another one back in the day. And as of right now, I think on the Championship Tour, one of them is Matthew McGillivray. He doesn't really fit a mold.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, low-key style, but not, there's no hand jive. There's no jazz hands. Just everything nice and proper in its place. You got jazz hands?
Sometimes.
Like to see that. Hasberg now. Triple foam climb goes down. But sitting on a 7-5 and a 4.83. Now, Wheeler, he's surfed against the best of the best. He's been in, events since he was probably 5 years old, growing up down in Sayulita, Mexico, and then just recently went up to Canada. You were there. He won the Canadian National Championships in Tofino, which is very different than El Salvador. Reverse temperature. You're wearing booties, hoods, gloves. Or I would be. Wheeler.
It was freezing,
He's pretty
by the
tough. He's probably just wearing a full suit and booties. But here we go. Sharif winding up. That's the air game that we like to see from Sharif. I like that he pushed it. I like that he went for it. Didn't come down with it. Sometimes you got to risk it to get the reward. And I think that's what he was thinking there. That would have possibly put him up into second place. He only needs a 3.98. That's a very attainable score for Sharif Hall.
It is, and I think it was his only option on that wave too. So he was either go for one big turn, maybe get the 4, or go for a big air and get the best score of the heat so far for yourself. A 3.98, not a lot, but look at Matt McGillivray's patience so far in this heat. Has 4 waves, nothing better than the 6.17, but his backup is just a 2.23. And he is just holding on to dear life right now in second place. I mean, Sharif makes that, easily moves up into second place. Matt's needing a score now, at least in the 4s or a 5. And with 2.5 minutes to go, that's not a lot of time to get a wave right now out there. It's been a little inconsistent the last few heats. We do have a rising tide at around 12:30, and it's a high tide too. So right now, Sharif just needs to move away from Matt McGillivray, be smart, get your score, and then just hope for dear life that McGillivray doesn't get anything better than another 6.
Yeah, McGillivray's got that door cracked open, right? It's there for Sharif to walk through. He's got to figure out a way to kick that door shut. Anything above a 4 or a 5 would probably pretty much be the end of this heat. We'll see. Here comes a wave right to him.
Gonna let it go.
Doesn't like it. That wave was pretty wonked out. Bumpy up and down the face, so a no-go there. 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Tension building in the lineup. Wheeler Hasberg got a huge score, a 7.5, about midway through this heat, so he is sitting firmly in the lead. McGillivray, if he does drop a 6.17, he will jump into that top spot. We know what he's capable of. He's got 6s all day long, if given the opportunity. Now time starts to wind away. Minute 20.
It's a tense heat. I'm looking over my shoulder, and Sharif is so far over basically on the peak right next to the beach break. So he's only looking left right now. McGillivray's comfortably in second, holding first priority. So that's the only thing that he has going for him right now. But he's still looking to improve on his low score, just a 2.23. But for Sharif Fall, he's by himself over here, and he's up and riding.
He's only looking left, and I think he maybe identified that there could be a ramp over on the end of this wave. It's pretty bumpy coming up the face. Couple nice turns there, so he's doing work. Smaller wave. He's going to have to hope for a big finish here. Gets to this inside section, building speed. Blasts the finish.
Wow.
Wow, just right on the line. So he needs a 4.
Basically.
Was that his best wave of the heat?
But then Matt's going here, and he's only looking to improve on a 2.23.
Yeah, so the celebration is probably going to be quieted down quick as McGillivray is down. Generating speed. Carving nicely back into the white water. Jumping over a rib. Getting into a secondary wave. Weird waves. Where's Dylan Graves when we need him? That was pretty cool at the finish. Not going to be a big score.
How much does he better, though, is the real question.
I don't think that betters it at all, really. I mean, the 2.23, it's going to be probably a 3-something. So now we all wait patiently to see, did Sharif Fall do enough? Sharif's wave was hard to surf.
It was.
It wasn't a big wave.
No,
it wasn't a beautiful
small
wave. It was pretty bumpy. But he did rip the guts out of it, that's for sure.
So McGillivray does improve a 3.17. I mean,
slightly.
Not even a point better. So Sharif now needing close to a 5. Is it his best wave? Remember his 4.43 cleaner wave on the outside. Didn't get the finish, but had a decent combination, though, on the outside. And this wave, not as good in terms of quality. The surfing was definitely there. I just feel like the wave wasn't the one that he needed at this point of the heat to make it out of it. 4.92, needing basically a 5. Here's the replay, Chris. So smaller wave, cleaner face at the beginning, carves it back. Once again, more power in that second one. And then right here is where it gets hard. Into the lip. And, like, the finish was strong.
Nice finish.
A lot of speed into the section, up and over it. Cool angle coming out of it, too. Added some variation and a bit of spice. Yeah, it's a 3.83. I just think that the wave itself didn't have enough quality for the score. But good effort, though. I like to see that.
Yeah, I think he surfed that wave probably as good as it could have been surfed. But the wave did not give him the love back that he gave to the wave. Either way, we will see more Sharif Fall. He is now in the repechage. Congrats to Team Canada, Wheeler Hasberg on the win. More action to come. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. We're live from Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, let's fill it up again. We've got 3 talented surfers paddling out to La Volcana lineup. The waves are looking fun. Not easy to surf.
Nope.
There are some tricky happenings out here today, but it's head high, it's punchy, it's peaky, it's absolutely rippable. If anybody's going to rip this place, it's these 3 guys right here. We got a quick start. Your surfer from Dominican Republic, Sari Perez, going up against Javon Brown from Jamaica, and Lob, a.k.a. Liam O'Brien from Team Australia.
Lobby.
Liam is right there in that conversation with Ethan Ewing as One of the most technically savvy and sound surfers we have right now in the elite. His style is pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
His rail work is incredible.
Case in point.
Need I say more? There he is, Liam O'Brien.
So, few great carves to start this wave off by Lob. Little finish one right there. Add a little variation. Score comes in at a 4.33. The modern day Mark Richards, as we call him nowadays. And he's got the offer to go with it, Chris.
Why do I think Lamborghini when I see him surfing? So fast, so precise. You know, even on a tricky ender like that, he has the ability to stay on his feet and ride out. He definitely had one of the most heartbreaking stories of 2022.
The most.
Injured literally 15 minutes before his first heat on the championship tour. But he's back. We don't need to talk about that. He's here, he's now, he's ripping. And speaking of being here now and ripping, Wheeler Hasberg, Team Canada, went off in that last heat. He's standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, he absolutely went off. Wheeler, we were just having a quick chat before the camera turned on you about what you were doing in preparation leading into this heat before you knew you had Maddie McGillivray.
Yeah, well, I was literally, like, before the event, I was watching videos and that, just surfing, like, hyping myself up, like, getting ready. I was like, wow, I want to do those turns. These are so sick. And to have him in my heat, I was like, okay, here we go. Like, this is my moment. So I even, like, sat pretty close to him because I wanted to be in that environment and sit next to one of the best and just absorb as much as I can. So, yeah, it was one of the best heats of my life, just being against one of those guys, or both of them, too. Like, Sharif is... I watch videos of him too, so yeah, it's cool.
And you're still a junior too. You're like just coming up through the ranks. What's it like to don the Canadian jersey for the ISA Games?
Oh, it's incredible. There's no better feeling than representing your country, especially here in El Salvador against like some of the world's best. Like, I just love this so much. Like, I can't not stop smiling at this event. So I'm just so stoked and grateful for the opportunity, and I'm just gonna give it my all.
Well, you absolutely gave it your all. You had a pretty good looking 7.5 in that heat as well. Could you hear the beach announcers give you back that information? Did you just charge up off it?
Well, the wave came, and it was actually a really weird wave. It came from like super wide, and I had first priority, so I scratched into it. And I was like, okay, breathe, let's go. Let's do this. So I just did the turn, and then after that first turn, I was like, okay, it kind of set the pace. And yeah, I even did a little like stand-up style claim, but yeah, it was fun. So it was awesome.
And for everybody watching at home, I'm sure you got plenty of family and plenty of new fans coming on board the Hasberg train.
Yeah, quiero decir gracias a todos los mis amigos en México que me están apoyando. Y my dad, my mom, my sister, Jocelyn, Brad Gerlach, my coach, for helping me out. Shannon, Albie, all like the Canadian team. I'm just so stoked. So yeah, we're going. Woo.
Thank you so much, Wheeler. There you go, guys. The heart and soul of ISA surfing right there.
We love that kid, Wheeler Hasberg. Great spokesperson for the sport of surfing. You could just feel the stoke coming off him right there. And I love that, you know, he manifested a heat with Maddie McGillivray, and that manifestation showed itself in a win, beating one of his idols. That has to feel real good. And he came into the beach, his entire team on the rocks, flying their flags, cheering him on. Great midday portion of the day for young Wheeler Hasberg. And speaking of great, this kid just oozes greatness with every turn. Liam O'Brien is on one.
Yeah, and for a lot of these Australian surfers, they haven't surfed or competed here before at La Wakana, so new experience for them. As we see Siobhan Brown from Team Jamaica dropping a 3.07, best score of the heat for him. Still in third place, but good to see some new names from the Jamaican team right here as he gets a finish too. So, you know, looking like he's got to improve a little bit more in terms of his flow on that wave, but overall has a lot of power, knows how to gain speed. And then we saw Saori Perez has a couple of twos in a scoreline that has him in second place. But overall, great to see a lot of these new teams bring new and fresh blood to their teams. I know Garen Price and a lot of the other surfers from Jamaica that have originally competed for their team would like to come back. But I think an opportunity to compete against the world's best and consider yourself one of the world's best, Chris, nothing better than that.
No doubt. Yeah, Javon Brown. Oh. Yeah, we've got a situation. Looked like in second priority was Saori Perez, so we will see what the judges do with that little happening right there. But meanwhile, Liam O'Brien is just kind of doing his own thing, blasting that right from beginning to end with such just beauty and precision. I mean, I'll stop saying how good his style is because it's pretty obvious whenever he stands up on his board that he's got a great style.
Everything looks good.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to be another sizable score for Liam O'Brien. He's got a 5-5 and a 4-3-3, so a great start. Now we just got to wait to see what happened between blue and green. While we're talking about green, Jovan Brown, 24 years old, born in the Boston district of Jamaica. He is currently the number 3 ranked surfer in Jamaica, which makes sense. They have 1, 2, and 3 ranked on their team. He's a surf instructor with 20 years of experience. So he started surfing at age 4. Here we go. This is Sari Perez. Quick reaction from what may be some kind of an interference. We don't know yet. But back to Jovan. He surfs Boston Beach in Portland, Jamaica. Cool name.
It
Here's
is.
a replay of Liam O'Brien. Well, that first turn. Come on.
Amazing carve. Lays it on rail the whole time. That DHD looks great underneath his feet. And this wave on the right has a lot of bend coming toward you as well. And that was just incredible variation by Lob right there at the end. Great read. And unfortunately right here for Jovan, lack of experience with priority, and especially in big events too. Probably going to be a priority interference on his behalf over the surfer in blue, Saudi Perez. So it seems like, you know, he's going to get 0 points for his second score now. So priority interference, you don't get a second scoring ride anymore. And as of right now, he could still be getting into second place with just a single score. Anything above a 4.5 would actually put him up in the second.
Well, if you do get an interference, you can't get down on yourself. You can't give up because we've seen surfers still get through heats, even just on the strength of one score. You know, if he catches one of those lefts and blows the thing up, get himself a 6, you know, right now that would be enough to be above Sari Perez from Dominican Republic. But for Perez, you know, born and bred in warm water, you know, kind of bumpier conditions, Dominican Republic known as being a hot spot for kite surfing and windsurfing, but also great surf breaks. But, you know, he'll be feeling right at home out here, probably similar water temp as well and all that. Here we go, 10-14. So this is a great opportunity for Sari and a great way to surf that wave. So nice, smooth snap to start, gets up into the lip, extended, gets some air under his board. Now we've got Brown answering back and going down. And this is kind of how this heat has gone, this tempo is. You got blue and green kind of harassing each other on the left, and Liam is just having a field day on the rights.
He's filming a surf part over there on those rights now. 4.33 to open up, then a 5.5, and then this wave right here, looking at the replay, the get-go. Wow, what a strong turn to start things off. And then just the variation that he brought to those 2 sections that he had at his disposition, straight up into lip right there, cut some speed off, and the way he was able to bring his tail around and use the 180, held onto his rail for a little bit, that was filthy.
Sorry now on the right. Oh, he's going for it.
And he did improve on his previous wave, a 3.93. So now with the priority interference being official, Jovan Brown now needs at least a 6.33 to overtake Perez.
It's just getting harder and harder, isn't it?
Yeah, if Perez gets more than 10 points in his scoreline, it would be impossible for Jovan to overtake him unless Perez were to get an interference himself. But at this point in the heat, there's still chance, and there's plenty of time. You go out there, you get on the best wave of the heat, on a set wave. Yep, should be fun.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Always.
Liam O'Brien is well into the lead for now. Give you a little bit of his background. He's 24 years old, born and raised on the Gold Coast of Australia. His home break, his favorite break, Burleigh Heads. And Burleigh Heads is, you know, has, I guess, started to be overshadowed since the Super Bank came into play in the early 2000s. But Burleigh Heads, an iconic surf spot in Australia. I mean, that's where you had so many events going way back in the day. Watch Beyond Blazing Boards if you want to see some good Burleigh Heads footage from back in the day.
Any names that we should watch?
I mean, all of them. Aki, Barton Lynch. Seen his backhand at Burleigh Heads. He will rip that place up then and now. Burleigh Heads has been breeding really smooth, stylish surfers for a long time. Nice right-hand point break. And you can tell Liam O'Brien, there's some surfers that it's pretty clear that you can tell they were born and raised on a point break. His style kind of echoes that. He did get a 3rd place at the Rip Curl Surf at Rottnest on the championship tour. This is his first time in El Salvador. He's excited to compete for his country. His hobbies are relaxing. And El Salvador is a great place to relax.
It is.
This is a place you can come and not do anything and have the time of your life. It's paradise.
He's doing that right now. I love how descriptive he is in his bio. Yeah, first time to El Salvador, competing with the team. I'm excited. That's all he wrote.
Yeah. Well, he's very quiet. You know,
Yeah.
Him and Ethan Ewing have a lot in common. You know, both similar styles in the water. Both just very chill, relaxed guys. They don't say a lot. But Liam, he's definitely a cool character. He's been up and down the boardwalk, meeting people, meeting new friends from 63 countries around the world.
Oh.
That was a perfect backside snap. Take a screenshot, put it in the dictionary, backside snap. That was it. That was beautiful surfing.
It was. How was that bottom turn too? Deep.
It was all there.
Precise.
Beginning to end. One motion. Perfection.
And he's always been in a good position for these waves because he found a rhythm out there with the ocean. Started with the left, then went right a few times in a row. Now his low score of 5.57 before this wave. And he might even improve with the one single turn right there. Had the little setup before. That second turn on the left was just precise. It was explosive and great read of that wave. 6 minutes to go. O'Brien in a league of his own in this heat, obviously. But the battle for second still there. Bettis with a 3.93 and a 2.4. And Javon Brown, want to see him on a quality wave on the outside, Chris. Needs to be on the best wave of this heat.
He might be. He might be right here. No pressure. First priority, Javon Brown. Beautiful double overhead wave. Nice opening snap there for Javon. And just got a little ahead of himself.
Why?
Had tons of speed. He was looking for anything better than a 6.33. And in his defense, it did look like that wave was starting to close out a little bit. But had he finished, that could have been right on the money.
And looking back at Lob's wave right here, comes in at a 6.5, his best score so far. Look at this. Sets it up, and he recognized that this wave was going to bowl up right here. Just impeccable timing, the precision, in the pocket the whole time. And he got a good score with really only one maneuver. As good as it gets right there, Chris.
Well, that turn was a perfect 10. But when you're looking at the overall judging criteria, we're looking for a combination of major maneuvers, all those things. So while that was the perfect turn in the perfect part, you know, we got to leave some room at the top of the scale because we know Liam O'Brien has a lot more to give. So if you want to learn proper technique on backside turns, just replay that wave a bunch of times.
Yeah.
But credit again to Sari Perez. I mean, he's putting up a fight. He's got a 4.13 and a 3.93. He knows that Javon is capable. Even with that mistake on that last set wave for Javon, if Sari was anywhere in the vicinity, I think he was right there paddling out towards that wave, he was probably thinking, oh no, what's about to happen?
Yeah. Well, and now he's out of harm's way, drops a 4.13. Brown now needs an 8.06. That's an excellent score, and there have been very few excellent scores so far on day number 2 of competition. He'd have to go huge. It would have to be an incredible wave. He is up and riding, though. Might be a bit too deep right here, Chris. That wave's going to close out. But you have to respect the competitive savvy of Saudi Perez. He went out there with a mission, make it out of this heat, and so far he's doing just that. They didn't force the priority interference because he had the right of way for that wave. So I'd like to see him compete in this one.
Yeah, there was no tactics involved there for Sari.
Just lack of experience from Brown. You know, big moment, big heat. You go up against one of the best surfers in the world, an elite surfer.
Sometimes you just don't see the person. You know, you don't see the guy or girl that's in the whitewater right there. And at that angle, you know, Sari was pretty much in and under the whitewater. So
happens on every wave.
It happens. Yeah, lowers. It happens a lot. I didn't see you. You were in the whitewater.
But that's where I ripped it down the line. The wave was super good. I didn't see you.
Sorry, I didn't see you for 25 seconds on that wave. My left eye.
My peripheral vision isn't good.
especially when I'm going left. I don't really see well on
Yeah,
the right eye.
I'm only looking left.
Didn't have my glasses on. 2:45 to go. Liam O'Brien, 6'5", 5'8", some big numbers there. Sari Perez, 8.06. And still same situation for Brown. Only allotted one score, so did get an interference. So basically whatever two-wave total he thought he was going to get, that's cut down to a one-wave total. Not an easy way to get through a heat, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the DR, they've had much better surfers the last few years. They have people ranked within the top 50 and 80 in the North American region on the qualifying series. They have a QS event there now, the Cabarete Pro, which has been a 3,000 for a few years in a row. Actually, Cole Hausman won there to qualify for the Challenger Series this season before. He started off with that incredible win in Narrabeen. And what the Dominican Republic has done so well, they've taken advantage of the good waves that they have that are consistent. And they know that it is windy, but there's opportunities for bigger events for them there in order to hone their homegrown talent. So they want a lot of surfers internationally to come surf their events, but they want to have their surfers in the events too.
100%. 1:32 to go. Victory lap for Liam O'Brien. Late drop. Doesn't get around that section. The wave crumbles away from him. No harm, no foul. He's still well into the lead.
That's the only score he's going to have lower than a 4, though.
That right there is an impressive stat. So explain the consistency we're seeing now from Liam O'Brien.
So opens up with a 4.33, then a pair of 5s, a 5.87, which he's keeping in a score line of 6.5, and then a 4.57 before this real quick wave. What he's doing is he's making sure that he's on good waves that could potentially be scoring waves or keeper waves for him in a score line. And in terms of consistency, he hadn't fallen up until this point right here. So your confidence is sky high. You're obviously elevating your own game and gaining more knowledge of a spot that you haven't competed at before. I love what I'm seeing. He's an underdog when it comes to Team Australia. He's the lowest ranked out of the 3 on the championship tour, but in terms of talent alone, he's got it. And I mean, you said the style of growing up at a point break, but he's done incredibly well at beach breaks. Former runner-up at the U.S. Open. He's done well in Newcastle and in Manly. I expect him to do very well here. Probably a finalist.
Yeah, you got to be well-rounded if you want to get to the elite. That's for sure, and he is that. Just hope to see more of him. You know, I think we're all excited to watch Liam O'Brien surf. Anytime he paddles out, is unfortunate the way his potential start in the championship tour went, but that's in the past. He's on fire now. He gets a convincing victory. Sari Perez hangs on to keep the dream alive for Dominican Republic. Their team coming through in second place. Javon Brown, Team Jamaica. He will go into the repechage round. So we will see more from Team Jamaica, and you will see more high-level surfing. Lots of action to come. We're going to be here all day long. Let's keep it rolling with Shannon and Barton. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Shannon Hughes here alongside the ever-frothing Barton Lynch, 88 world champ, and we get to call some great heats throughout today's action.
Yeah, excited. The conditions are great. glassy this morning, then a little bit of side wind came up, but it's backed off now and it's cleaned up, so the conditions getting better near the top of the tide. Still a little bit more of that tide to come in, but waves every day, waves all day, and it's going to be a great heat again, folks. Hope you enjoy it. Look at this, up and riding in the blue through to the inside. That's Manuel Selman from Chile. Great ride there. Worked his way beautifully along the face. You can see there, look at the feet kicking. That shows the enthusiasm, the passion he has for this moment, and he recognises the importance of this, the first round, and getting an early ride always takes that pressure off. Having a look in the red from Argentina. Nice snap. Oh, flaring turn out of the top. Smaller wave, shorter wave, but you can tell that this young man, youngest in the Argentinian team, and from what I understand, behind Lulu, Leandro Usuna, who we saw a little bit earlier, he is indeed the top-ranked Argentinian surfer in the team. And that is an overview here. Podium 1, La Bocana. Shannon, beautiful day. Sun shining, but it's steamy hot out there.
It is so steamy hot outside. That humidity is certainly here. Those hot air temperatures, as well as some really warm water. So a lot for those surfers to be adjusting to.
It's all good stuff, isn't it? Warm water, board shorts. It's funny, you know, some of the great surf spots in the world are cold water spots, and you try not to prefer one or the other, you know, you take whatever you get and wherever you're at. But whenever it's warm and you can simplify the whole surfing process, a pair of board shorts, a surfboard, no leg rope, and just simplify it. Always love those surfs.
As we take a look at some replays here, score to come through, it was a 4.67 for this first of Manuel Selman.
And, you know, the surfing itself, when we watch this, fast and fluid, great timing on the turns, an opening ride of a 4.67 is a good start. And here is Franco from Argentina. Only a 3-point ride there, but that, again, both of those scores were held back by the quality of the waves, and they're an indication that they both recognise the need to get started early, get something on the board early regardless, so that if a lull hits at a later point, you've already got something you can rest back on.
It's so true. It's been a little bit more lowly in the last hour or so here, and we're coming up on that high tide at least an hour away from right now. So it could be getting a little bit more quiet. Very important to kick things off early on. Daniel Barr with a quick in and out for Team Iran. And him and his brother Sean have been at a number of these events now. It's been great to have them in the mix. As we take a look at this good-looking set, our surfer in white, Brian Fursey, straight up into the lip to start things off for the island of Mauritius. Great to have Mauritius in the mix now. He goes down to this first wave.
Yeah, their first time here at the ISA Games. Selman.
Great-looking start. Gets that re-entry. Now driving through the section. As this wave starts to stand up, slices through the rail.
What a beautiful surfer he is. The Chilean team there screaming, hooting and hollering support. That's one of the great things about the games, is that there's always that team support. Doesn't matter what nationality is in the water, someone's always hooting. And great to see Mauritius here.
It's amazing to see them in for the very first time. Mauritius with a littering of incredible waves off of the East African coastline.
Yes, I went there in the 90s, went to Tamarin Bay, was so impressed, had such a great time that I named my daughter after the place. My daughter's name is Tamarin, and so great, you know. I saw Mauritius and went, fantastic, I've got that connection to that place and can't wait to go back, it's been too long.
Amazing. Well, that is where Brian Fursey is from, is Tamarin Bay, as we take a look here at Franco, once again up and riding. Great two-turn combo to start. Throws a lot of spray off that first section. Into this frothy inside. Maintains control and power and flow as well as he finishes off.
Still found more right by the shore.
As you were saying, Barton, Franco is the highest seeded surfer coming in for Team Argentina this year. He's had some great influence in the past from their coach, Martin Passari, who is the winningest Argentinian surfer outside of Leandro Usuna.
Gotcha.
So Martin being able to pour into that team now as a coach after having so much impressive competitive experience himself is great now for that next generation.
Very cool, and that's what's great, isn't it, about team surfing, the whole coaching roles, and we see some amazing coaches here, from Adriano to Souza, Shane Dorian, people who have experienced at the highest level, and then they get involved as a team coach. And I've coached, Australia myself at this ISA Games a couple of times, and it's a lot of responsibility, but an honour to be in that position.
And a paddle now. Brian up and riding. Oh, just goes a little too hard on that opening turn. Can't hold on to that control. That was a good size set.
That was a good size set. It seemed like it may have closed out. Just looking at that wave, looked like the second part of it fell, but unfortunate fall off there. Those falls, when it kind of looked unexpected and something that just kind of happened, and in your mind you're thinking, what happened there? What was that? What went wrong? And it can affect your confidence.
Brian is a 4-time Mauritius national champion. Surfs Lost Mayhem surfboards, loves Tamarin Bay, but also loves Jeffreys Bay. And that's a great thing about being from that part of the world, is the opportunity to hop over to South Africa. More developed surfing squads coming out of that part of Africa. South Africa setting kind of the tone for the rest of the African nations.
Yeah.
And a lot of those surfers getting to really pour in and out of that South African surf community, and the South African community as well, taking trips to a lot of these other African nations to be able to help with their development of future teams.
And we see it with Senegal, how good they are and the quality of surfers that they have there. And, there is a certain individuality and a flair and a colour that comes from Africa itself.
Manuel now up and riding, so he's sitting in the lead. A 5.4 dropped in as his highest wave, a 4.67 as he's linking two beautiful turns together. Stays high in that second one. Now racing around the section, driving through, and puts that finish on 4 turns. Gets a lot of work done there.
That's going to be his highest score. I see that as better than a 5.4 for sure. The team do too. How was that first turn? It was searing, and that's always a word I love to use when a turn has speed and the board just sears through the wave. And the old sort of analogy is like a knife through soft butter, where it just goes and just drives, and we'll see it on the replay. That was a fantastic first turn.
We'll have another look at it here.
And while it's a simple sort of turn, it was just done so beautifully. Great style, and he's got wonderful technique, a lot of experience. Pumping down the inside here on the drone and drives that rail, little catch of the rail, but then gets enough time to get that last turn in before finishing up right on the inside on the cobblestones.
One more look at it here, that searing opening turn.
Wow, just beautiful.
That is like a hot knife through butter for sure.
And again, it was basic, but it was so well done. It's actually a 5.13, so I suppose that little catch there and the sort of, I did say basic nature of that turn, perhaps affecting the score, having it come in below the 5.4.
It does jump into his top 2 scores, though, so he'll be sitting with a great lead over the rest of the field. Liam O'Brien took out the lead in the last heat, and we'll catch up with him and Jess Grimwood now.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, Liam O'Brien from Team Australia. We've talked heaps about the ISA Games and what it means to people, but we haven't had a chance to talk to you yet. What does it mean to represent Australia?
Oh, it's unreal. It's the coolest opportunity to surf your country. You don't get to do it much, so it's pretty cool to be a part of a team in this sport, and to come to somewhere like El Salvador is really great too.
So first time for you in Surf City, El Salvador. How are you breaking down the culture and the vibe of this place so far, and the heat?
Yeah, it's been great. The heat's pretty full on, but it's nice in the water. You're never cold, that's for sure. But yeah, the culture's unreal. Everyone's really friendly here, and then there's just a ton of waves around. So we've surfed a couple of them, but got a bit more exploring to do, I think.
Yeah, and have you got your eyes on any heats particularly coming up in the next round for your division? Is there anyone you're kind of looking at, not necessarily the top seeds, but from that whole variety of nations that are competing?
Oh man, there's so many good surfers here. I haven't even looked, to be honest, at the heat draw. The few heats before my heat I watched were pretty impressive. Lots of guys that I've never even heard of that were ripping, so it's pretty cool to see, and it's great to see that surfing's just alive and well in so many different places.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck going in the next round, Liam. And I'm sure actually plenty of people back home in Oz watching if you want to say a quick hello.
Oh yeah, thanks to anyone watching back home. Having fun over here, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Cheers. Thanks so much, Liam.
Always great to hear from Liam, and so stoked to see the run that he's getting this year. Coming off of that broken ankle at the beginning of his season in 2022, just kind of, took him out of that conversation for a long time when we were finally seeing him rise to that occasion to match the potential that he's had for a number of years. So now to see him get that repeat, that second chance this year has been really incredible, and he's really capitalized.
Yes, he's a fantastic surfer, so smooth, and I heard in the live call Chris saying that there's certain surfers you can tell that they've grown up on a point break by the way they approach a wave, and I can see that quite clearly in Liam surfing coming from Burley Heads. He's just got that stylish approach at the same time as having that radical edge that you need to succeed at the highest level.
Scores in for Manuel, sitting in the lead, and now those requirements of 5.5 for Franco, the Argentinian, to take away that first place position. That would be just slightly higher than his highest score already, but he's already found himself with a 5. Barton, what's it like to be in a heat of consequence and know that the requirement that you're chasing, you've already been able to attain something very close to that? It's not wildly outside of what your abilities have brought to you specifically in that heat.
Yeah, and you realise that, hey, I've got to get a certain type of wave to achieve this score. And as those waves come towards you, really what you want to be doing is looking at the wave and going, is that the score I need? And in that case, if you're Franco, you'd be looking at it going, is that a 6? Is that way? He needs a 5, so you want to give yourself a bit of room. And you go, is that a 6? No, it's not. Is that a 6? And really breaking it down so that before you even paddle, before you even jump to your feet, you know that wave has the scoring potential that you need. You don't just catch it and hope. Sometimes some people do, and the less experienced people do that, and that's where the opportunity for the more experienced people comes in with great wave selection, is knowing the scoring potential on that wave and eliminating any risk or doubt.
Great words from a world champion as we come down to 7 minutes within this heat. Brian now chasing a 6.03 from Mauritius and a 7.60 for the requirement of Daniel Barr. Daniel, as we were saying before, has been competing with his brother Sean, and they have Russell Mohammed on the team as well. So 3 men for Team Iran at this year's World Surfing Games, as well as Setara Mazari on the women's side of the draw. It's been great to have her here represented and to see her traveling along some of the other girls from other nations around the world. And that's been really incredible to see that greater participation. This year we're at 297 athletes, 63 countries, but a record-breaking 132 women, which is about 44% of all competitors, which has been really incredible. Some of those new nations, including the Czech Republic, India, Latvia, and Mauritius. But even so, looking at some other nations that have been here for a while, it's the first time that we're seeing women included in those teams, and that has been really exciting.
It really is, and it just continues to grow. It's all about the participation, as we can see there. 8 former ISA gold medalists, defending champ Kanoa Igarashi, and 3 times winner Sally Fitzgibbons, and then 28 of the 40 are from Olympians from the Tokyo 2020 Games.
Of course, we've got 3 of the medalists with Carissa Moore, Amuro Suzuki, and Kanoa Igarashi in the mix as well. And it's been incredible to be able to see those surfers of that level, as well as some WSL world champions between Carissa Moore, John Florence, Gabriel Medina, and Felipe Toledo in the draw this week. And then being able to have that experience of getting to know surfers from around the world, and for a lot of these younger surfers or even the older surfers to be able to meet their heroes and watch some great surfing. Manuel with a check down the line on that one, and he'll kick out.
4th priority, so obviously doesn't have the right of way and was just looking for something to get. Here we go, Brian having a, oh no, that was Daniel having a paddle. He had 1st priority. We should see that number 1 next to his name change, and Brian first, he should end up with that priority. There it is, switch of priority, and it's always a bummer when you switch the priority but you didn't even catch a wave in the process.
So true. Brian Fursey now up and riding. Nice backhand snap to start. Let's see if he can get that strong finish. He's looking for great surfing and finally finds that rhythm. He was sitting as a 2 as his high score, Barton, coming into that wave.
Yeah, that was much better. And what we can see is that his surfing ability on the wave face is up to the standard that it needs to be to succeed in this event. It's just got to get the wave selection, and unfortunately now with 4 minutes to go, this heat through the middle, we saw Franco and Manuel get the start. get a lead with the start, and then the lull hit. And there's that period through the middle where there just wasn't opportunities. And when you've got the priority, you've just got to sit and wait. Here's Daniel.
All right, great style as he starts out in this wave. Little drive off the bottom section, but can't maintain that speed rolling through. You can see that style coming through in his surfing, though. He loves surfing down in uppers in the San Clemente area, lives in Dana Point in California. His brother Sean lives up in Malibu. So the two of them spending the majority of their time there, but proudly representing Iran this year for the World Surfing Games. And great to see him get up to his feet and find something with just that little bit of pump.
Yeah.
That would have felt really good for him.
Absolutely. A 3-1-0 comes in for Brian from Mauritius. First year for that nation to take part. And I see that his goals there are to qualify for the 2024 Olympics through that African continental spot that's on offer here this week.
That's right. The top-ranked African man and woman at the end of this event will be gaining qualification to Paris 2024. There's a lot of nations in that conversation, and that's so exciting to see that. I love seeing those goals that are set straight out front, you know? To just be like, this is why I'm here. It's the first time that he's here, but he's got those high goals set, and you know he can work towards that, which is incredible to see.
Yeah, 100%. I feel exactly the same way. It's you can hide behind it, go, I'm just here for fun, I'm just here for fun, and you hear that a lot. But losing ain't fun.
Definitely not.
No matter which way you put it. So success and getting through your heats, advancing, always makes the experience more fun, more enjoyable. And the great thing about this particular event, and if Brian and Daniel stay in 3rd and 4th and they don't qualify through this, they've got the repechage round they'll go down to.
Plenty of opportunity at the ISAs. Franco now on his backhand drives 12 o'clock into the pocket, out onto the shoulder now as he wraps it through for his 3rd turn, and he'll kick out.
Powerful young surfer, throws that board around and uses his body to do so. Good technique.
Down to 2 minutes remaining. Strong paddle as he wants to have the opportunity for one more wave. He is in a good position, putting Brian now with an increased requirement of a 5.5 as the last score of Franco's dropped in as a 3.57. It does increase his heat total overall. So requirement now on our 3rd place surfer, a 5.5, and an 8 on our 4th place surfer. As we're coming down to that final minute. And you can see the surfers with more competitive experience, specifically on a slightly more global stage. Manuel Selman, an Olympian for Team Chile, and just a great all-around competitor taking out that leading position. Brian now with a shot on his backhand, so chasing a 5.5. The 4-time Mauritius national champion loves surfing at Tamarin Bay, and he goes down on the inside.
He's a good surfer. I think, you know, more experience at this level and in competition, calm things down a little. We saw in that first turn, he kind of rushed to get it in, and then the nose nearly buried, but he managed to pull it out and keep going. So there's been a few little mistakes around the edges, but generally speaking, impressive surfing from the Mauritian. And I can see big things if he can, you know, get more experience. And then, you know, he's 29 years old now. He'll be in that position with that experience to take on some types of coaching roles and mentoring roles for the young Mauritian surfers and help to bring through that next generation.
So much promise coming out of that region of the world. As we're down to the final 10 seconds, the ocean has gone quiet. How often does that happen, Barton?
Oh, and it's just, it hurts when you, especially when you've got priority and you don't get another chance to surf, unless of course you're in 1st and 2nd, then it doesn't matter one way or the other.
Which is the exact scenario here. Manuel, Selman, Franco, Radzunas walking through, holding on to that priority for the finish, but also holding on to those advancing positions. That was a great heat. We've got more action to come, and we'll be right back with the World Surfing Games after this. Welcome back to El Salvador. We are here in Surf City, specifically at La Bocana. It's beautiful, trestles-like A-frame peaks, cobblestone bottom. Had some sand on it a couple weeks ago, but those big swells started rolling through as the wet season has hit this region of the world, has wiped away that sand and has shown that cobblestone bottom once again, which has allowed these great peaks to be rolling through. And it's been really fun to see the action on day one yesterday, to see better conditions, improved conditions throughout the morning today. And we're seeing that forecast is getting better and better through the weekend. It's Thursday here in El Salvador. Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch in the booth. And Barton, we've got another great match to come up with, but we just saw Manuel Selman walk away victorious at an event that he's had great success at before.
The team put their hands in to celebrate that victory.
This is where Manuel gained his Olympic qualification back in 2021, was during the World Surfing Games. And we'll have a similar feeling at next year's World Surfing Games in 2024, just before Paris, where we will be qualifying the final 5 spots on the men's side and the final 7 spots on the women's side. Before that, we've got to get through the WSL Championship Tour this year for qualifications. We're going to qualify some surfers this week. We've got the Pan American conversation as well as the host nation and the universality place. But at next year's World Surfing Games will be that time where, aside from nations that already have 2 surfers qualified, because there's a rule of only 2 per gender per division, men's and women's, outside of that, it's kind of open to any surfer that can get their qualification in the mix. And so we're going to see a lot of those exciting moments at next year's World Surfing Games, and we're building towards that conversation this year.
And the fact that there's opportunities outside of the World Championship Tour to qualify really broadens the scope and creates the opportunities for people like Manuel Selman to qualify, and means that at that Olympic Games there's a truly international field of people in there with a chance for a medal. And we saw that, didn't we, in Tokyo? It was fantastic, and there were some great stories come out of that event.
That's so true. And we saw medalists that walked away from their qualification coming out of the World Surfing Games. Of course, looking at that path for this week specifically, we're going to be sending 4 women and 4 men directly to qualify for Paris. Through this year's World Surfing Games, it will be the highest ranking eligible man and woman from 4 different continents, from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania, as we can see there. Now, the Americas regions, they will be qualifying surfers for the Pan American Games this week. And then those Pan American Games at Santiago at the end of the year are going to be giving the spot for a man and a woman out of the Americas to take that Olympic qualification. So some exciting things coming. There's a lot going on in this conversation. We'll do our best here to try and explain that to our audience this week, to be able to educate everybody, even the surfers that are coming down here. Being able to hear from some of them that they're going, how do I get to Paris? How do I get to surf in Tahiti next year? We're going to do our best, but also if you're listening in, be sure to check out isasurf.org, and there you will be able to find all of the information. If you want to read the pamphlets, you want to read, the documents that explain all of this, you'll be able to find that there in slightly easier terms as we take a look at Ador from Spain. Great couple turns to start off with. He's been such a sharp surfer the last few seasons.
Yeah, it's been great to watch him improve as he matures and strengthens. Did some work with him a long time ago when we were coaching for Hurley, and he's a great young surfer, got amazing potential and is not scared. He will ride big waves and charge big waves, so he definitely would not be out of place in Tahiti in the 2024 Olympics. Here we go in the white.
Derek Ikara from Guam. One of the more experienced surfers in the lineup right now, in his late 30s, and gets a couple turns to find his way on that first wave. Now we've got scores to come through, but we've also already got Jess Grimwood down on the beach, ready to go with Manuel Selman, an early victory.
Yeah, he's straight up here to the podium. Little post-heat interview. Great first heat win. Good one to get out of the way, you were saying.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm super stoked to be back in El Salvador one more time. Last time I was here, I qualified for the Olympics, so in good spirits, and I love this wave. I love Sunsal and Bocana. They're some of my favorite waves in the world and good memories, so all positive from here on out, and the team is doing good. Felt good to get through that first heat and get a crack at some fun waves. And that's it. I mean, get some rest and get ready for tomorrow. I guess Sunsal, and I love Sunsal.
And you and I were just having a chat about who's actually got more games under their belt, like between you and the rest of those ISA stalwarts like Lele. But you started back in 2004.
Yeah, 2004, I think it was Ecuador first and then World Juniors in Tahiti. And from then on out, I think I missed Peru, the one that Lele won. I missed Santa Catalina, and I think one in France. And then I was doing both junior and opens in Huntington, in Portugal, and yeah, I don't know how many I got. I got a lot, yeah.
Well, we'll add this heat win to your tally and we'll have a look at the end of the day how you guys are going. And two for Team Chile, it's been so strong. Job done for the whole team already today.
Yes, we got Lorena and Guille down into repecharge, which is a long road, especially with those first two 50-minute repecharge. Those are going to be tough heats to get out of the way, but I'm sure they can do it.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations for everybody tuning in, for Team Chile and for yourself. Some words for them.
Yeah, gracias a todos por estar mirando, a mi familia, a mi novia, a toda la gente en Chile. My home, I live in Dominican Republic. I grew up in Dominican Republic. That's where my heart is, and I'm here representing Chile, representing Latin America in general, representing the whole world. Really, surfing is, we're all one, and just all positive and love. Yeah.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, man.
Wonderful interview from Manuel. 34 years old, has been competing at the ISAs now for nearly 20 years.
Yeah, amazing.
What a run of experience to be able to share with the next, but also to know that he's still right there at the top.
Oh, his performance was amazing, as good as anything we've seen from anyone so far in this event. So he could be at an Olympic Games again, and love, the spirit of surfing is that we are all one. It's the ocean unites us. Here we go in green.
Elder Vega of Guatemala, right back to start. Starts pumping down the line, looks for that next section. Seems to be building more critical as it rolls down on this great looking left. Big wrap back and slides the tail out as he finishes on the rocks. He's gonna get rolled up. Hopefully the ankles and the fins are okay after that one. Let's take a look at the replay here from Ador.
Oh, good speed in that turn. Ferocious calves. I'm not exactly sure why he cut out on that one and why he didn't get that last turn in, but here is a 7-point ride. Wow. And you can tell why from Katut Gus. He just, those two backhand turns again, back to less being more, and the quality of the wave influencing your opportunities. That was a steep, tall wall, and he was able to just hit that a couple of times to get a big score, a 7-point ride.
Elder Vega now up and riding for Guatemala once again. He's already got that 3.33 on the board. Pumping and driving down the line, looking for that snap to finish. And great surfing from the young competitor.
And there's the river mouth that you were talking about yesterday. You can see that beautiful, beautiful place, El Salvador, tropical, lush.
Now, we haven't had any really heavy rains this week since we've been here, but when we do get heavier rains, if they happen to roll through in the forecast, maybe when that bigger swell rolls through as well, oftentimes that river mouth will break open and it will, kind of rush out into the ocean here as we've got Levi Young getting ready to go for his next heat. This is a pretty common practice that you'll see from a lot of teams now. With the tennis ball, with, something that's that kind of catch and release, fast reactions.
Absolutely. Get those fast twitch fibers, your reflexes sharpened and tuned. And that the whole physical preparation of the athlete is something that has evolved to levels of professionalism that my generation just didn't even engage in.
It's a pretty amazing a change, I suppose, that's come into professional surfing, where we've got some funding, I think, behind more surfers. You think of the brands that are getting behind that are really supporting that athletic approach more than just that sort of all-around soul surfer approach and that hunger for competition. Jordy Smith's been a surfer that's kind of walked through all those generational changes as well. At the age that he's at, he would have come in more as that frothing Grom without a lot of structure to things, maybe, aside from his dad's influence in his life. And then as he's kind of come into the space that he's in his current space and career, that real focus as an athlete.
And funny to say, when he was a little kid, his dad Graham was a good friend of ours, and every year when we go to South Africa, Graham would help us out. And I left with Geordie when he was a little baby boy, 2-3 years old, my trophy from the Gunston 500, or the Renault Pro, one of those events in Durban. So he's had that his whole life.
That's amazing. He's got a young son now, Ziggy, that he's just so stoked on. And Toth with another opportunity here. This is a sharp surfer. He nearly qualified for Tokyo 2020. He was just outside of that cut line, was kind of the next down from Frederico Moraes having to back out, week of, with Carlos Munoz getting that call up. Now, if Carlos hadn't been able to, or had, say, turned down the call up, it could have gone to Toth, who was already on the ground with Team Indonesia as a representative, as one of the coaches and managers there to support Rio Waida. So he was there on the ground witnessing it all, nearly got that opportunity to put on a jersey as well.
Oh, he must have been so close because Carlos didn't make it in the end.
As we take a look here at Elder Vega. Drives through the first turn, now sets up off the bottom. Love that little hand drag through the face of the wave as he sets up his bottom to top turn combinations.
A 3.33 and a 2.67. Do you feel like that might be his best wave so far?
Yeah, that was good. That was great combination surfing. I like the powerful finish as well. The first couple turns maybe didn't have quite as much steepness to them or a section, but that finish was nice.
Yeah, the 3.33 we saw from the drone angle. I thought from that drone angle it looked like he hit the lip those few times powerfully, showing great potential. There it is at 3.80, so slightly improves. For Toth, he got a 5.5, and there's something, I wonder about the genetic and DNA makeup of nationalities and how it contributes to the way you surf, because all of the Indonesians are extremely fast, extremely sharp and fast. Here we go.
So true as we take a look at this replay here. So this was a 3.80.
Couple nice turns on the outside. I think the good thing is that he's staying busy. When you're here for the experience and to grow yourself and your understanding of this whole situation, the more waves you catch, obviously you need good ones to score well, and we can see there someone tuning into the action on their mobile phone. You need experience, and you need to be catching waves. There's nothing worse than going out into heat and not surfing. Feels absolutely terrible. As long as you've been able to get to your feet, get some opportunities, ride some waves, always feels better regardless of the result.
And we saw that shift in the young surfer from South Korea yesterday afternoon, where he had a really slow start for Dun Yun up against John Florence and Li Ming Yang from Chinese Taipei, where it just looked like he was in that stuck position. And then eventually he broke open and was able to find that rhythm in the back half of the heat. And that's got to be, that would have been such a confidence boost, knowing that he was in that moment you just described.
Yeah. Yesterday we talked about being paralyzed by fear, and sometimes in extreme fear you can't even move, and sometimes in a heat, and particularly with first priority, and you've had a slow start and you haven't ridden a wave and you've got the first priority, and you want to turn it into a good one, and you're sitting there and you're waiting, and then you become confused about what is a good one even, and waves are coming at you, and the pressure just mounts, and it just starts being a real weighty situation. So we all know the minute you stand up on a wave, that all kind of disappears and you're just in that moment of joy riding it.
Toth now with another chance to build on the 5.5 as his backup score. Gets that first turn in, decides to kick out after maybe not feeling like it was going to be the score that would build. Say if he was chasing a smaller score to improve, possibly would have stuck with it.
100%. Signs are good though, aren't they, in his approach? Fast, sharp, powerful, just the perfect mixture of aggression and style.
Just 21 years old, still a young competitor with a bright future ahead of him. Of course, we saw Rio graduate to the championship tour this year, also made it past that dreaded midseason cut, which means he's getting all that experience this season to be able to continue competing. And Rio may gain his qualification for the Paris Olympics through the WSL Championship Tour rather than needing to do it here this week, as we take a look at Elder from Guatemala. Nice couple turns, and he's looking to try and build on those threes. Now I'm surprised, Barton, having a look at the draw and where we're sitting down to 4 minutes. Ador Amatrian from Spain only has that 2.93 as his high score, a 0.5 behind that. And he's that surfer in the red jersey, that higher seed coming into this event based on those team rankings from last year's World Surfing Games. And he is an extremely sharp surfer that we're seeing compete across so many events around the world. Now with the opportunity, though, to prove why he should be outside of that third place position, 2-turn combo, and he's looking for that 4.2. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like there is a speed and a power and a level of surfing that is enough to get that score. But you can see the urgency right now. This is, by his standards, it's been a terrible heat, really. The 2.93 looked like there was more points left on that wave, and maybe at that early stage he wasn't happy with what happened earlier, and he thought, I'll get enough chances on getting out of this one early. But really, as time has transpired and the lull has hit in and there hasn't been that many waves, he maybe should have got more out of that very first ride. But this one should help him calm those nerves a little bit. Second big backhand turn, and again you see that sort of in here, whoa, a little wobbly at the end of it as we look at the replay.
This from Katut, his last wave, just the 2.47, so nothing that really factors in for him. Waiting for the score now for Ador. Like you said, if he'd held on to that 2.93, he could have surfed that wave into, say, a 4. Would have had him sitting in a very different position right now. Maybe he'd still be in that third place, but he wouldn't be chasing a score that was, necessarily needing anything. And then getting another 4 or 5 on the board would have had him closer to that first place position than it would have to that second place. As he is up and running again. So quick turnaround, still waiting for his last score. Nice big tail slide for the first turn, finding that speed on a flatter wave, connects now with the lip line. Looking for those critical sections, always important.
Yeah, Elder Varga is in trouble now. He has been in the second place for quite some time. He's had a good heat. But when we look at his scores, nothing over a 4, and he's ridden 4 waves, and at some point there he needed to go, okay, I've got the 3.33 and the 3.8. Let's sit and wait with the priority and find ourselves a better wave that has better scores in it. Will this be it?
Elder staying so active. Big turn to start. Up into the section for the second. Now having to just pump along. Drives off the bottom again and hits the lip but goes down near the rocks. And Derek, we've been waiting for him for a while now. He's been waiting for a set wave. And this is a good looking start for him. Just sitting on one small score so far. Goes for that closeout section, but decides to avoid it rather than just taking it head on. The 39-year-old out of Yigo in Guam. Born and raised there, learned how to surf as a little grommet at 5 years old. Comes from a family of generations of surfers. His grandfather was a surfer. His dad passed it down for generations in Guam. So it's great to see him represented here again. And they've got a fantastic team. They've got 2 women on the team, Manami and Saina. And then 3 men with Noah and Jared alongside Derek. So great to see Guam here this week.
So Adua did get it the 4.2 he needed, just ever so barely, a 4.33. But that last right-hander that we saw him pick up when he was wide of the peak, that's going to be a good score, perhaps his best score of this heat so far. And you saw on that right-hander how loose and fast he is. The board looked super responsive under his feet. So Elder and Derek are in trouble right now. Time's nearly done, 10 seconds.
So great that Adora got that 4.33, and this next score comes in even higher at the 5.4. So really important that he got those last 2 waves to really solidify himself in that advancing position. Before that 5 dropped in, Elder was just chasing a 3.4, which was already lower than a score he'd had on the board. So he could have taken that back had Ador not been on that last wave.
Yeah, and back to the wave selection conversation and just improving that wave selection. In theory, any wave you ride that you don't improve on what you've already had is a mistake. So good thing to keep in mind. Here we go. Look at that surfing.
Impressive surfing. The Indonesian taking the win. Spain in second, Guam and Guatemala heading to repecharge. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
And we're back. Another Canadian in the water. Older brother Cody took a win yesterday in his opening round heat. Younger brother Levi now in the water. Big foam climb to start. Finds that lip line on the second turn. Wave closes out down the line, but he's going to be out to an early start. Up against Jordy Smith of South Africa, who is in the water with a small score, just a 1.6 to start off for Jordy. And Ismaila Sam from Senegal out in the blue jersey, looking for his opening ride now, sitting with Priority Shannon and Barton here in the booth.
Yeah, great to be here. Love calling surfing. I love calling heats, and big thanks to the ISA for including us and having us on board. The commentary team, and we are a team. Got a great camaraderie between the commentators. We all support each other in the same way that these teams do, and I bet Cody Young and the Canadians are all down there on the beach cheering on. Levi, younger brother of Cody, and as you said, Cody surfed great yesterday. Levi, a 5-point ride, already off to a good start.
Great start. We saw Wheeler Hasberg with the win earlier today as well. Jordy Smith now up and riding on his backhand. Nice whip to start. Goes in for that second section. Smaller wave, but it's looking to reform nicely, quick on his feet to get that first real score on the board behind the 1.6.
As you said, smaller wave, but well surfed.
Ismaila now up and riding. Out of Senegal, tall surfer, stretched out, great, beautiful carve. Love seeing that trail behind the board as well, that trail through the wave to be able to see the line that they're drawing. Beautiful surfing, well structured, and he's got himself in the mix.
It's Senegal's whole team goofy footers. Sharif.
They may be, you're right.
Every time we see a Senegalese surfer, they seem to be goofy footers, and there's a similarity in the style, and you can tell, and a similarity in the approach. They all surf really fast, and there's an element of abandon and creativity where they're just really kind of engaged in the moment. There doesn't look like there's any pressure on their shoulders at all. They're just here to have a good time and rip waves apart. Jordy Smith going for what you would call a 360 out of the lip there.
Levi with his first wave.
5-point ride. Majority of points coming out of that second turn. A late floater out of the lip. Jordy Smith's second one actually. Still waiting on the scores of this. That wave in reality is a 3. It's a very average wave. A 3.5 is the score, and obviously held back by the quality of the wave because the surfing was great on it.
And a 3-2-3 for first of Senegal.
Much better wave, but again, it's just a shoulder. I love the speed and fluidity. Board looks unreal. Watch this last little turn. Slides the tail, drifts it, pulls it back underneath him beautifully. Ismaila has a lot of talent. He's got potential, this kid.
Levi straight into the lip, but he goes down on the first turn.
Oh, that was a shame. Bigger set wave.
Would have been sitting in a great position too, already with the 5, to be able to know he's got the quality of wave that you've been sharing with us, to then be able to surf that to another great score and be able to kind of put his foot down on this heat. Now in the last one, we saw a great surfing from the Indonesian in Agus Ketut. We'll go down to the beach to catch up with him and Jess Grimwood now.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. It was great surfing from you. Just recovering from the heat too. You had the coach and the whole team with the ice packs on your back as you got out Ketut.
Yeah, it's pretty great to have all the teams here, like have everything for the team, the athlete, and everyone. It's really great here to be here actually, and yeah, we need to trying harder for this year.
Well, we already spoke to Rio this morning, so your whole team is going really well already in the ISA Games. Talk to us a little bit about the wave and the conditions out there. We haven't heard too much yet from the competitors. How did you break it down?
Actually, today is pretty amazing. Yeah, I surfed down there and I got a good waves too, and the waves pretty incredible today. Like, hopefully the next day it's gonna be like getting good and like the same thing like today. So yeah, just like ready to be in the water and just smash the waves.
What's been the highlight for you in Surf City El Salvador since you arrived? Has there been was there a bit of food, or is there a bit of culture that you've liked the best, or has it been this surf spot?
Actually, I really like to be here because it's been in Australia for months and I feel cold down there, and I traveling here and I feel warm with the board short and see all the teams, and also the waves is really great here. And also in El Sunzal, it's really great waves. I really like that waves. And also La Bocana, really amazing like kind of beach break. So I really love to surf here.
And for everybody supporting Team Indonesia and your own performance, some words for them back at home.
Terima kasih semuanya yang ada di Indonesia, yang nonton sampai malam-malam dan support kita sampai nggak tidur, sampai pagi-pagi. Tetap dukung untuk tim Indonesia, kita pasti bisa.
Thank you so much, Katuk. Good luck going on to the next round, and there's another win for Team Indonesia, one of the funnest teams around.
Stoked. Katut, happy to be out of the cold weather in Australia, back into something more familiar like home in Indo, here in El Salvador.
I just love that language.
Me too.
It just made me smile. There's just a vibrancy and a colour to the Indonesian language, and he's obviously stoked. He's loving the warm water, and as Australians, that was the first place I ever went overseas, was to Bali, and I've always loved it. It's a magical place. It's got incredible energy, and now it's got incredible surfers.
Oh, the talent levels are just unbelievable, and to be able to see the growth of competitive surfing through the nation, and even to see the way that the qualifying series events have been running through that region for so long has helped add to that growth and development for that Asian region of competitors, which has been really great to see. Down to 12 minutes on the clock. We're waiting on scores for Jordy Smith and for Ismaila Samb. Ismaila drops in a 3.53 for his last wave, momentarily takes the lead as he's up and riding. You'll find this out after this wave as he goes in for a great finish.
Nice.
Beautiful surfing. So he's got another score now to drop. Levi Young up and riding as we're still waiting for last of Jordy Smith to come through. Levi pulled out of that last wave early. Now that's a great hit on a big section. Looking down the way for that big finish. Nice pocket that's opened up for him there. And he'll kick out clean. So looking to improve on the 5. Jordy still with a score to drop as well.
We saw Jordy, so experienced, been on the World Tour for so many years, understands how to use priority perfectly. And while the interview was going, we saw in the little screen some amazing surfing from Jordy on what looked to be a great right-hander. I feel like that could be a big score for him and put pressure on the two opponents. But that answer back from Ismaila with that backhand, those 2 backhand turns, big and critical, that's going to be a good score as well. Hopefully, I feel like it's going to improve on those earlier 3s that he has had. And then Levi's, that wave gave him the 2 first turns, and you felt like maybe it was over then, delivered a 3rd section.
Let's have a look at this one here. Scores to come through. It's a 4.57. Kind of a wild opening turn. Manages to hold it together to finish.
Yeah, and I suppose that was the 3.53. Here's Jordy Smith's wave that we saw from that drone angle. Couple powerful turns to start. Foam climb into the inside section. Another entry. Is there more in it? Little wrap here, and then a little jab to the lip to finish her up. And a great ride there from the South African champion. 7.33 is the score for it.
Levi Young for Canada. Born and raised on the island of Maui in Hawaii. Good looking wave on this one. Score came through as a 5.83, Barton.
5.83, solid score with the 5. So he's got 2 scores that he could keep and would see him into second place. Geordie Smith with that 7.33 has kind of set that bar at another level, that to win the heat, it's going to have to go to that 7 range, because I don't see Geordie holding on to that 3.5 in his end of heat score. There we are, Canadian flag flying. The phone in the hand looking for the scores is exactly what he's doing. That was Dom Domick, manager and the guy who orchestrates all of the work of Team Canada.
Now, Dom has been here since the World Longboard Championships for the ISA a few weeks ago. He's probably on week 4 in El Salvador, maybe going on week 5 now. I'm not sure how early the longboard team arrived to be able to prepare beforehand. So he is the local in the water. He's been surfing his brains out, I think.
And he does, and I suppose they're in Canada. It's freezing cold. We just heard Gus
Right.
talking about that, and even how Australia's cold. Well, Canada's another level of
Oh,
cold.
yeah.
And so I know that last time the ISAs were here, the Canadian team, I was working with them at that point in time, and they came down like a month before the event. And and team members could come in and out at will, and so they've been here for a period of time, because obviously they're going to get much better work done here than they would in Canada.
That's right. Geordie
Whoa.
Smith with a big hack to start. What are your thoughts on this wave?
I love it. That first turn was fantastic. A lot of good work here towards the end. Continues to meet the opportunities as they present themselves. 7.33. It was one of the highest scores we've seen for just on the face turns, and rightly so, because he's got power like not many people. He's on another level in the power stakes, Geordie.
Yeah, he certainly is. Feeling at home on the rights here. 2-time winner back in J-Bay, as well as many other incredible results that he's had through his career as a championship tour surfer. He's represented South Africa on the global stage for so many years through the ISA as well, and decided to pull himself out of the Olympic qualification because he was battling an injury heading into Tokyo. You remember that?
Yes.
The Geordie was in that mix and decided rather than risk the next few years by pushing it too hard with the injury, he actually needed to bow out of possibly the biggest opportunity of his life, a brand new opportunity at least for the surfing world in the Olympics, and work on that rehab so that he could keep his career, that longevity, and hopefully be able to focus on that for the next 10 years and keep himself prime in the mix.
Well, that part worked because he's still going, and as we saw on that wave, he's still ripping and could easily win this event, easily make it to this 2024 Olympics, although Chopu on the backhand is a daunting prospect to me anyway. Ismailia, speaking of the backhand, he got that 4.57 on his first right-hander, so the information for him is maybe stick to the backhand. All these big scores, the 5.83, the 5, the 7.33, and even Ismailia's 4.57, all come on right-handers. So I would think that the information for our Senegalese surfer is to stay on those rights, stay on your backhand, and have that point of difference to Geordie and Levi by being backhand, and you've got your best score that way already. He's got the first priority. This is an important time with 6 minutes, a little over, on the clock. He needs to turn this priority into his biggest score. If he doesn't do that, time might beat him and he might not get another opportunity without the priority to bank a big score. He's having a look at this wave. It's not a good enough wave. I'm glad he didn't paddle for that one. This is an important time in the heat.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Second priority with our Senegalese surfer, Ismaila. First priority with Levi Young. And Levi sitting in that second place position, chasing a 5 to get the leading position. But if he gets anything above the 5 he currently has, he does increase that requirement. It would maybe push Ismailia to be able to find himself chasing a 7, possibly higher, which could be challenging.
Tall surfers, the Senegalese, aren't they? All of them that we've watched are tall. There's our next heat, looks like Jack Scott, perhaps, or the Irish surfer, that's who it is in the blue, and Maxime Huscenot there in the red, standing on the cobblestones, and you wait for a surge of water to come up and then jump onto the back of that surge and hope you don't knock your fins on the cobblestone.
So true. When the longboarders were here a couple weeks ago, everyone was paddling out with their boards flipped wax down, so their fin is up.
Yeah.
Get out, clear out of that 12-inch deep maybe space, because a longboard fin could be up to 12 inches long. You want to make sure those fins stay fully intact before heading out to slightly deeper water. Once you're in maybe waist-deep water, sometimes I even wait a little bit longer than that. Flip that board back over and you're straight on for a quick paddle. But it's tricky here with all the rocks, and we'll see it as that swell gets bigger when we have those low tides. As we get towards the finals day, you know, as we get into next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, those tides are going to be flipped. We're going to be seeing those low tides likely through the middle of the day, where right now we're seeing the high tides through the day, as it'll change through the week. And we'll be seeing a lot more rock exposure, and there will be a lot of very consequential turns on those finishing sections, knowing that putting that risk in, we're going to have bigger waves, so they're going to be heavy sections, big, heavy closeout sections, and the potential to be landing on rocks on the finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be a lot.
That's exciting.
It's very exciting. It's been a fun couple days. I think this has also been good. It's been kind of nice that the swell has been a little smaller. Give everybody that opportunity to just get a feeling for things, work their way up, not have to be too stressed about figuring out a space that's, you know, just has too much going on to it with big swell. But now we'll start building into that, and we're already going to see an increase in that swell from tomorrow, Barton.
Oh, it starts tomorrow?
Yeah, it's already going to start picking up tomorrow. We'll see it peak through the weekend.
Okay.
And then we'll have a fresh swell that comes through for finals weekend. So we'll see how big it actually ends up getting.
Levi Young, 3 minutes and 30. He's got the priority for Canada. Ismaila Sam from Senegal, second priority. You can see Geordie Smith's moved away from the people with priority. That's not a mistake. That is deliberate positioning in the lineup. No use sitting near first and second priority, because if a good one comes, they'll get it, and you may as well move away. And here's Levi.
Straight into the lip. Great opening turn. Throws some spray off that tail of the board.
Oh.
Gets clipped by the section and goes down.
Best turn of the heat for Levi. Unfortunately, though, there wasn't a second. If there was a second turn, that was going to be his best scoring wave, based on the power and the strength and commitment in that first turn. Ismaila didn't get a wave,
but he's got first priority now, because Levi had first priority paddling into that one.
Yeah.
2 minutes 40 seconds, still some time for Ismaila to have another opportunity.
And he needs a 6.26, Shannon, so it's not a massive score. He's capable of that. I would definitely be looking to the backhand. I feel like those waves, it's almost like the wedge comes at you and there's more face on the right-handers. The lefts kind of taper off, get a little slow. His first two were lefts, the 3.23 and the 3.53. Here comes the set.
Now, one thing that you'll notice for the audience back home, it's actually equal scores for first and second right now, 10.83 for both Geordie and Levi. Geordie technically takes the lead because he has that single highest wave score of a 7.33 over Levi's 5.83. But now we'll see that likely shift around as Geordie is going to try and replace that 3.5. So foam climb to start, smaller wave, just a little cut back, and puts on one turn on the inside. We'll see if there's another chance here. Just gives into the air slightly to try and build on that score above a 3.5.
Yeah, I feel like it goes better than that. It was a little slow at the start because he was behind the white water, but the foam climb was impressive. He got up on top of the white water from behind it. That built speed into those next sections. I want to see the goofy footer get another chance. Give Ismaila another chance here, Huey. Now in Australia, we always refer to the surf god as Huey. I don't know where or how that came about.
20 years old from Dakar, learned how to surf thanks to his big brother Dame when he was just 10 years old. So 10 years of surfing within his life and doing very good at that. It's his absolute passion. It's his way to express himself as well. And here we go with a last opportunity for expression.
There could be an air or something. Oh, he's a great young surfer. He just needed to be on the right waves. And we've seen that a lot, haven't we? You know, the lesser experienced competitors, they make mistakes in the wave selection department. I feel like going on the left in part was kind of a mistake. I feel like his backhand was where the strength is, and it was a point of difference from Geordie and Levi. But again, the great thing about this event with 30 seconds to go is that we have a repecharge round. No one loses straight up. You get another chance. You get the opportunity to learn from those mistakes and the experiences of the first round. But he was definitely up against two surfers who were in great form.
So true. 15 seconds on the clock. A score to come through for last of Geordie Smith. Last of Ismaila, just a 2.83. Doesn't change his situation. A 4.23 was the last of Levi Young, which kept him in that second place position. Didn't add to his heat total. And Geordie Smith still with a score, but he will be holding on to the lead as Levi Young was not able to get into another wave before the buzzer has sounded. So the South African, one of the most experienced and decorated surfers in the draw, this week. Championship Tour competitor will be heading into main round 2 and looking for one last victory lap to come in on. Finally goes left on his backhand.
Not the victory lap he was hoping for.
Not quite there. Some great surfing nonetheless, though. More to come with Mitch Salazar and Chris Cote coming into the booth right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back, surfers from all over the world. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. If you're just joining us, we are live from Surf City El Salvador, and this is round 1, heat 37. Maxime Huscenot, Lorcan Southcombe, and Ruslan Kulish, Ukraine, Ireland, France in the lineup. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We've got a great international field hitting the La Bocana wedges right now. Sun is out, water's about 90 degrees, air about 90 degrees. Tropical perfection. It is looking super fun out there. I'm excited for this heat. Got Maxime, former World Junior Champion.
Yep.
You know, you've got 2 relatively new names to us here, surfer from Ireland, and always a pleasure to watch Team Ukraine show up and compete. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
And they're still persevering through a lot of difficult times over there in the Ukraine. We offer them all of our support, and just the fact that they're able to garner another team, come here to compete. Awesome to see, but we are in a competition though. Some people go home and some people move through into the next round. We do have the rep charge rounds, but you don't want to go into that rep round this early on in the comp. And here comes the 18-year-old from Sligo. His dad's a Kiwi, so he brought him up surfing, Chris.
Yeah, and he looks like, you know, he's got the fundamentals down, even just for a quick flash there. We got to meet him on the boardwalk earlier. He's very excited to be here. One thing for Team Ireland that they've all said is the sun down here, obviously pretty brutal. They're used to surfing in full wetsuits, full coverage. You get down here to the tropics, no doubt lubing up with that sunblock, that fair Irish skin that this team brought with them. And Maxime Huscenot, I mean, this guy, he's been doing it for a long time. He got himself on the championship tour. He's been an ISA competitor for many years. Just a great, solid surfer.
And a really cool dude, too. If you've ever met him in person, says hi to everybody, very respectful. As we saw our first look at Ruslan right there, Kulish from Ukraine. So a couple small scores for both Lorcan and Ruslan, and then Maxime Huscenot opens up with a 3.17. You know, we talk about France always being a powerhouse team, and very competitive team. They know what it takes to win gold medal overall. They're coming off of back-to-back wins in terms of gold medal teams at the ISA World Longboard Championships, where we just had at Alsaud a few weeks ago. Man, they looked great. But Maxime Huscenot, Kauli Vaast, and Joan Duru make up the men's side of this team.
Hammers,
And
all of them.
All competitively savvy, too. Kauli Vaast, the youngest out of the 3. I think he's going to make the championship tour one day. You have Maxime Huscenot, who could easily qualify for the Olympics next year. And you have Joan Duru, who was able to win and conquer this place at La Bocana in 2021. expect them to do well. I expect Maxime to do well individually too.
Yeah, their depth is right up there with the best of the best teams we have. We have 63 nations competing here, a record number for us here at ISA Worlds. 15:20 on the clock right now. The first score is coming through, a 3.57, the high mark set by Maxime for now. So 1.57 for blue and a 0.73 for green. So you're looking at Ruslan Kulish, 32 years old. I'd say he is the team captain. He's from Shpola, Ukraine. His favorite break, Uluwatu. Good pick right there.
Yeah, it is.
His so far, he says his biggest achievement being part of the Ukrainian surfing team. It's awesome.
And most importantly, getting out of the cold weather in Eastern Europe too. You come to the tropics, complete different change. We saw them last year in Huntington Beach, and it was actually a good time of the year for HB. You go to Southside HB late September. It's usually consistent. The water was extremely warm. It was beautiful outside. And now you come to another place where you're in the tropics. The waves are good. It's consistent. And you have an opportunity to compete at a new spot that you've never been to before. Excitement is high. And you come into the competition as one of the low-seeded heats, or teams, excuse me. And you're always facing a strong team from the get-go. So drew Maxime Huscenot in this one, but has a chance to make it in the top 2 spots in this heat, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. 2 surfers will stay in the main round, keep advancing through. 1 surfer will be heading to our repechage round. Maxime Huscenot, deep bottom turn. Really solid fundamentals with Maxime. You know, kind of a, I would say a similar type of surfer to an Adriano de Souza. Has a beautiful deep bottom turn that puts him right in the power zone. Coming off the bottom, that is basically everything in surfing, giving yourself that, you know, hard turn off the bottom. That allows you to project up into the maneuver, be it an air or top turn slash whatever you got. But Maxime, definitely a solid technician on these waves. There we see Ruslan now, Team Ukraine. Got a nice, gonna get a nice score on the board. This is, I would think this would be a battle, you know, for second place. Maxime has proven competitive record, but we do have plenty of time to go here. Now, Larkin getting busy on his backhand. Nice surfing there for Team Ireland. Their team captain, say Garage McDade.
Yeah.
Guy is an
Ripper.
absolute ripper. Super good goofy footer. Loves big barrels. Cut his teeth at a spot called Mugglemore.
Sounds like something.
Probably
out of
saying
Harry
it
Potter.
wrong, but yeah, it is like something out of Harry Potter. Scary, big, dark, gnarly.
Might be a
And
dragon
Garage.
involved.
Oh yeah, Garage handles whatever is thrown at him. So for him, you know, being the Irish team captain, a big result here. We could see Irish representation surfing in the Olympics.
True.
And if anybody from a rising surf nation like that could put on a good showing at Chopo, it's Garage.
Yeah, it is. And looking at the replay here from Maxime, up and over the first section, throws the tail around a bit, has a low score of a 1, that's gone, and his best score before this, a 3.17, that should improve. As we look at Ruslan here on the left, great hack right there to start things off for the 32-year-old. Mentioned that his favorite wave is Uluwatu. Some similar vibes here in Central America with the weather, very tropical, and then Lorcan, his best wave, a 3.77 right here. First time competing outside of Europe and first senior ISA event for him. Good surfing right here on the backhand, much better right there with a 3rd turn for South Combe. Doesn't get the finish, but did some good work before that. As we see our water safety team right there. Big props to them, Chuck Davey, Otto Flores, Ryan Hargrave, and the entire rest of the crew. They do an awesome job just keeping all the surfers safe and making sure that they're doing the best that they can with what they're given. And not an easy job. Hargrave actually works on the WSL Big Wave Tour as well. Otto Flores, one of the greatest pros coming out of Puerto Rico of all time. Big wave surfer as well, charges. And we do have an incredible heat coming up, by the way. Brian Toth from Puerto Rico coming out of retirement. He's facing Ramsey Bukiam, Mohamed Kurdi, and Tomas King.
Oof, that is going to be a good one. 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Surfers scanning the lineup for a set wave till they find their next one. We're going to go down to the boardwalk. Jordy Smith is standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Geordie, Vibes are feeling really good from the South African camp right now. That was a great performance from you.
Thanks. They're always good from the South Africans. They're always really supportive, and yeah, it feels good when you finish a wave. They're blowing the vuvuzelas, they're whistling, and it definitely gets you fired up to paddle back out.
I like the prep too. I saw you warming up. You're pretty focused. What does this mean for you being in the ISA Games? Obviously a very different platform in surfing and a bit of a different vibe around the contest area.
Yeah, for me, it's about repetition. So I think that's the key to success. The more reps you get, the higher your percentage rates. So the more you go through something, the easier your kind of muscle memory seems to remember things, and just treat it like any other heat. There is a lot on the line for everyone here, you know, with Olympic qualifications and things like that, as a secondary qualifying kind of realm. But I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked to be here with my fellow teammates. And yeah, I surfed in a high tide. The low tide this morning looked pretty fun, but the conditions, the weather kind of played ball today, a little less wind. So it's fun.
And how are you enjoying Surf City, El Salvador? You said you've been here last year, obviously for that event here, but are you soaking up the culture and a little bit of the cuisine yet?
I haven't yet. We only just got in. But I will. I will in the days to come. We've got some time to just get our sweat on, drink some coconuts, and eat some pupusas for sure.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations to everybody tuning on home, your family, the rest of the South African supporters. Some words for them.
Yeah, thanks everyone at home for supporting us. The team really appreciates it. And yeah, it's scorching, so we're going to get hydrated and get rested up. I think we've got Jose coming up a little bit later, so tune in for him, and yeah, let's go.
Beautiful. Thanks so much, Jordy.
Coconuts and pupusas in Jordy Smith's future. Love to hear it. Great showing there. I was going to say he did it without breaking a sweat. That would be a lie. It's very warm out there, and, you know, that's...
Everybody's...
No one's going to cry for these professional surfers who have been invited to surf in paradise, but I will say it is a physical effort, and in this weather, in these temperatures, you know, you are going to have to work for it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason why most of us would actually pay to come down here. It is paradise. The waves are amazing. The weather is perfect. You can get the best suntan of your life right here in Surf City, El Salvador. Guarantee you that. I'm going to start working on that.
I was about
later on, at the end of the week.
So
it's all work now.
You got a base going on
yes,
right now.
there will be time for a little bit of play after this event wraps up. But we got a lot of business to take care of, including this replay right here from Maxime Huscenot, streaking down the line on this left.
He took care of business on this one. Great first snap. His bottom turn just puts him in the right spot the entire time on this one. Lovely projection down the line for Huscenot. Great variation with that last little tail slide. Brought the tail a bit around and should be dropping his best score right here. You know, a lot of the French surfers, they tend to come from different areas, not only of mainland France, but of different territories. Both Maxime Huscenot and Joanne Defay, originally from Reunion Island. Alice Lemoine, who just won another gold medal for the longboard French team. She's originally from Reunion Island. And in the end, I think both the Tahitians and the surfers from the other French territories take in a lot of what they've developed in their home areas and then bring it to mainland France, specifically to the beach breaks, and add a bit more variation and a bit more spice to the surfing that you normally see from a beach break surfer. That's what's really benefited Joan Duru over the course of his life. I've seen him grow up on the championship tour outside of it too, winning his ISA gold medal here at La Bocana in 2021. I don't think if it weren't for the push of the other surfers from the other territories of France, he wouldn't be as good. And I think we could say the same thing for the surfers from both Reunion Island and Tahiti that have propelled their performances sky high as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, France has a long reach just in terms of the international field that they can pull from. And, you know, with Paris around the corner, you can bet that France is hoping, trying, doing everything in their power to put their best foot forward in all the sports they're doing. But, of course, in surfing, they do have a couple amazing skateboarders that will be competing in the Olympics as well. So France will be looking good for some action sports medals, we'll call them. It'll be very exciting to see. And, you know, for some reason, after the last Olympics in Tokyo, it felt like 2024 was so far away. But now, I mean, we're in the home stretch. This is a qualifying event for the Paris Olympics. So what happens here in Surf City, El Salvador is going to transfer over to the end of the road, Chopo in Tahiti, as part of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games.
So Huscenot extends his lead, has a 7.1 on the previous left. Won't improve right there with that short ride, just a 1.0. Just over 5 minutes to go. Here's Ruslan, though. He's a 3.42. This looks like a decent left. Went for the air, maybe a bit too excited right there for that section. Not coming from a surfing nation per se. This kid, though, the musician, Lorcan, up and riding.
Guitar player, drummer, singer.
Sounds like you.
Let's get him in on the jam session. He can probably actually play all those 3 instruments, unlike me.
Do you think he likes Steely Dan like you, though?
I hope he likes Steely Dan.
You had the coolest shirt the other day, though. Wu-Tang Clan. And I'm such a fan of your outfit so far this week.
Thank you so much, Mitch.
You better bring more. Just like this guy, Tomas King. Did the QS with him. He's a ripper. Has a lot of experience at the ISA level. But I dare say maybe one of the hardest heats of this round. Ramsey Bukiam, CT surfer. Brian Toth, former top-level QS surfer. And Mohammed Kurdi from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Don't know what to expect from him. Might end up being the best surfer in the heat. It's going to be a fun one, though.
Yeah, no doubt. I heard shouting, hoots and hollers and yelling, and I thought, what's happening? And it was Team Costa Rica right behind us, getting fired up for what's to come.
Pura vida.
The Team Spirit is running high with the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Meanwhile, in this heat, we got just under 4 minutes to go. Maxime on the strength of 710, backing up with a 517. He's well into the lead. It's now become a battle for second. Lorcan, as it stands right now, sitting on a 377 and 157 in a good position. But Ruslan Kulish is still highly capable. He's improving every time he comes to an ISA event, which we've seen a couple times in the past. You know, he just gets better and better. That's exactly why these contests are so important. You know, part of it, of course, is showcasing the elite, the highest level, but also development. You know, getting surf competitions in a lot of these nations is not easy. Of course, some of them are landlocked. So the opportunity to come down here, you're at least going to surf 2 heats, and you're definitely going to surf against some of the world's best surfers. I mean, you look through the field, out of the 63 nations, out of the nearly 300 surfers, about 100 of them are in the elite.
Yeah.
So you're going to surf against very high-level competition, and that's only going to help you build in the future and just get better and better at surfing, which we've already seen. The proof is in the pudding.
Jordy Smith said it too, repetition. And repetition is the father of all learning. You want to get your reps in. You want to be able to practice. And that's something that a lot of these countries, as you said, the landlocked ones, don't have the opportunity to do so. And I have to give big props to a lot of the European countries that have coastlines, Spain, Portugal, France. I've seen a lot of events from the German team, from the Danish team, that they had their national events there. And it's really cool to see them actually be able to propose these kind of events to them and say, okay, we'll sanction them. We'll even get you your staff and your judges. You just go out there, bring your surfers. We'll charge you a certain fee, but then we'll have this every single year. And I think that's so important. Without those kind of events, they wouldn't even be able to select a team if they have more than 3 people on both the men's and women's side. Amazing to see a lot of these countries be able to represent themselves here at the ISA World Surfing Games once again. It seems like the Irish surfer deep on this one. Still in second, though. Ooh, Maxime.
Quick split peak of no consequence. Both surfers out and back into the zone. That was a quick heat. I mean, sometimes these 20-minute heats feel like they're 2-minute heats.
Yeah, they go by fast. Well, just under 90 seconds to go. Huscenot well in the lead. Southcombe in second. Ruslan in third. Needs a 3.42. It's not out of it. He hasn't broken a 2 yet. I got a question for you, though. You've been covering the sport for a long time. Transworld Surf, editor-in-chief, maestro at the emceeing, and obviously a broadcaster, too. But have you ever met a surfer from Alaska, an actual surfer from the state of Alaska in the U.S.?
I don't think so.
Because they would compete for
I've
the
seen
United States.
videos of surfers in Alaska, from Alaska, mostly on a tidal bore. That's just the most recent videos that I've seen. But that is a great question. And You know, there are waves in Alaska. It's not going to be easy to surf them. It's going to be cold. It's going to be tough to get to the waves.
You have like 20-hour days there, though.
Yeah, you got
summertime.
plenty of time in the day. It's one of the, you know, there's still a lot of unexplored realms in the world of surfing. I would put Alaska up there. I've seen trips there. I've seen
Jason Rapoy Collins lives there for a while too.
yeah, Josh Molko, I believe, got a cover of Surfer
Really?
Magazine, Surfing in Alaska, I think. Could be totally wrong, but there's a picture in my mind of that. There's waves there. They probably just don't like to talk about them. They probably don't like us
Yeah.
talking about them.
It's the same thing with like Washington State and all the Oregonians.
I'm not even going there.
The waves are
There's
good.
no
though.
waves
It's just cold.
And that's going to be it. Heat 27 is done. Maxime Huscenot gets the win. Irish surfer Lorcan Southcombe comes through in second. Surfer representing the Ukrainian surf team, Ruskian Kolish, comes through in third. He'll get another opportunity in the repechage rounds. We've got more action coming your way. You're not going to want to miss this next heat. Another international affair, as they all are. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back. The ISA World Surfing Games will be held at the world-class waves of La Bocana and El Sunzal in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using progressive shortboard surfing, surfers must perform with speed, power, and flow in the most critical sections of the waves they ride. The following key elements are considered to maximize the athlete's scoring potential, taking into account the overall speed and difficulty of maneuvers and the dedicated commitment to those maneuvers. Goes for the huge
goodness.
corrupt flip. Pushing the limits of what is possible on a surfboard, whether in the air or on the rail. Connecting multiple critical maneuvers together with flow. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers.
Look at the surfing. 2 big turns on the outside.
Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed, surf with power, and connect it all with smooth flow. These surfers will be given the perfect canvas at Surf City, hoping to impress the judges and eventually be crowned champions at the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. Welcome back to beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Just a peek around the corner to prove to you all, as if you needed it, that El Salvador is holding many more waves in the region. But 2 of the best are right here in Surf City, La Bocana and El Sunzal. And speaking of the best, here we go. Thomas King, Brian Toth, Mohammed Kurdi, Ramzi Boukiam, Morocco, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica represented here. That is a well-rounded field of surfers. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Let's make some picks. Let's have some fun. Who's going to win this heat? Not as easy as you thought it would be, would it?
I'd say
Ramzi Boukiam.
Tomas King.
Okay.
I'll throw in my buddy in there.
Yeah. Well, they can't hear us in the water, so there's no favoritism here. We're just analyzing what we see, and your pick is looking good for the start. Thomas King had a brilliant start to that wave, but unfortunately went down a little mistimed at the end section. But what I liked, is looks like it's starting to bowl up a little bit there on the inside, and that's a good thing for these competitors in the lineup now. Tide is really high.
Yeah, peak high tide right now for these waves out here at La Bocana. There's Tothy. And he is, I would have to say, one of the greatest Latin American surfers of all time.
100% agree. He's a legend.
And what he did for the sport was so impactful that I feel like Puerto Rico needed that kind of push after Otto, retired from professional competitive surfing. But Brian Toth is one of the few Puerto Ricans that has won a WSL QS event. Multiple time finisher, in the top 20, top 30 on the qualifying series, close to qualifying for the championship tour. And man, he is a threat right here.
No doubt. Well, we will see more of Brian in just a few moments. But now let's go to the boardwalk. Maxime Huscenot standing by with Jess.
Thanks, Chris. Maxime, it's always a pleasure to watch you and your fellow countrymen perform in beach breaks. How are you finding the conditions out there today?
Yeah, it was fun. It's a really important event for France as we have the Olympics at home, and it's something I want to achieve. We want to represent our country in the best way possible. So we are here with a good crew, a really good team, and we love each other, and we're gonna repeat all the event for sure.
I mean, back in the games in Huntington, even in last September, the whole French team was so strong and so dominant. Obviously, there's a lot going in behind closed doors and in the background for training, prepping for those Olympics.
Yeah, of course. They've been doing it for the last Olympics, and we always had good guys, even on the top of the surfing with Jeremy and Michelle and Joanne Deroux and Joanne Defay and a lot of girls, a lot of people that have been through before. And so we're just taking on that path, and the French guys are helping us doing it. And we just had a really good time, and we just get ready for this event, and we just can't wait.
And for you, ISA Games, obviously pretty different vibe and different kind of pace. You just came from Australia in the Challenger Series. How are you finding settling into the Games in El Salvador?
Yeah, I've been on the road since the end of January, doing the tour, the first 5 events, and got dropped with the cut, which was a really tough time for me, and I tried to bounce back on the Challenger. So I was happy there that I got some good waves in the last event, and coming from there was a bit tired, the travel, but it's all fine. And now I'm just happy to see all these countries, and I was very happy to be with a Ukraine guy in the water. It's pretty amazing knowing what they've been through, and they're still going through. So it's amazing to have all those people around and just enjoy surfing.
Yeah, so much more than just surfing, isn't it? Such a beautiful spirit of the ISA Games, and for everybody, for Team France and for yourself tuning in at home.
Yeah, merci à tous, et on va aller jusqu'au bout. On ramène la coupe.
Thank you so much, Maxime. Good luck going through.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And I love his statement there, how important it is for himself, for the team, for France to have solid representation in Paris 2024. One thing I know about Maxime, he's not known as a heavy water surfer, but in any circumstance that I've seen him in big, scary waves, he has absolutely sent it. So if he does get the call up at Chopo, he'll go.
Yeah, and he can surf pipe well. He can surf Sunset Beach well. So he's got the capabilities in the
Underrated, wouldn't you say?
For sure. And specifically within barrel riding, too. You grow up in Reunion Island. St. Louis, not an easy wave. It has a lot of power. I mean, you're talking about open ocean right there in the Indian Ocean. But, all in all, I think he has what it takes to qualify through here and just not even have to look for that one spot that France already has guaranteed. Because remember, even on the Championship Tour this year, there's only 5 spots allocated to international surfers outside of those that are already at the top of the ranking. So right now we still have 2 U.S. surfers in. We have 2 Australians and 2 Brazilians. But out of the other 5, Kanoa Igarashi's outside. He could still qualify at the end of this year. Matt McGillivray, Jordy Smith, Rio Waida, and who else am I forgetting about on the men's side? Leo, thank you. Number 10 in the ranks, yeah. As we see Al Cleland Jr. coming up. He's a fantastic surfer.
Ooh, that got me excited. And this is getting me excited. Set wave on the horizon coming through this peak. Looking more and more like lowers every minute. It's going to be Mohammed. Here we go. Surfer representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You hear the cheers going up. And I would tell you, that's not just the Saudi Arabian team. That's everybody on the beach. Fired up for this young man who's getting his taste of international competition. We saw Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Huntington Beach. One of their first times competing in ISA. So great to have them here. There's a gold medalist right there, and maybe a future gold medalist. Johnny Corzo, Alan Cleland Jr., Team Mexico represent the debrief right here. What do you think they're talking about, Mitchell?
Strategy, maybe talking him up a little bit, just getting his confidence going. Johnny's a gnarly surfer out here. I've seen him multiple times at different events, too. He should be doing great out here with these conditions.
Thomas King, Pura Vida, Costa Rica, coming around that section. Looks a little tricky right now. Everything has kind of been condensed towards the rocks.
Yep.
and a little flatter on the face, so the kind of wedging waves are a little bit fewer and further between. Still plenty out there.
But for the talent that we have in the water in this heat.
Oh, it's easy for them.
Yeah, but
for most people, might be tricky to surf. For them, easy.
And that's saying a lot, because look at the high scores in this heat so far up until this wave. Wow. So, like, nobody's been able to find anything so far. Ramsey has a chance to get an Olympic spot himself through this event. And Toth with just a 2.67 in his scoreline. Tomas King right now has the single highest wave score of 3.83. It's time to make things happen right here. You got to be looking right with the high tide. Much easier to project down the line on your forehand than it is on your backhand. If it were me right now, Ramsey, got to be looking left, I feel. Much easier to gain speed, project down those sections down the line, especially when you have that big whitewater with this high tide, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a test for these surfers for the next 5 or 6 heats for sure. Once the tide starts to dip a little bit, tends to clean up and the peak is a little bit more defined. We've got under 10 minutes to go here. Tomas King in the lead, Brian Toth in second. Here goes Ramsey Bukian. Bukian, watch out for some big power hooks. That wave did not let him do those big power hooks that we all wanted to see. It was just a quick up and out. And that means Brian Toth will now be in the top priority position. Brian Toth, 37 years old, from Isabela, Puerto Rico. His home break, favorite break, Hobos Beach. And when he's not ripping all over the world, he is home and works as a wildland firefighter. That sounds like a cool job.
It does.
I'm a pro surfer and I'm a wildland firefighter.
And then he used to be a
nice
sales rep on top of that too, and now just looking to get the Olympic dream. Him at Chopes would be awesome to see. He charges.
Here he is. His backhand is lethal as well. Quick snap there. Super powerful, precise, down the line. A couple big turns there for Brian Toth. Nothing on the finish, but the damage was done out the back. And look at that, psyching, paddling hard to get back out into the lineup. He's currently in third place. That's going to be a decent score. That's definitely going to be better than anything he had before. And it might be better than any wave we've seen thus far in this heat. The high mark, a 3.83.
Concur.
I think it'll be above that. Here we go, red, Thomas King. Now we could potentially see him unleash. Wave not super cooperative with him. Pretty flat on the face. That was a nice turn. Third turn, best turn so far. Little inside cup. Quick snap there. Throwing a lot of spray, so made a lot out of a little. Not an easy wave to surf. Pretty flat on the face, shouldery. And now he's up on those rocks.
Wow, that's crazy. First time we've ever seen anybody finish that far up on the rocks here at this event so far in the first 2 days. I had the chance to compete with Tommy here at a few Alas events in the past. Great surfer, spends a lot of time here in El Salvador and specific a la Bocana. What he brings to the table is a lot of experience at a wave like this. Only having to travel around 30, 40 minutes on a plane ride from San Jose all the way to here to San Salvador. Amazing to see the Central Americans get a chance to surf at home. This wave, though, from Tothy, great opening turn, an incredible carve to just back that first turn off. So that's a combination of major maneuvers when there are very few critical sections out there with how high the tide is right now, Chris. Difficult turn, but look at this wrap. In the pocket, brings it all the way around. In 2011, he actually won a QS event in my home city of Mazatlan, a 4-star QS against Mitch Colburn in the final. And now he's looking to qualify for the Olympics for Paris 2024. Meanwhile, Tomas King, great surfing there on the backhand. That turn, as you said, was great. Just accelerated out of the turn, it seemed, every single time, and was able to throw around some spray. And got the finish. Don't know if they're going to deem the last one complete or not. Did have to jump off as the rocks are right there. All in all, though, they're still in 1 and 2 of this heat with 6:45 to go.
Yeah, there's some room up at the top there. I will say that, you know, there's a reason why so many people love Costa Rica, the Pura Vida nation. You know, right behind us on the rocks, you've got Team Costa Rica, who has kind of absorbed the Saudi surf team. They're all hanging out together, cheering for each other. Another unique and awesome part of ISA competition. You know, Mohammed getting full support, not only from KSA, but also from Costa Rica, which is very cool to see. There they are right there. The blue shirts. That's Team Costa Rica. There you see KSA team co-mingling, cheering for each other's athletes out in the lineup.
A lot of Costa Ricans did make the trip here to the ISA World Surfing Games to root on their team and see some of the best surfers in the world as well. Why wouldn't you? It's a close flight. You could even drive here, but man, just the accessibility to a lot of Central Americans here at this spot. It's great to see. Meanwhile, a couple of new scores coming through, Chris, making things harder for Bukiem and Curdy.
Yeah, this is definitely getting interesting. A pair of 4s come through for Thomas King and Brian Toth. They're still looking for backups or
better
first
scores,
ups,
yeah.
bigger scores. You don't want to have a 4 as your, or a 4.7 as your high mark. Ramsey yet to get busy here. He's got a 2.1 and a 1.07. So not a lot of action for your surfer from Morocco. One of the favorites coming into this event.
I would agree, especially based off of his performance here in 2021 as well.
Yeah, he unfortunately, he did make the Olympic team, but I believe COVID struck him down. He couldn't make his way to Tokyo. There was a little bit of a heartbreaker there.
Yeah, Fred Morais, the same thing too. And
or maybe it was injury for Ramsey.
I think it was.
A knee or something.
But, I mean...
so much has happened since then.
And
it's hard to keep track.
This year has been hard for him too. I mean, not even surfing a Challenge Tour event when you're actually qualified. You don't make the mid-season cut, you don't get an extra wild card, and now you're here having to battle through probably still an injury after surfing the first 2 Challenger Series events in Australia. Big moment for him, does not need much, a 4.97, but there are opportunities out there. Hopefully he can get one. Basically needs a 5 right now. But both Tothi and Tomas do not need much to build up their score lines in terms of their backup score right now, Chris. A lot of time, the 4 minutes could be an eternity for some people.
Yeah, when you're in the lead, you're thinking, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Time warp.
Move.
When you're in 3rd or 4th, you're thinking, please stop. Please just give me an opportunity. That's what Ramsey's thinking. That's what Muhammad's thinking. And here we have your surfer from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia having a look, and he's taking off. Late drop, makes it. We've got the chance to hang out with Muhammad Kurdi a little bit, 34 years old. He says he is stoked to participate in the ISA and represent Saudi. He's from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And he is one of the nicest fellows you're likely to meet. I've had the pleasure of having some great conversations with him in the last few ISA World Surfing Games, and great ambassador from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and Ramsey up and riding. He actually did surf in the Olympics. We were thinking about Fred Morais.
Freddie, yeah.
Yeah, he
another
got
big, strong power surfer. So it is kind of a compliment.
Well, the one thing I will say is that it wasn't the performance he was looking for, so that's why you probably don't remember it as much. That wave right there was crucial in this heat, though, Chris. Needing close to a 5-point ride. And with 2 minutes 45 to go, this is another big wave for Tothi right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a mixed defense, offense. Brian Toth, 2 nice turns out the back, showing his veteran know-how there. This guy's probably been in thousands of heats and won most of them. He's that good a surfer. He's got to be a little bit worried now because Ramsey Bukiem is waiting for what could potentially be a game-changing score. And you know what, now that I recall, I was on the beach in Tokyo, but it's bittersweet, right in the throes of COVID. So there wasn't a lot of commingling with athletes,
So did you
journalists.
even get out of your booth?
No, I didn't really leave the booth much, but I got to announce the medal ceremony. Got to be part of surf history, announcing the first ever medal ceremony for surfing, and I cried right after. True story. I was overwhelmed with joy.
In public or in private?
I think I cried in front of Fernando, and then I cried in front of Italo, and then I cried in front of many people. It is impossible to hold it back. It was tears of joy. And I can't even imagine with the athletes who competed in the Olympics, like Ramsey, like Carissa Moore, like that crew. They must have felt something that they've never even expected to feel before.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list again. I remember Colohandino knocking out his teammate, John Florence, in the round of 16. Kolohe ended up with a 5th place finish. Owen Wright with the bronze medal, Kanoa Igarashi silver, and Italo Ferreira, a monster in that Olympic Games. Wow, he just surfed at another level that event. Waiting for some scores though, Chris. And Tothy's is in. It's a 5-point ride. He takes the lead, and waiting on Ramsey's, he would now need a 6.5 to overtake Tomas King. And as we were saying, 9th place finish at Tokyo 2020. Huge moment for him right here to stay in the main rounds. But the bad news for him, Tomas King, better positioning and a higher priority with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild finish. Slow start for all the surfers involved. Brian Toth comes through. He gets a number, 5 and a 4.4. So he is now in the lead. Tomas King drops to second. Ramsey Bukian with a 2.10 and a 1.04, waiting for a score to come through. Looking for 6.5, which is a big number. That would be the single best wave of this entire heat. 20 seconds left. What is going to happen? Who's got priority? Tothy with priority.
Well, second priority. And oh! Ooh! Oh!
That was...
Wow.
I knew it was going to be a wild finish.
Tomas let that wave go, though. He didn't block Ramsey, and Ramsey nearly caught it at the end. We're still waiting on his previous score, though, so a 6.5 or better would still move him up into second place. But
yeah.
Wow.
Team Costa Rica with a tentative clap right there, a little bit worried. That is proves our point that you cannot give up till the very end of these heats. Every heat has had a wild finish. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see what happens. We're going to let the judges make their decision. We'll be right back after these brief messages. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023.
On day one of competition, we saw a mixture of speed, power, and flow at both podiums. El Sunsal and La Bocana shine on day one. The highest wave of the day on the men's side goes to Mexico's own Sebastian Williams with an 8.77. The three-time world champion Gabriel Medina returning to winning form with an 8.33.
Step by step, we have great competitors coming from Brazil, and we have only 2 spots. It's exciting to be there fighting for this one of these spots.
And the stalwart, Carlos Munoz, Kauli, the Costa Rican, drops an 8.17, the 3rd highest score of the day.
Great surfing from the Olympian. Had his opportunity in Tokyo, there in Chiba.
Wow, power, speed, and flow.
U.S. superstar Caroline Marks dropping the highest wave score of the women, an 8.5. Carissa Moore, an 8.33 at the long right-hand point break of El Sunsal.
Yeah, I think we all have that goal in mind, but we're trying to take it hit by hit, day by day. And that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what worked 2 years ago, so hopefully I can put it together again.
Sarah Baum from the Republic of South Africa dropping an 8.17, the 3rd best wave of the women on day one. And stay tuned tomorrow for day 2 of action and see more Olympic dreams happen in El Salvador.
So far, so good. Those highlights prove a point. There is tons of action happening down here in Surf City, El Salvador. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We're getting a look over at Podium 2, El Sunsal. A lot of people cite this as the first wave really surfed here in El Salvador. Made an appearance in the film Big Wednesday. It's been a favorite to longboarders back in the day in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and now you see it's a high-performance heaven for surfers like Anissa Flynn representing Thailand. Great little wave there. That inside section is looking fun.
And how about this? Siki Yang from China. And they have brought a great roster, much, much better than they had in previous years. And I think these waves with tropical weather really suit their kind of styles. And how about Wade Sharp being their head coach as well, former championship tour judge. And the waves are nonstop over there. Seems like Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian surfer. And, I mean, waves are just great. El Sunsal, one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world. And, of course, here in El Salvador. amazing surfing going on, Chris.
Yeah, fun to watch. And I echo your statement about Team China. I would say they are by far the most improved team in the past 2 years. Mia Kemp there representing Team Germany. Team Germany is fielding an awesome team. Camilla Kemp, she is a charger, great surfer, knows how to ride the tube. She had one of the most famous tube shots ever. Follow cam in a huge barrel. I think Laurent Peugeot shot that photo. I'm sure you can Google it. It's amazing, but wow, a lot of action happening up at El Sunzal.
Nadia Starbe right there, one of Spain's best. And she, I think, has the chance of winning a gold medal for her team individually. And how about Yolanda Hopkins, too, from Portugal, former runner-up at this event in 2021.
And the hits keep coming, huh?
She is just a powerhouse, too. Non-stop energy, a lot of activity out there on each wave and in every heat. And you can find this feat on the website, as always, ISAsurf.org, Podium 2. How about that, Chris? You get to see the action here at Podium 1, the main podium. Get to listen to us if you'd like. And you could also have a one single camera feed over there at Podium 2.
It's a one-stop shop for the world's best surfers. 63 nations represented, nearly 300 competitors. Podium 1, La Bocana. There you see a nice overview of Surf City, El Salvador. In those nooks and crannies, under the canopy of trees, tons of places to stay. You know, everything ranging from your low-key, low-budget backpacker zone, all the way up to 5-star, everything in between. And this is one of the most consistent waves that I've ever seen. Anywhere I've been in the world, it always seems to be pumping down here. La Bocana especially, it's like a swell sponge. And that is just a slice of paradise right there. Quick glimpse of a pool that you could be in. Short flight from California and the east coast of the USA. Get down here, get involved. 14:40 to go. Speaking of getting involved, we're well into it right now. Got Johnny Corzo sitting in the lead with a 4-point ride. Hood Ahmed representing the Maldives. 3.93 to start. Got Tom Bolsma from the Netherlands representing Team Netherlands. And we see here Ajish Ali. And we want to welcome Team India for the first time competing here in surfing, the ISA World Surfing Games. We got a chance to talk to the Indian team yesterday at the end of the day, and they are so cool and fired up and happy to be here, so happy to be representing their country. And I think we're going to see a lot more of Team India in the future, and as well as the next 12 minutes.
I agree. As you see the opening score for Johnny Corzo right here, 4 points for the former ISA gold medalist from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, one of the great talents coming out of Mexico. And then Ali here, a 2.5 on his opener. Big wrap for him on the forehand, and then goes into the lip for the second one right there. So Indian surfers definitely impressing, leaving a lasting impression. And Ahmed from the Maldives on the backhand, they tend to surf very glassy waves for the most part year-round. Good carves right there on the backhand. Nothing incredible. Wave selection could be better, but got a decent finish at 2.77 for Hood. And meanwhile, Ali with the second ride at 2.63, his best. Look for the foam climb into the lip right there.
Yes.
And for somebody that hasn't really competed that much outside of, South Asia and India, very impressed with both the Indonesian surfers and the Maldivian surfers so far. Not easy coming up against a former #1 in the world like Corzo, a man with a lot of experience in Latin America too, Chris.
Yeah, he's gold medalist here, so he knows the ins and outs of ISA competition.
Comes from a surfing family too. His older brother Angelo, a great former professional surfer himself, a charger in Puerto Escondido. It seems like he might be looking at this left here. He's up and riding.
Big snap there for Johnny Corzo. Another solid turn. You look at his style, and I see some Adriano de Souza in how he surfs. He's super powerful. He's very consistent. He has a really good bottom turn, which sets him up for the big power snaps that he just showed us. So that's going to be a big score. He's sitting on a 4 so far, the highest single wave score of this heat. Oh, late drop there. Surfer in white, green, Ali. Pumping all the way to the end. Love to see it.
So 12 minutes to go. Corzo gonna get what seems to be like his best score right here. Bosma from the Netherlands has a 2.93, and both Ahmed and Ali looking for something to get out of the 2-point range. I think as of right now, since Tom only has a 2.93 and a scoreline as his best score, there's still a chance for them to get something better than that. But I like to see them on better waves. And I know it's hard to compete. You're nervous. You have a lot of jitter in your step. But you still need to recognize that to make it out of a lot of these heats, especially one with a former ISA gold medalist, you need to be on the best waves. You need to know how to calm your nerves at a moment like this and be able to get on a set wave.
And do that.
Oh,
nicely done. Johnny Corzo.
Johnny be good.
Power guy, air guy. He does it all. That was very cool looking.
Normally don't see him go to the air this early when he doesn't need to, but I like that spark. It seems like he's been working on that a lot during the free time.
Yeah, and you know, for Johnny right now, he's surfing against 3 surfers that don't have nearly as much experience as he does, but I don't think he's taking much time to help out his competitors because there's a lot at stake for him right now.
You don't
I'm
take
sure
it lightly.
Before and after, meeting, greeting, having a good time, but it's all business right now. 10:24 to go. And speaking of doing business, this guy did that and more, blitzed his way through that heat. Brian Toth standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, Brian's right here, guys. And my mistake, he's been waiting around for a while because he had a really good heat win and there was a few people congratulating him. Congratulations, mate. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long.
Oh, it's all good. Felt good. I've been in bed for 3 days. Yesterday, the medical staff helped me out a lot, put some IVs in me and stuff, and got me into my heat. I'm overheating right now, but I'm just stoked for the win to make it into the next round. Waves are fun. Can't complain. There's still some bombs coming through and a lot of potential. So, and that was a gnarly heat. I've been surfing against at least Thomas and Ramsey since our junior years. So it was good to take a W over those two.
I mean, the town's kind of got you good right now, hasn't it? Like you're saying, you've got to manage a fair few things, but to be able to skip that repechage round must feel good for you guys and the team.
Yeah, it feels great. I got to go now do some blood work with the medical team again. I'm glad I'm still staying in the main round. Our whole team has been doing good today, so there's nothing but positive vibes. We had all 3 of our girls made it through. And then our other Dwight is coming up in a couple heats, so we're all gonna pass that positive vibe up to him and stuff. So they knocked us down, but we're so strong and hard on our island that nothing can hold us back.
Well, it's great to see your performance. I love the way you've been able to just pull it all together with the froth. And for everybody tuning in, for the team at home, words for those guys.
Puerto Rico, lo quiero, un abrazo, te amo.
There you go, the spirit of surfing for Puerto Rico. Brian taking the win and going down to get some good recovery.
Bad Bunny would be proud of Brian Toth, and we're all proud of him. 37 years old, a veteran in the game, surfing through some kind of ailment. He's going to get a little bit more work done on himself, but he didn't look like he was surfing sick to me. He was looking like he was surfing sick, Mitch. The other sick.
Pun intended?
I guess.
That's a pretty good one. Hey, but it sounded like he's been through hell and back, the last few days. I mean, blood work, a couple of IVs, like, we need to get some more info out of him because that sounds like a lot of work, and especially coming up against a former Olympian like Ramsey, Tomas King, who has a lot of experience out here. Having to put a heat like that together, peak high tide, middle of the day when the sun is as strong as it's going to be when it's
not
hot.
Feeling great.
Ooh, dude.
I'm glad I
Props to
picked him. I'm glad I picked him for the win at the beginning of that heat. Felt good there.
I can tell.
So round 1, heat 39 in the water as we speak on the strength of a big air. Johnny Corzo, 583, 527, solid heat total of 1110. We just saw Ahmed from the Maldives come up into 2nd place, knocking Ali from Team India into 3rd. Tom Bosma from the Netherlands, he has a 293, so a decent start. All surfers on the board, all surfers still within striking distance of advancing through and staying in the main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers will go to the repechage, where they will have another opportunity to show what they got. Here we go, Tom Bosma. Now that is the surfing that we expect from this guy. He's super talented. We've seen him quite often in ISA surfing events. So putting it all together right there. Took him about 12 minutes to, as they say, get his feet in the wax. Ultimate surf commentator cliche, but it works in that case. And here we go, surfer in white, Ahmed from the Maldives.
Wow.
Big snap there, comes around that whitewater section. And you can imagine the places that he surfs on a daily basis. Bright blue water, sharp reef, Maldives.
Either or.
I think it's tomato, but either way you slice it, it is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Hyped to have representation.
Speaking of representation, Saquarema's own João Chianca from Brazil.
Am I reading this right? All three of those guys coming up next?
Tough heat. João Chianca, Brian Perez, the local superstar. You know the beach is about to get packed right now. Not that it isn't already, but coming up against Giorgio Gomez from Colombia as well. That is a difficult heat to make it out of.
It's going to get loud down here. 5:40 to go. Johnny Corzo, quick up and out, trying to get rid of 5.27 as his low score, but 2 good numbers there. I'm very excited to be bringing you a record-breaking 63 nations competing. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar. We are live here from El Sunzal and La Bocana, 2 marquee surf destinations here in Surf City, El Salvador. Mitch, as expected yesterday, kind of, strange out in the water, some wind, smaller waves, but today, as you can see behind us, sun came out, swells starting to appear. The tide is working right in our favor. We're going to be in for a solid rest of the day surf-wise, and then looking on to the rest of the week. Surfline's telling us all good things.
Yeah. No, it's supposed to get bigger. I think the more it improves over the course of the week, I think the better it is for the later rounds. And more importantly, once you get to those heats where the top seeds are matching up against each other, you want to give them as many opportunities as you can. So great to see that we're going to have a good amount of swell later on in the event window. When it comes down to it, though, you should be prepared for any kind of condition. Going out there 20 feet, 2 feet, like it is right now, fun and playful. And that's what I like so much about Johnny Corzo. Dropping a pair of 5s right now, goes out there and competes no matter what. And for the other 3 surfers, knowing this right now, what he has in a score line, there's times where you just need to be content in order to move through a heat. Keep your ego out of it. Don't make any mistakes. If you're in second, make sure you're just advancing. And there's times where that benefits you. I've seen Brian Perez on screen do that as well. And Perez is on another level when it comes to talent on social media. He's been able to put it together in a heat. But a great heat coming up right now against Giorgio Gomez and João Chianca. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, he's a great human. Really nice, really welcoming. When you basically invite 63 countries to your country, you've got to be prepared with the aloha. And he is, he's definitely an amazing ambassador to Salvadorian surfing, to surfing in general. And surfing is lucky to have a guy like Brian Perez in it. And we're lucky because we get to see him surf for 20 minutes out here at one of his home breaks. I think he mostly surfs down Punta Rocas, just around the corner. And anytime Brian Perez hits the water, people get excited, as they should. He's a really exciting, talented surfer, and he always puts on a good show.
And at home, being able to handle the pressure. We saw him do quite well in 2021. He might have been a few rounds out from getting one of those spots to qualify for Tokyo 2020. But in the end, he did way better than I expected him to. This year, though, I think his talent's way better. His competitive savvy and experience is much better. Just like this guy, Chris. Corzo, quick one there. He's looking at better at 5.27. Johnny seems in control of this heat, though. But 3rd and 4th place, still a chance. Ahmed needs a 4.04. Ali needs a 4.9. And if you're Tom Bolsma in 2nd place right now, only looking to better a 2.93, you still have 2 minutes to do that. I think he should be moving around, trying to better that score, because what I've seen from both Ali and Ahmed, they have the skills. They just need to be on the right wave.
Yeah, and Tom Bolsma is a savvy competitor. He's been around the block. And he knows the ins and outs of competitive surfing. For the first 12 minutes of this heat, he was pretty much invisible in the water. but he's definitely made his presence known. Got a 4.6 and a 2.93. He's in third priority now. We got Ali representing Team India in that top priority spot. So it's up to him to figure out how and when to use that priority position. It's great to see a lot of flags still waving on the beach. A lot of energy and excitement. We got a lot of local and international media down here. And I think specifically a lot of that is for Brian Perez.
But, you know, you get a big heat win, you get a big air, great maneuver. All of a sudden, you get a cover.
Oh, yes. You said great maneuver
And that
right
happened.
as Ahmed did a really cool looking layback carve. The John style right there. Goofy foot John.
Oh, goofy footers. We could go Raul Machado, somebody from your neck of the woods. Bring it in.
That was cool looking.
And he's a 4.04. Say he doesn't get it, but at least improves on the 3.5. The requirement's less now. He does have 50 seconds, though, so he needs to hustle right now to get back out and get that score he needs. Comes in at just a 2.67, though, for Ahmed, so still needing one wave. In the end, you don't make it out of this heat. Look at the positives, though, Chris, coming for you know, two surfers from that part of the world, the Maldives and India. Big event for you, and that was sick.
That was cool looking.
He almost sat down on that layback. I just think the flow between maneuver 2 and 3 should have just fit in 1 instead of the 2 right there. A big combination would have added to that scoreline. But all in all, as I said, got to take the positive with the negative. Look at what you did well and what you can improve on afterwards. In life, you only win or you learn, Chris.
That's right. All right, we're down to the wire here. 1 second to go. It's over. Johnny Corzo gets the win. Tom Bolsma will move through in second place. Hood Ahmed from the Maldives will be in third. Ajish Ali from Team India in fourth. Both third and fourth place surfers will have another opportunity to compete in the repechage rounds. And we've got more competition coming up. We're going to bring Barton and Shannon in. These are going to be some great heats. Brian, the Pink Panther, coming up next.
Welcome back to the action here for the World Surfing Games. The ISA once again in Surf City, El Salvador. Location that we've returned to many times, 5 exact for competition. And taking a look now at Giorgio Gomez for Team Colombia. Excellent surfer, loves big waves. Accomplished SUP surfer as well. Out for an early start. He is in the water up against Joao Chianca of Brazil and Brian Perez, the local El Salvador hero, the Pink Panther, with the pink board under his feet. Quick start, Shannon Hughes alongside 88 world champ Barton Lynch to call the action, and that was a great exchange to kick things off, Barton.
Definitely a good opening exchange. Interesting to see the most accomplished on the World Championship Tour of the 3. Joao Chianca from Brazil getting the slowest start. Both those guys getting waves before he did. It'll be interesting to see where the scores come in. But both looking sharp and fast and aggressive. It's a super competitive heat.
Extremely competitive, very talented surfers. Brazil, Colombia, El Salvador. Joao, Giorgio, and Brian Perez. Joao Chianca currently sitting at number 2 on the WSL World Tour rankings. The highest ranked of the Brazilian pack coming into this, which is incredible for Joao, being that he's only in his second year on the World Tour. And his teammates that he's outranking right now, Felipe, Toledo, and Gabriel Medina, both world champions.
Yeah, which is, as you said, it's amazing. It's a great dream start for he. He wore that yellow jersey for quite a period of time. Up and riding.
Brian Perez now on his second wave, still waiting for scores from his first. Great first hit. Nearly falls on the drop, but redeems it. Finds that little corner, little slash to finish as well. And Giorgio now on his second ride. So these two staying active. Joao paddling himself back into position. Giorgio goes down.
Unfortunate fall there, but looking sharp on his board. It gives the wax a little rub there. You talked about that sort of silty, almost slimy nature of the rocks underneath the surface and how that puts.
Yeah, it is interesting to see how much of that slime does come into play, and just those warm temperatures, you know, a little extra growth maybe in the ocean. Shannon Hughes here alongside 88 world champion Barton Lynch, and we're having a great time calling the action, but there's so many things to factor in when it comes to competing in such tropical locations.
Oh yeah, even just the walking along the cobblestones here, you see people slipping and sliding, and a good idea to put some slippers on and just make your way across there easily. We just saw India and the Maldives take to the water, both new surfing nations, and for India it's their first time here, so there's a lot of learning going on, and even just assimilating into these conditions and understanding those conditions, as you said, a big deal, but someone who does know them is up and riding right now.
Brian now driving down the line. Great turn to start. Off the bottom into the lip for the second. Goes for that wrap, throws the tail fully around. Goes for the finishing maneuver as well, so getting some work done. We do have some scores that are starting to filter through just to build the picture before we go for that replay. A 5.17 was the opener of Brian Perez, a 1.83 for the second. We're now waiting for Brian's, Brian had the 5.33. We're now waiting for his second wave. The first scores I announced, the 5.17 went to Giorgio Gomez of Colombia. So Brian Perez just narrowly getting the better of that first exchange between those two. Is still waiting for a score to drop through for Jiao Chienka. He was able to get a ride in the mix early on, so we're waiting for that to come through, as well as the second of Brian.
Brian's, I think that ride of Brian Perez, we heard I could hear the local crowd going up behind us, and I think that's going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He was super aggressive on that wave. He's actually sitting in a different part of the break. You can see there blue and red. Brian Perez in the green is further down on a right-hander that's away from his two opponents, so that seems to have worked well for him. And be interesting to see this score come through from Jiao Chienka and see who won that opening exchange. At this point in time, that 5.33 of the local is the best score. Judges having a good long think about this.
Quick spin around here under the lip into a second wave for Chienka. Snap under the lip to start, and he'll kick out as the wave goes flat.
Powerful, tall, powerful kid. His brother also an incredible talent. Perhaps, you know, along with Lenny, one of the very best big wave riders in the world. So definitely got the pedigree. And then when you look at the quality of the Brazilian surfers, the Brazilian Storm as they've been called, they are just redefining surfing in a lot of ways.
The Colombian now up on his second turn. Great, powerful bottom turns as he connects then with the lip.
Wow. Those three turns were amazing.
You see so much spray flying off that outside rail off the bottom turns.
So fast, so vertical, late and critical on each of them. The judges got a little bit of work to do now to catch up. Still waiting on the second of Brian Perez's. I thought that was a really nice looking wave.
Now, we didn't get a look at that first of Joao Chienka, but it drops in as a 3.5, so nothing of consequence.
And the second one's a 2 or something like that. So really he's, you know, while you look at on paper here, he's the most credential of the three. He's behind the 8 ball at this point in time. A 6 drops for Giorgio Gomez. there we go.
Yeah, and still waiting for that last of Brian, which could, like you said, be his best wave above that 5.33 possibly. So we could see Joao with a question mark in front of him. He's going to need to have 2 fresh scores on the board to be able to match what we've seen so far from the other 2.
Yeah, I suppose the only downside is that they're 5 and 6s, so it's not, you know, something that can't be eclipsed with good wave selection. And then just what we know he can do, put onto a good wave. Here we go, replay, nice wrapping, cut back, goes a little flat on the face in front, beautiful wafting snap out of the top. You see the tail drift, cuts through. Here's Brian Perez's little horizontal speed snap out of the top, coming down to this section. That was the 5.17 for Giorgio and the 5.33, so the early ride.
4.33 dropped in for the second wave of Brian Perez as we take another look here.
Okay, this is the third wave, I believe, then, right? The 4.33 was that shorter one. That is going to be better than a 4.33, I dare say. The score just dropped for that, a 5.40.
5.4 for our surfer in green, but it's this guy, Giorgio, who's currently sitting in the lead. The 6 dropped in for this last wave.
Yeah, again, oh, here we go, look at this. Brian Perez, that was the, I think that's that
Can I get the board on that
4.33.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect.
$12 minutes to go. Joao Chienka sitting with a requirement. We'll track now with Brian Perez as he is up and riding. Snap into the lip. Looking for that second corner. Hits that oncoming section with power.
And when we look at the scores, I feel like the judges have got themselves a little bit trapped between the 5 and the 6. I feel like that 6 of Giorgio Gomez's from Colombia could have gone a little higher. Those 3 backhand re-entries were critical.
Taking a look at this replay for Jiao.
Oh, nice 2 turns, little hair flick to finish off.
Solid surfing, so waiting for scores to drop. We'll take another look at this one of Brian.
Takes his time, lays it back and just snaps off the closeout section. You can see the composure and the control there. Little flick of the wrist. To me, says I'm happy with that. I'm satisfied. It was aggressive and powerful.
Scores to come through now for last of Joao and for last of Brian. At the moment, we have Giorgio sitting in the lead for Team Colombia with a 6 and a 5.17. And as we wait for scores, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Jess Grimwood in the winner of that last heat.
Thanks very much, Shannon. Johnny Corzo, you're a proud Mexican surfing for the national team. I can even see the flag on the side of those Oakleys. What does it mean to you to be here again at your another set of the games and representing the nation?
Yeah, it's always a honor, you know, I like to represent my country, Mexico, since the beginning, since I started competing. It's always feeling great. Yeah, once again here on having a chance to win a world title and with all the top seeds, actually, having like Gabriel Medina, all the high guys. Like, I want to be there one day and I'll be there. So it's time to start getting next to them and putting them on the wall, you know.
That's a good point to make. I mean, you've been ready and waiting for this opportunity. You're always such a great performer for us. What's the difference for the ISA games this year? What's it going to take for you to step up on the podium and knock down those big names?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of strategy, surf smart, compete against them like super strong, give it all at it, like surf with a lot of passion, with all my heart. And yeah, that's all I could do right now, you know, just leave it all out there in the water, in the lineup. And yeah, I think I feel ready, I'm feeling strong, confident. And yeah, I'm just gonna let my surfing do the talking, and hopefully I could take it to the next level and make finals.
Well, the rest of the Mexican team are looking just as strong as you, Johnny, too. And for everybody tuning in at home, I'm sure there's plenty of supporters online watching.
Yeah, definitely. We have a really strong team this year. I think we open up strong. We have Alan surfing again, Sebastian in the next and second round. And yeah, super proud once again to represent my country once again. It's feeling great. And yeah, let's get the ball rolling.
Did you want to say anything in Spanish back home?
Sí, un saludo a toda mi familia que me están apoyando, mis amigos, mi novia, todos los que siempre están tras de mí. Gracias a Dios por otro día más, otra oportunidad. Seguimos adelante y viva México.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Team Mexico coming in hot.
Looking good, the 2016 gold medalist from the ISA World Surfing Games, back again and looking to keep himself in that mix, as well as trying to find that Pan American qualification to be able to get to Santiago at the end of the year, which then opens up the opportunity for a man and a woman to qualify for Paris 2024 for the Olympic Games out of the Americas. As we take a look at Joao Chianca, has a look there, just has a little dive off the finish.
And before that, he had a 2.07. He got a 5.8 for the backhand reentries. I'd love to see that one again on the replay and compare the 5.8 to that 6. When you look at the scores, we've got a 5.4, a 5.77, a 5.17, a 5.80, and a 6. So all of the scores kind of squished into this between the 5 and the 6 range, and I feel like the judges could have separated a little bit. I feel that there's that 0.2 difference between the best of Joao, 5.8, and the 6, the best of Giorgio. There was an extra move on that, and here we go, pumping down the line.
Straight to the air. Oh, that looked painful. Board flipped,
dangerous.
Twisted up between his legs.
Wow, how's he looking?
Guaranteed he would have connected with it, but I think that whitewater grabbed the board and kind of pulled it out from just before he landed between it.
Dangerous situation, but he's behind. He needs to try something. Look at the replay. Goes to the air, spins it, the wind gets it, it flips onto its side, and he comes straight down on top of that rail of the board. Looking to improve on the 3.5. The pressure's on. There's 7 minutes 30, and we just saw the pressure starting to, he's on the World Championship Tour, but you come here, you kind of may expect to have a few easy heats before you get moving into the later stages of the event, but that hasn't happened. This is a really tough first round heat.
So true. Brian Perez in the water right now. He had that wild card call up last year to the WSL Championship Tour event just down the road here in La Libertad at Punta Roca. So he's had that experience as well. He'll be hopeful to get that call up for the upcoming CT that will run just after the World Surfing Game finishes. And for him, he's one of those surfers that's really in that conversation around if he doesn't get the qualification for Paris out of the Pan American Games, where he's had some great success in the past. Brian Perez has been on the podium. He's walked away with a bronze medal at the Pan Americas in the past. He could be up for another way to get in through the universality clause. As we take a look at Joao, now starting to really throw things together, but he's not structuring these waves well at all.
He's looking desperate. He's looking challenged. I don't think he felt like that at the start. He sort of went out there and he was slow to get started, got the 3.5, then a 2.33, and both his opponents had dropped scores that they could keep, and I think it surprised him a little bit. I feel like you come off the tour, you think you've got it, but both of these guys, Colombian and the local from El Salvador, Giorgio, he had first priority.
That was really good. That was really smart from Brian Perez, because Brian kind of was paddling towards it, and Giorgio sort of had to, he didn't have to go obviously because he had priority, but almost Brian kind of sold him for it, and then he just got sucked over the falls. Hands Brian first priority now, and he's in the leading seat. He just needs a 5.41 to be able to take the win and secure himself in a position outside of that second place question mark.
Here we go. Look, he has a look, but even still, he didn't. He pushed it too far. He needed to stop way before that. It's bad enough to catch a bad wave and lose your priority on a bad wave, to not even catch it and go over the falls.
To be caught by the wave.
And go over the falls on your stomach is an indignant sort of situation.
Definitely.
So a shame there, down to third priority. Joao Chianca. Oh no, into second still, because he did get back out the back before Joao. So Joao's still behind the 8 ball here, and his opponents, with 5 minutes to go, sitting pretty close to him, making sure that they can control what he gets and what he doesn't get. And a little tag team between Giorgio and Brian Perez with the first and second priority now. Having one of you at least always close to Joao would be a smart strategic move. You've only got 4 minutes and 40 to burn off the clock. Seen some inconsistent moments and some lulls hit here and there, both in first and second right now, equal 11.17 each, and then it goes to the best single wave, which is why you see Giorgio in the lead, and no surprise to see Brian there just paddling along, keeping himself close, because nothing feels better than being in a low priority and getting a score out of that low priority. And that takes a lot of skill to be able to do that, and sometimes it takes mistakes from the guys in first and second place to let you do that. It looks like both these guys know the situation. Everyone's having a look at this one.
All right, Brian lets him go, so we're going to have a split peak. We'll track with Joao, now chasing a 5.37 to take Second place away from Brian Perez. 2 turns, goes down on the third. He won't get the score with that.
There's no way he gets a score with that.
No chance.
But there was a point in that ride where I'm thinking, why did they let him have that? Because
Yes.
it stayed open longer
And it was
than we
solid.
thought.
It was, nearly head high.
Yeah, and these are uncharacteristic falls for the Brazilian. I don't, we wouldn't have expected to see him look so nervous. Maybe first, I don't know if it's the first time that he's been in this situation representing Brazil. Here we go. On the left.
Oh, Giorgio throwing the tail around. Little snap under the lip. He's going to go for this finishing section. Smooth roundhouse, but loses control to finish.
Looking to improve on the 5.17. Here's the replay. Looking a little sort of anxious. You can see the energy. He's known for the energy that he surfs with. He's always in 5th gear. João Chianca, an amazing surfer, an amazing competitor, as we said, been wearing the yellow jersey for a lot of this year, now currently number 2 in the world. But the local crowd are going to love this if this result stays the same. 2 minutes 45 on the clock, Shannon.
Brian with priority over João. He could end up taking the win as well. If he gets a score above that 5.41, he's going into the lead over Giorgio, which would be a great way for him to advance through into main round 2. Now back to that Olympic conversation for qualification. We could very likely see Brian Perez qualify himself via the Pan American Games if he gets that qualification this week, and then has the opportunity at Santiago, takes a win. We'll be seeing him in Paris, a surfer very capable of surfing in Tahiti at Tehupo. But there is also newly introduced for surfing a universality place, which is meant to promote development and provide opportunities to smaller nations and progress the sport on a global scale. 1 man and 1 woman will look to earn a universality place as we see Brian Perez take off here. He's looking for the section. Now will he be able to improve, or will he just use this as a block for João Chianca on a last minute opportunity?
Oh, big section.
Needs the finish, hits it hard. Now in comparison to the 5s he already has.
It was a good block. In itself was an essential block at that point in time. João now with the priority. 1 minute 27 on the clock. It's a good question. We've seen very similar rides. It had some good length in it. The first turn was big. The last was powerful. It's an exciting moment in the heat. The judges at these points in time almost have a decision to make. Like, do we put him through? Does he go through? Does he not? Do we improve on the 5.4? I feel like it's into the cutback. This part here where it kind of goes a little flat, but he's driving with a lot of speed and definitely gives that section plenty. There's every chance he may improve.
Needing to improve on a 5.40. 45 seconds on the clock. So it's coming down to it. João Chianca has first priority and pick of the lineup.
He just needs Mother Nature to cooperate, but time flies. Having a look out the back, seeing what we can see. Anything coming through. I don't know that there is going to be an opportunity. Oh, well, he's still got 25
seconds
it's a long time. There's a set coming a little further down the beach. They're paddling down towards that set. They may not get there. Where's the clock at? 15 seconds. There's a lump behind this. Will it make the lineup in time and give the Brazilian a chance to claw a last-minute advancement?
He's going to need at least the 5.37, but he's not going to have an opportunity. So regardless of what happens now, Brian Perez advances through. We still don't know what his last wave comes in as. Judges haven't dropped that. But well surfed. Giorgio Gomez of Colombia, fantastic big wave surfer. His sister Izzy will be competing on the women's side as well. I mean, incredible surfing family out of Colombia. Brian Perez, the local, holding on to that second place position. And world number 2 on the WSL rankings. One of the highest ranked surfers walking into this event, just behind Griffin Colapinto of the USA.
Wow.
Goes down to the repechage out of main round 1. That is a huge shakeup.
It's a huge shakeup and had a lot of opportunities to improve on his second score, the 3.77. We saw him look nervous. We saw him kind of fall on a bunch of rides. And here's the heat winner. Started well, maintained his momentum, got the win.
Well done, Colombia. El Salvador heading through. Brian Perez takes the win on the finish. It'll be the local for the win. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Cuando cae el sol, es la hora perfecta para desconectarte, para disfrutar de todo lo que te rodea.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back. We have just witnessed Brian Perez take a wave in the dying minutes, ends up getting the score that takes him from second into the lead, knocks Joao Chianca into the repecharge rounds. Giorgio Gomez takes away second to advance to the main rounds, and the local team with the victory. Very exciting stuff, Martin.
Yeah, led by their captain, so to speak. In great form. He managed the back end of the heat so well, and got to be said, the Colombian Giorgio, he did amazing too. And for both those guys to send Joao Chianca, as you said, number 2 in the world currently, into that repecharge round. The repecharge round is one of the great things about the event. It means you can have a slip up like that and not be out and still make the final and win this event. So, but it's a much longer road to get there.
It will be a journey. We've seen it done many times before, though. Wouldn't be surprised to see it done again. Taking a look at the current heat in the water, number 41 of the day. We're running through 48 and we'll be finished with main round 1. Kauli Vaast of France, Tahiti specifically, but representing France. Jared McDade of Ireland and Zukas Loining of Norway in the water. No waves ridden yet and no scores to come through. So a few minutes of quiet out in the lineup as these surfers have found their positions. They've been waiting now for the sets. Looks like there's a bit of distance between the guys out there as well, so you may see someone take off on a left, someone take off on a right. That's all okay within professional surfing as long as there's no getting in the way of each other. If there's a split peak like we have here defined at La Bocana where there's a left and a right, you can have both sides ridden at the same time.
That's right. Double the entertainment for us, which is great. We can see our Irish surf having a look at this one.
Jared now around the section, big float across the foam. Just caught behind. This wave's going to open up for him, though. Oh, nearly makes it there. And then...
yeah, it didn't look like there was much at the end of that, so I don't think he lost much.
Zukas now up and riding, the young Norwegian competitor. Lives on the Gold Coast of Australia. Pumping down the line after that first turn, looking for the finishing section. Simple. Ooh. Now, would you call that a make or not?
I would call that a non-make, and it's amazing how important to ride out of that whitewater and show confidently that you've controlled and completed the situation to get the complete merit that would be available for a turn like that. I would think that the re-entry was made, but the wave wasn't completed. It's not going to be a great score, but it's a starter. Well, there it is. Zukas got a 1.9.
Which is reflective of the fact that that wasn't complete on the finish. Would have been significantly higher had he finished that second turn.
Absolutely, and then for our Irishman, he got a 2.10. Kauli Vaast, fair to say, we see him up and riding.
First wave for Kauli. Nice quick snap to start, hits that section, and he'll duck out. So he'll get a first completed wave.
That's probably the best wave of the opening exchange, and I was going to say, fair to say that kid is a superstar of the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen he has ridden some of the biggest waves at the Olympic venue. If he qualifies for the Olympics, he is a serious and solid gold medal chance for France. They would love to get him there. We saw him finish second in the World Championship Tour event there to Miguel Pupo. He knocked out Kelly Slater along the way. He is such a talent, not only on his traditional on the wave face surfing like we just saw there, but when it's big and it's barreling, There's not many better, and particularly for his age.
And imagine being able to see him surf his home break to represent France at the Olympics. He's got some work to do. Now for him, he's not a championship tour surfer, so he doesn't have that opportunity to qualify through the WCT, but he does have the chance this week specifically to qualify for Europe as a continental spot. He'll gain that as an individual placing if he can take away the highest ranking European spot out of this year's World Surfing Games. A 3.5 for this opening exchange.
Snaps out of the top, really only the 2 turns. Nice closeout re-entry to finish up. He knew it was not a keeper score, not something you want to end the heat with, but something that would get you started. And again, he won the opening exchange, so that's positive. Now in the second priority, the Irishman with first priority.
Ireland chasing just that 1.41, so very small. Slow start to this heat, 13 minutes to go, about 7 minutes down already. Nothing too exciting to write home about. Kauli Vaast with that opportunity to maybe represent France as a host nation selection for the Olympics. Every year at the Olympics, the host nation gets to select a man and a woman to compete for different sports. So for surfing, we're guaranteed that there will be one French woman and one French man competing. Because Tahiti doesn't have their own National Olympic Committee, therefore they fall underneath France and they will be competing on that side of things, which is why Kauli's not competing for Tahiti this week. As we take a look at some live action, he's up and riding again. Wanting to secure that spot though without needing to rely on some other ways to get there.
Well, that was an uncharacteristic mistake. It was almost like there was a lack of attention and focus in that moment. He doesn't make mistakes like that very often. We'll see it again here on the replay. Drives in, there's a nice little wrap to start, comes off the white water, and there's just that little rib on that wave, and the nose went into it, and there was no pulling it out. Over the handlebars, as they say, like you're on a push bike and you know the nose digs in, you go flying over the handlebars. Pretty much what he just did then.
Now, if an athlete qualifies for France on the men's or the women's side, so we'll say Joanne Defay is going to take the qualification. She's got the qualification for France on the women's side through the championship tour as the highest ranked and the only French surfer competing on that side of things.
Yes.
Now, for the men's side, it's still open. We've got Maxime Huscenot, who's here this week. We've got, of course, Kauli Vaast, and then Joan Duru, who could all be in that conversation to try and take that European qualification.
Yes.
If any of these surfers this week qualifies themselves via the continental European slot, France loses their opportunity to have a picked selection as the host nation because we already have a French surfer qualified.
Okay.
Which means in that conversation for Kauli, we would expect that he'd be a front runner if it is left up to France getting to select, because no French men actually qualify themselves through the other avenues. Maybe between him and Michel Berez being the likely two.
Yep.
But it would be very important for Kauli to make sure he gets that work done and qualifies ahead of any other French surfers to make sure he really has that opportunity.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go down to the beach and catch up with Jess Grimwood and the winner of that last heat, Brian Perez, the local.
Yeah, pretty incredible story going down, and you could feel it as you were coming up the beach, Brian. That's an amazing performance from you. You are the son of a Salvador in surfing, and you can feel it with the energy on the beach there.
Yeah, for sure. I can feel all the energy, especially to have all my family here too. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to be with my family, with my friends, my coach, with me. I think that's the make more special for me to win this heat. It's like, it's not to win. It's just to feed the vibes all the people giving to you. You know, that's for me is super special and keeping in my heart.
It feels like the whole of the town and the whole of the country is behind you, and so many people, everybody involved in the games, all the staff that are working, the local staff came running out to see you take that win. Did you get a lot of local congratulations walking up?
Yeah, I got a lot. Especially how, like I say, how all my family, how my friends here. I think it's really important. Like, I think you be friendly with other people. You know, I think if you be nice with other people, they share like your brother. So that for me is really important. I always enjoy to be in the water. That's my happy place. And always when I go surf or compete or represent my country, I represent with my heart. And that's I think the best play to do.
What about when we talk about Olympics? There's a couple of possible scenarios that could unfold for you and to qualify for the Olympics. Is that something that comes into your mind when you're competing at this level, or are you just letting it go heat by heat?
I think I let it go hit by hit. I just focus be in the moment. We be in this beautiful place. You know, be with all my friends, and then if you think too much, you're like thinking every night and you see I can qualify or not, but I think just hit by hit and take my time.
And like so many of us, what it is, or can you explain for the people that aren't here what it is about El Salvador that makes everybody fall in love with it so quickly?
I think the place is so beautiful. The place, El Salvador has so many good waves. We have so many point breaks, so many perfect like world waves. You know, it does make more special this event too. Like bring the ISA here and everybody can surf a perfect way. You know, you can get better, you can get turned, you can do air, whatever you need, and it's warm.
Well, thank you so much for that performance. I'm sure there's so many people tuning in all over the country to watch that. It was an incredible display of your talents, and for all the people at home watching, would you like to say something?
Yes. Primeramente, darle gracias a Dios, gracias a toda mi familia, a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mis tíos, a mis tías, a todos mis hermanos que me están apoyando. Gracias también a mi novia que me está apoyando. Un fuerte abrazo y vamos con todo para adelante.
Thank you so much, Brian. Congratulations.
The Pink Panther with the win. He's into next main round.
I feel good about that. That felt good, mate. It's great to see. You were just talking about France being the host nation. It's great here to see the host nation of El Salvador have someone as strong and powerful as he is, and as respectful and loving for his country and his family as he is. Good vibes all round.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. This has been another slow heat similar to the last one without any major breakaway scores. At the moment, Jared McDade of Ireland with a 4.33 as the high score. That was the second wave. Score to drop now for Kauli Vaast. Opened with a 3.5, just a 1.33 behind it. Now up and riding Zukas of Norway. Coach Shannon Ainsley of South Africa has been here on the ground with the crew and doing a lot of training behind the scenes in preparation. Nice little floater to finish for Zukas and some beautiful style.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate there, that kind of, I don't know, sloppy little ending. It looked like he almost kind of gave it up rather than fought to hold on there. And that impression, it's like a sentence without a full stop. You're kind of leaving things open, and you really need to focus at that back end and finish with good energy to impress the judges and get the most out of your score.
Yeah, I think that's a huge move for progression or for improvement for Zukas, because he did the same thing on that opening ride when he nearly had the finish and he just couldn't quite hang on to ride out clean. As we take a look at some replays here, Jared with a 4.33.
That was powerful. Now we know why he got the best scoring wave of the heat so far. Zook's got a nice little hit out of the top there. Kauli Vaast we know a lot about. His last score is 6.5. Here it is. Nice wrapping, cut back, drifts the tail a little bit, and a closing turn. Here we go, replay of the closing turn. Up onto the lip. You can see just rides along the top of the wave. Spectacular turn. Not sure about 6.5 for the two turns. I mean, we've seen some great on-the-face surfing and people work really hard to get to that range. Something about that the judges loved, and maybe it was just the speed and flair. Here's that ending that we were just talking about right around here, where he just kind of flops off more or less. Love to see him just get focused and finish those rides. Now, that was focused. That was powerful.
That was incredible surfing from Kauli Vaast. One section projects right out of the lip into the flats.
And it was a bumpy, lumpy wave. It didn't look like there was an obvious ramp of where to go and where to hit. That was incredible that he was able to do that on that wave.
We'll have to get a look at that again on the replays. 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Kauli showing, something different, some variety for the judges. We haven't seen too much of those airs that aren't going maybe sky high.
Yeah.
But they're going out off the lip of the wave, back toward shore.
Yes, into the flats, where the knees and the ankles pay the price.
Where the very dangerous things occur.
Can we just finish that conversation about the host nation wild card spots into the Olympics? So Joanne DeFace, I was thinking Vahini Fierro in that French team as well. You would go Kauli Vaast and Vahini, and if there was no one representing, then they would have that opportunity. Joanne DeFay would mean that Vahini wouldn't have that opportunity because there's already a French lady in that spot.
Exactly. Gotcha. And so it looks like Joanne DeFay will take that spot from the WSL Championship Tour for the year, which means that Vahine Fierro needs to qualify, and she needs to qualify now for only one spot remaining for Team France.
Good point.
They've got Pauline Adu on the team as well, who who between that conversation back for Tokyo, it was between Pauline and Vahine at the ISA World Surfing Games level, and it's going to come down to that same conversation. And of course, because it's the queen of Teahupo'o, to see Vahine surf there, she could walk away a gold medalist so clearly.
You don't want to say easily, do you?
Not easily, but it just would fit, right? She knows that wave so well. She's surfing it on the best of the best days.
No one surfs it better than
Nobody else surfs it. And there are women from a competitive side that have far more experience to her.
Competitive experience.
But not at that specific and that difficult of a wave.
Yes.
So we'd love to see Vahine get that opportunity. Of course, for Pauline, she's that one with the experience for France, who could so easily walk through with a victory this week at the ISA World Surfing Games level.
And that's what saw her qualify for Tokyo, wasn't it? That experience you're talking about. Here's that air reverse, a 5.5 on the board for that one from the judges. And here we go. Look at all the ribs. He hits the lip. The wave's bumpy and lumpy below him. Lands with the tail to the beach, spins it cleanly. It's a little cover in that white water. And makes it out cleanly. 5.5 and a 6.5 for a total of 12 points in a solid position now. As you said, from Tahiti, representing France, 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. This guy's been impressive so far.
On his backhand for Ireland.
Ooh, beautiful big
rooster
turn.
tail of spray. Just flying out of the screen.
Now my question is, how would you pronounce his name? Gerard? Gerard?
Gerard? Jared?
Jared? Gerard? Whatever it is, however it's pronounced with the native tongue, this guy has a great young surfer.
Incredible. Zukas now up and riding, uses his priority on this one. Slash back to start. Now more vertical, gets the tails free.
Wow.
And again, fins free, but just can't hold that energy together for the finish.
Just a frothing grommet.
16 years old from Coolangatta.
A lot of experience still to come for this young man, but he is showing the performance levels, and particularly on that wave, there was an energy and an excitement to things that were going on, and kind of overcooked things in the end with that excitement, but a lot of talent for the long term for Norway.
His mom is Norwegian, his dad Australian, so he's been growing up on the Gold Coast, getting to surf some of the world's best waves like Snapper, Deba, Kira, but spends some time in Norway as well, has spent, a few different months over different years there, really getting to know the surf community, travel and surf in some of the most beautiful places on the planet, as we see Kauli now up and riding. Oh, incredible opening turn. Searing as he cuts through into the second as well. Great wave selection, adds that variety for the turn on the finish, and looking to improve on the 6.5.
The energy in that wave was amazing, wasn't it? And somehow I feel like the 6 point, there was a big critical last turn on the 6.5, preceded by just a kind of wrap. Nothing too spectacular on the first turn. The second turn was amazing. That one had that energy from start to finish that it was powerful. Could be better than the 5.5. There's every chance of that.
Scores to drop now. Down to the final 60 seconds.
Oh, didn't even see that coming. That was quick. Zipped by the Irishman and the Norwegian. Look at the bottom turn. That's what set up this beautiful turn. Drives the rail, leans right over, rotates the upper body, throws the arms and pushes down on that front foot to release the tail. The spray goes into the air. Great first turn. Here's another angle of it. Oh, the speed. It's better than the 5.5 in my mind. Second turn, it might be the highest scoring wave of the heat, particularly considering that last flaring closeout re-entry. This turn here is all of those turns were like an example of great technique and how to do them.
Body positioning, I had that same feeling that it would go higher, and there it is, a 7.50 for Vaast. Takes him into a convincing lead, a 9.1 requirement now for our surfer in blue, and a 5.7 for our surfer in green, now with a chance to get himself out of the repecharge round. Buzzer has sounded. This wave will be counting. It's a small wave. He's getting a lot of work done. Again, falls on that finish with maybe another smaller turn thrown into the mix on the inside there. And he's looking for a 5.7 to be able to take that advancing position over the Irishman.
Yeah, and the maneuvers, the energy, the flaring of the tail, the looseness, everything was there. Most probably the wave may never have got to that point because it was a smaller wave. Here's the best air of the heat, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Well, scores are in. It's Ireland and France through into the main round. Norway into the repechage. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. We are into heat number 42 of the day on the men's side of the draw. Podium 1, we are still running through the finish of main round 1. This morning we finished out main round 1 for the women on the north podium, podium number 2 at Sunzal. And we're now running through our men's round 2, which is the surfers that advanced through yesterday early on. So we won't have the surfers advancing through today that will have to double surf today. Their draw will be at the back half of tomorrow or starting out tomorrow. As we take a look at the surfers currently in the lineup with Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Saudi Arabia, and Uruguay, Malachi Martinez, Dwight Pastrada, Rakan Tarabozny, and Martin Ottado. Now up and riding, Dwight Pastrada goes down on the finish, gets his feet in the wax real quick, Bart.
Yeah, goofy footer, looked fast, unfortunately came unstuck there. It's really important to try and make your first wave count. If your first wave is something you can keep for the entire heat, it's just such a different story to actually making a mistake on the first one, getting a score that doesn't count, going to the bottom of the priority roster. A 1 point ride there for Dwight. Here we go, up in the red.
Malachi setting up that first big turn, right back into the section. Oh, pushes a bit hard on that second section.
Again, you know, a completion there, that was heading towards a score that you go, okay, this is a decent score. I could keep this one if things went slow and I got desperate. Unfortunately, the incompletion won't put it into that range or category. It's a 2 point ride, so a couple of throwaways, and you would rather have the priority than a first or a second, a 1 point ride or a 2 point ride.
So true. So priority not established yet between Rakan or Martin as they're looking for their opening rides. Start of the heat, Dwight Pastrada with just the one on the board has that third place priority. Malachi now will end up in fourth priority as we see Martin. Big cut back to start. Now sets it up nice and vertical, breaks through that lip line of the wave. And he'll put a score on the board. You can hear the team cheering down on the beach for Uruguay. They've got a great team together this year. Marco Giorgi, Sebastian Olarte on the men's side, and Marcela Machado on the women's side. Rakan now, heads into the section, charged it. Goes down on the first opening turn.
Rock on, Rakan. Let's see it, mate. So, small scores generally across the board there to get this one started. Dwight up and riding again. Oh, hold on, that was a beautiful first turn.
Goes in for the second, slips off the wax. That first turn was amazing.
That really was.
Winner of that last heat, Kauli Vaast, hoping to get himself an opportunity to surf at the Olympics at home at Teahupo. He's with Jess Grimwood now.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, he's one of the most accomplished watermen too. He's an incredible waterman. Kauli, beautifully constructed heat for you. Must feel good to put a nice performance like that here today.
Yeah, I've been confident in the heat and yeah, tried to find the good waves. It was hard, high tide, not many waves. But yeah, no, I'm happy to find those two better waves. I like create my score during the heat. And yeah, it's my first time here, and I really like it. Like the water is warm, like at home. Yeah.
So you're enjoying the full Surf City experience here in El Salvador, and have you had a chance to like really sink into the culture yet?
Yeah, I've been here since 5 days now, and yeah, I've been practicing here and the other on the other wave, the right, and yeah, I'm happy to be part of the French team this year. It's my first time with the French team, and yeah, there's Jeremy, and I know everyone, Joan, and yeah, Vahine, so, and the coaches, there's Hira too, so like we have a really good and strong team, so I'm stoked to be part of it, yeah.
And of course, we've just been talking about the Olympics, and it's at your home break. What would it mean for you to find a spot and a qualification spot for Tahiti?
Yeah, this is the big goal. This is the big goal at the first time, and then also a big dream. And yeah, that's why I'm happy to finally get into the ISA. So it's the first step, and yeah, and just heat by heat focus, and yeah, of course try to do my best, and yeah, we'll do my best to hopefully get a spot for the Olympics.
Well, congratulations for everybody tuning in at home. Big fans of you, of course, for Team France and for Tahiti. Any words for them?
Yeah, just I love everyone. I have a chance to have many people behind me and support me. So thanks everyone, and I love you. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Kauli. Well done.
Great surfing from Kauli. And that step of just getting into the ISAs with France, the teams have been stacked for the years. Not that every event or every World Surfing Games has always had Jeremy Flores, Michel Perez, or Jean Duru competing in it, but that he's had that upper generation that he's had to battle against to now get himself in the mix. Dwight Pastrana getting a lot of work done on this wave, lightning fast up through the lip a couple of times, looking to improve on a 2.5. He'll put a better score down.
Definitely. Potentially the best score of the heat so far, 3.57 for Martin Ottado. He that was that left-hander, nice finishing turn, and then a 4.5 for Malachi Martinez. So things starting to heat up now, and a 4 on that last ride for Dwight Pastrana. They're heading in the right directions. All of the surfers starting to build. Blue went a 1 to a 2.5 to a 4. Red went a 2 to a 4.5. So they're all heading in the right direction at this point, and this one will heat up towards the back end. Still over half the heat to go.
2 p.m. in the afternoon here in Surf City, El Salvador. That tide will be draining back out again. Could see some improved conditions, maybe a little more consistency, hopefully through the last few heats of the day. Currently in heat number 42. We've got 6 heats to go after this to be able to round out competition. And it's been a long day, day 2. The sun was shining bright and early. We didn't have that cloud cover, that sort of stormy feeling that we had yesterday for the whole day. So it just meant that there was a different level of heat. The temperature was hot. Surfers, people that I was chatting to that have been hanging down on the beach all day, even some spectators that have been down there, they've been saying the rocks are just so hot. As we take a look at Martin. Some great surfing. First 2 turns, seamless.
Yeah.
Connects in for the third. And he's going to be right back in that mix to build on the 3.57.
Yeah, well, he won the opening exchange with that 3.57. Then his opponents dropped the 4.5 and the 4, so he needed that ride to stay with them and keep an edge in front, capitalizing on the start.
Malachi uses priority on this wave. Searing opening turn. Slashed for the second. Sets it off the bottom, drives through for the third, but goes down.
And it always affects me. I always end up in this no state because
you're the most expressive commentator that I've ever worked with. I love it.
You see the work's being done and you know the score's on its way, and you're like, yes, you've just got to. Oh no, you didn't. And it's just heartbreaking, really, I suppose. And when you've been in that situation, you know how important that ending is, from a points point of view and from a confidence point of view. Building that momentum. Here's the replay. Pumping, driving down the line, floats over that section, hits the closeout. That was clean. That must have been the 4.5.
Dwight Pastrana had a look at this one as well.
4-point ride. Both 2 turns, great comparisons there, and just a little more speed and flair in Malakai's 4-5. Big first turn. Second turn went a little out onto the face, wasn't quite tight. The wave dropped in size and shouldered off. But it'd be interesting to see where that score comes in.
A 5.07 for last of white takes him into the lead. Now this score, a 3.2 for Malachi.
And where was it going if this was completed? You know what I mean? It was going to maybe take him into the lead. He needs a 4.15. It would have taken him into the lead.
Possibly to have another score as we're checking out the end of this wave. So with that last exchange, Martin of Uruguay jumps into the lead and holds on to a strong finish with a 5.07. We got another score to drop for him as well as for last of Malachi. I'm thinking about the way that as we take a look at some live action possibly here, Dwight Pastrada with another chance. So it's conditions seemingly getting more consistent. A little bit more opportunity. He's going to duck out as that wave just closes out in front, unable to get into anything. But the way that you're so engaged, Barton, I love calling live action when you're standing next to me in the booth because you get so invested in what's happening. You're so tuned into it. And for the Longboard World Championships last week, we had world champion Rachel Tilley that joined us on the commentary team, which was amazing. She was just such a perfect addition to that team. She got the most insane amount of knowledge when it comes to longboarding, but her excitement levels would be exactly the same. She'd get so invested and just call things out as it was happening. It was so fun to be able to call heats with her. As we take a look at the replay there from Malachi, that score drops in as a 4.87 and jumps him back into the lead over Martin.
I like the idea of him going backhand. We'd seen him ride, 3 lefts before that. The 4.5 was nice, but that 4.87 and the lead's going to feel real good. And I just, points sometimes are just easier to come by on the backhand. You can get more tighter to the pocket, more vertical. Beric Brew.
Beric surfing for the Netherlands. South African local out of Durban.
Great
made the
character.
changeover to represent the Netherlands a few years ago, this family background, and it's paid off really well. The Netherlands has invested a lot into their Olympics program, specifically with surfing coming into that conversation now. He's got access to a lot more than what he's had before in his life, I think, on that side of things. It's been really positive. And Norway's making Netherlands is making a clear go at getting an Olympic surfer into the mix, as we see Martin.
One more. Boom, nice finishing turn in the second place. He had the lead for a little while before that 4.87 of Malachi Martinez, but that was perhaps his best ride of the heat. He's had that 5.07. Maybe the 5.07 was a bigger wave, a bigger wall. Perhaps that wave was a little smaller. That might affect the score, but the surfing was great. He's on point.
21 years old from Punta del Este, loves surfing at Boca back at home. National champion, loves skateboarding as well. So many of these surfers have skating down as one of their hobbies. It's fun to be able to see if they've got something different in that mix or just something that's more similar, surfing in the water, surfing on land as well.
On the snow.
On the snow, lots of snowboarders in the mix. One of them in the water as we take a look at the replay here.
And this wave was enough. It was a 4.63, enough to get him into first place again. So a little seesawing battle at the top of this one between Martin Ottado and Malachi Martinez from Costa Rica, Uruguayan, and the Costa Rican. The Puerto Rican, Dwight Pastrana, he's right there too. Got a 4-point ride, but he better hurry up and convert another wave into a score before this one slips away and the time slips away.
Now another nation that is pouring into the development of surfing there is Saudi Arabia. We've got Rakan currently in the water. Hasn't been able to find much rhythm out here in this heat. In our green jersey, he would have second priority at the moment. Chasing a big score though, an 8.60. He's only been surfing for about 8 months. Started last year in November of 2022. Hasn't even had a full year of surfing under his belt, but he's a great snowboarder, born and raised in Saudi Arabia, so it's amazing to see him competing at this level already. Malachi now, big snap back to start after making around that opening section. Hits it, and he's gonna ride out clean.
Wants his lead back. Here we go, up and riding. Rakan.
Great turn to start for Rakan. Started surfing November of 2022, already on head-high face waves. That's going to be the wave of a lifetime for an event like this. He's surfing at the World Surfing Games, the biggest stage that he could enter into right now for his nation, paddling straight back out as well.
How's the duck dive coming along? Yep, he's got that part. Welcome to the family, mate.
He's riding so good, riding the Lost Mayhem Rad Ripper. And his hope is to pave now the way for the next generation of Saudi surfers.
That's what they're doing. That's what these guys are doing, isn't it? You know, Mohammed, Kurdi, Hussein Al-Zaki, who we met at Huntington Beach, recruited Rakan, got him on the program with themselves as we see this replay.
Taking a look here for Last of Malachi.
Nice first turn. Such a good surfer. Sharp, fast, aggressive. Got that low, powerful stance. Really just made so much happen on that wave.
And taking one more look at Last of Rakan. Scores to drop.
Finding his way. And, you know, there's some simple body mechanics of surfing, particularly that front arm, and using that front arm as a guide and leading with that front arm that can give direction, particularly out of the bottom of the wave or in the cutbacks. I can see some things that little things that he could do that would really help his progression. But for 8 months of surfing, that's quite incredible, isn't it?
Second wave caught a 1.20, so score not reflective of stoke levels of how excited that we are even to have him here on the ground, to be able to see the ISA, you know, opening that platform for surfers, for developing nations to be able to bring surfers from around the world. The Saudi Arabian team has 3 women on it this year as well, with Layla, Tala, and Samar that have been competing on the other podium. We'll hopefully see them more in the mix through the rest of the week. But really great to see them arrive after their performance in Huntington Beach last year at the World Surfing Games, a first, to now see them grown as a nation, to coming with a full team, to selecting out some of those surfers from different parts of the world and getting them together. A lot of them learning how to surf in Morocco, spending some time in Europe as well, and now to be able to compete on the world stage.
So very cool. Last score in from Malachi Martinez was not enough, a 4.47, and it was extremely well surfed. But it must have been the size of the wave, and it kind of, again, it tapered off rather than staying high and tall and allowing you a big finish. So it was extremely well surfed, but not enough to take the lead.
Holds on to second, though. Dwight Pastrana now with a chance. 22 years old from San Juan in Puerto Rico. Goes down on the second turn. Malachi with a chance here as well, as we just take the end of that wave. So we're not sure what happened in the beginning as we were tracking with Dwight Pastrana. Could Malachi have increased? Will Dwight be able to maybe get into a priority position above Malachi now that he's kicked out of that wave earlier?
Yeah, that would be important, and maybe that's why you kind of feel like everything happens for a reason. When he fell on that, he was looking for a 5.37. Pretty big score, would be the highest score of the heat so far, so you understand it needs a certain type of wave to be able to achieve that score. 2 minutes left.
And a paddle there from our surfer in green, Rakan, unable to get into it.
That's one of the hardest things in surfing, learning to surf, is the judgment of the wave and putting yourself at the perfect place for the takeoff. Takes years to develop that understanding. Here we look at the priority. First place with the surfer in white, second place with the surfer in blue, and the surfer in fourth priority, who's in second in the heat, in the red, would be stoked that white is doing your work for you. You know what I mean? White is doing the work for red. Red's out there just trying to keep building and try and put up a higher score so it's harder to be caught. Goes for something, club sandwich as they would call it. Radical, but doesn't quite make it.
Doesn't quite pull it off. Would have been impressive if he had. That's a great call, because for Martin Ottado in the lead, he's not in a significant lead. He's got small scores, the 5.07, the 4.63. So he doesn't have a great jump on that, even that second place surfer who's chasing just a 4.84. He could easily find himself in second and then into third if Dwight and Malachi got waves in that, you know, kind of mid-range score.
Absolutely. Look at the size of this one. Good size set. No, well positioned. I don't think he blocked him. I don't think there was...
He gave him enough space.
Yeah, he gave him enough space, and there was no significant movement towards the wave.
True.
He just positioned himself brilliantly to be able to, you know, not allow him to get the wave, but maintain and hold your priority at the same time. He's done a really good job of just burning 30 seconds or 40 seconds off
and the two set
the
waves
clock.
that came through.
Yeah. And really, with 25 seconds, maybe he doesn't get another chance. And Martin did great work there with the defensive use of priority to block Dwight Pastrana, not give him an opportunity. 12.
Super sharp. 21 years old, Martin.
Oh, look at this, though.
He's got some space, Dwight Pastrana. And he's up and riding. Hands have left the rails. Into that first turn, chasing a 5.4.
Oh.
Check on the second turn, up into the lip. Goes for the third. Holds on for the fourth. Now 5.4. It's going to have to be the highest wave of the heat, Barton.
And I feel like the wave had the score in it, but there was some little wobbles out of the top of the wave on a couple of those turns, a little bit of mistiming. There was just nerves and the pressure of the moment coming to bear. I don't think he gets the score, but he did really well to actually be able to catch that wave, get away from Martin and create the opportunity.
Absolutely. That was a tricky finish, and he's way down the beach. You can see now with the rights, the surfers are going to end up way far to the south end of that river mouth. We'll see more of that as the swell gets bigger as well. So a great heat. Martin with the lead. Malachi in second. Scores not enough. A 3-9 for last of Dwight Pastrana keeps him in third. And Rakan in fourth into the rapid charge round for Saudi Arabia and Puerto Rico. We'll be back with more action. Mitch Salazar, Chris Cote jumping in the booth.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and Dreamer. La Jefe and Dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, they got like talking, I'm going to ask them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this. I never lend money to somebody with this title.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2023. Fun day of action for number 2 so far. We are in heat number 43. That means we only have 5 more heats to go. I'm Mitch and Chris to my side. And Chris, good day of surfing so far at La Bocana, our first podium here and our main podium at Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games.
Thank you, Mitch. You're absolutely right. Very entertaining throughout the entire day. Waves hanging in there, that chest to head high range. We have seen double overhead sets coming through, so some unpredictability out in the lineup right now. One thing we do know is these surfers have seen plenty of opportunity as the waves have been pretty consistent all day long. Tide is now dropping. We'll see what that does to the lineup. And here is your lineup. Al Cleland Jr., Beric de Vries, Ramesh Budahal, and Ismail Rashid. Maldives, India, Netherlands, and Mexico in the mix. Alan Cleland, highly touted and unbelievably still a junior surfer coming out of Mexico in the Pascuales region.
Yep.
And he is a force to be reckoned with. I watch him surf in the last couple of years, and he is gold medal caliber. He is CT, potential. This kid has it all. And here he is on a wild looking wave. Meanwhile, the right, a little bit cleaner. Beric de Vries, highly ranked Key West contender throughout his career. He's had some amazing waves in his competitive history as well. A perfect 10 at Sunset Beach, which is, I don't know, probably only a handful, 10, 12 people in history have done that. He's back at it now, competing against this young surfer, representing the Maldives. Ramesh Budahal. We had the opportunity to catch up with the Maldivian team. Super nice fellas, telling us all about their home nation, which if you've been watching surf videos for the past 20 or so years, you've no doubt seen the Maldives. What a beautiful part of this world.
And Rashid, part of a good crew from the Maldives too that have come to their first ISA World Surfing Games. So packing a good crew is Team Maldives, Chris.
That's right. Well, 18:40 on the clock. Going to let the judges lock in scores for that last exchange. That gives us the time to watch this young fella right here, Al Cleland. Bam! Hammering that first section. Comes around. Beautiful little carve there to get things going. Nice little subtle stall to stay right in the pocket. Now speeding down the line. Good finish. Solid surfing there from Alan Cleland Jr. So now we're going to let the judges calculate their scores, lock them in, and that gives us a chance to catch up with Jess Grimwood standing by on the boardwalk.
Martin Ortega for Uruguay. That's a big win for you. You could feel the energy coming up here with the rest of the team. It's got to feel good to put in your first ISA Open Games a heat together like that.
Yeah, I'm super happy to make the heat, also to pass first. I've been working a lot, visualizing, feeling good, so I'm just happy to make the work that is putting in and just keep going with the team.
It was such a tight heat as well, wasn't it? Right to the very end, there were really close scores between yourself and the rest of the heat. Did you feel that pressure mounting as the guys were chasing up and down the lineup?
Yeah, it was a super close heat. We all had like 4s and 5s, so anyone could pass the heat. No, but I know I had 2 scores, just use in the right way the priority and try to get a better wave, but it didn't come. But I'm happy to make it first, and let's keep going.
What about the feeling for you representing your country at the Opens, at the ISAs, when there's so much buzz around surfing and, of course, the Olympics at the moment? How does it feel for you coming in with the flag?
Yeah, I'm super happy to represent my country. There I learned to surf. I had all my friends, all my family, so I'm just like super happy to be part of Team of Uruguay. And this is my first ISA, like being in the competition. Last time I was, but didn't compete. So I'm just like proud of myself, keep working and have fun, no? Enjoy the process.
Well, it's been great to watch you off the bench and straight into a heat win. And for all the family, the friends, Team Uruguay back at home watching, would you like to say some words?
Gracias a todos mis amigos, a mi familia, los quiero mucho, siempre por apoyarme, a todos el equipo uruguayo que apoyándome, al coach Gifle, a mi entrenador Nico, a mis padres, y nada, gracias a todos. Lupe, por hacernos la comida, está muy rica. Y nada, somos veganos, vamos arriba.
Congratulations, good luck going on Stream Island.
Team Uruguay. Another surfer through in the main round. Who will be making it through in this one? Well, Beric de Vries, he's in the lead, that 5.33. Bright, shining score to get him into that top spot. Second place, Ismail Rashid, representing the Maldives in third place for now. You got your surfer representing India. The first time we've had an Indian team in ISA competition. Ramesh Budahal, 22 years old, from Karnataka. His home break is Kerala, Kovalam Beach. So I believe all the surfers on Team India coming from that region, Kovalam Beach. Ramesh is your 6-time national champion in India. So this guy's been doing it for a long time. He started at age 5, got good real quick, and he is the winningest surfer from the Indian squad. Let's take a look back at Alan Cleland Jr. What a way to start this heat.
This score comes in at a 6.07. The strong layback to start. Had a little hiccup with the carve, adds a bit of variation. So a very similar maneuver to his first one on the outside, but the way he projected that second turn, the second layback, the section was different, his hand positioning was different when he had it. So it adds a variation factor and a lot of progression in that turn too. Chris, I've been able to see Alan Cleland since he was around 4 or 5 years old. First time I met Al Sr., great surfer from Pascuales originally, from San Diego. Moved to Pascuales, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, and has been there ever since. But this kid has it all. I think he's one of the most complete surfers in the world for Team Mexico. Wow, that would have been sick right out of it.
Almost.
Ramesh. Wow, India. Very surprised that they hadn't had a team so far up until this event. You look at one of the biggest populations in the world, that's one thing. And second of all, they've had decent amount of exposure through a lot of surf films in the past too, Chris. You know, Castles in the Sky, that's just one of them. And I think in terms of consistency of waves, it's much better than a lot of people think it is over there in India.
Definitely, and they have pretty direct access to some really great surfing zone like Sri Lanka, right there in the mix. And I would say that's a fairly untapped region. I mean, if you look at India on the map, there is a lot of coastline.
Yeah.
A lot of it's kind of sheltered, but you know, as we know from other places around the world, on its day, I'm sure there's can be ground swell, wind swell pushing up there. So, you know, maybe give this young surfer a follow and see what you can find out about the Indian surf scene, which we're learning more and more about as they make through their heat. So right now, we're going to tell you a little bit about what's happening. We've got men's repechage round 1 coming up on day 3. So your day 3 schedule, podium 1 right here, La Bocana, will feature the women. We're going to have main round women surfing tomorrow morning, bright and early, followed by women's repechage surfing. Could be your last chance to see some of these international surfers compete, so definitely tune in for that. Podium 2, El Sunzal, you will see men's main round and men's repechage. So we'll see everybody in this competition surfing again tomorrow. Some surfers will be fighting their way through the main rounds. Others will be trying to get back to the main round via the repechage. So no lack of action tomorrow. It's going to be a fun, long day of surfing. And we know you're going to tune in from all over the world. The record number of viewers we've had already is staggering. And shows us that surfing is hot. It's as popular as ever. And the ISA, with our goal, a better world through surfing, well, that's through all this, through inviting 63 nations to compete, through having nearly 300 competitors throughout the week. So it's working, Mitch.
It is. And one cool thing about this, too, is that, yeah, you do get 2 chances with the repechage rounds, but you get to surf against some of your favorite surfers in the world in a jersey at the same time, too. So I always tell everybody when they come to events like this, when they come from a smaller nation, you need to consider yourself one of the best surfers in the world when some of the very best are out there themselves.
Right, speaking of the best, Beric de Vries put the hammer down on that wave from beginning to end.
Yeah, it was a nice right there, combination of 3 big maneuvers. Got a little hung up on the second one, but I mean recovered as well as he could have for the third one. Looking for just a 1.42 at the moment for the lead, but Cleland still owed a third wave. And, you know, we talked about the Maldives and India. We're talking about 2 countries that are quite poor. There's a big difference between, you know, the richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor, and there are a lot of poor people over there. So they don't have a lot of access to certain resources that a lot of different countries do. They do have great surfers, though, I can tell you that. That was great.
Nice finish there. Ismail Rashid from the Maldives. Okay, the Maldives is rich in waves and beauty.
And in food.
Yeah, I followed our fellow commentator, former world champion Barton Lynch, on his adventures recently in the Maldives. He actually put on 2 kind of traveling clinics, you know. You can sign up, go surf with Barton. He had a land camp and a boat camp in the Maldives. Like they scored incredible fun waves. And how fun would that be? Surf with Barton, and then after the session he says, hey, you were ripping, but let me help you. Let me help you surf better. So that was very cool to see. Spreading the stoke of surfing.
Yeah, and especially going with a few goofy footers, it would be even better. Trying to stoke out the goofies, as right now Al is heating up. Chris, great combination right there. A shorter wave and maybe a smaller one, but that's his backup score as of right now. This wave was sick, though, from the surfer in green, Ramesh. And as we said before, they got waves.
Nice.
Wow, that was committed at the end right there, too. Maybe slid out a bit too much, but still should be his best wave, no doubt. This wave shouldered off a bit more than Beric wanted. Great first turn, showed some variation with the throw tail, and that great poke to finish right there at the end. Seems like the waves are getting bigger. The swell is supposed to pick up later this afternoon. Here goes Junior.
You said it, he's heating up. Nice snap there to start. Comes around a big section. Beautiful tail whip. And another ending bash.
He's a monster.
Yeah, so we saw him on his last wave. He had a telling kind of pull out of the wave. Ferocity got out of that wave, paddled super hard to get out the back, got himself right back in the top spot, in position for one of the better waves we've seen in this entire heat. So Alan Cleland now will be expecting and no doubt getting a sizable score for that last wave. That was an incredible 3-turn combo.
Yeah, and probably the best wave of the heat too, just under 7 minutes to go. As I said before, you know, we used to take the bus from Mazatlan, my home city, to Pascuales. We'd have to go to Guadalajara first, transfer buses, and then take another bus to Tecomán, the city where Pascuales is. Around a 12-hour ride. And the first time I met Alan Cleland Jr., wow, I was impressed. And he was only around 5 years old, already charging pits and Pascuales. And this guy knows a little bit about charging everything. Felipe Toledo, last year's WCT world champ. That sharp eye looks good underneath his feet. And man, I'm excited to see him out here. Second time he's competed at La Bocana himself, Chris.
Yeah, you know, you can feel the energy kind of start to rise on the beach when surfers like Felipe Toledo show up. And just when you thought it was kind of getting towards that golden hour, you know, the happy hour vibes, siesta starting to settle in, wake up, Felipe Toledo is hitting the lineup. And you know things are going to get radical. Well, this heat right now, 5.5 to go. Alan Cleland gets a huge number, one of the biggest scores we've seen of the entire event. And totally worthy, 8.93, near perfect, Mitchell.
It is the highest wave of the event so far, an 8.93. The highest yesterday, an 8.77 by another Mexican, Sebastian Williams. So at the moment, you know, all three of them advancing through. Johnny Corzo moved through earlier today, Sebastian yesterday, and now Alan Cleland with a strong heat total, 15 points, has the highest wave of the event so far. When we look at talent and the degree of difficulty of a lot of these maneuvers from the highest wave so far in the event, first of all, well rewarded, well deserved. But more importantly, they're putting themselves in position for the best waves during these 20 minutes. Ocean awareness and recognition of the best waves, extremely important out there, especially when you're competing at the highest level, Chris. It's great to see it. And if you're on the beach, on the boardwalk, if you're a surfer from another country that doesn't get to see this every day, make sure you're watching these surfers who get the best scores position themselves out there in the lineup.
Oh, I'm watching Alan Cleland smash this one.
Ah, nearly.
Almost. Close call there from Alan Cleland. Had to force it on the end. That was not really an air section, but I like the effort anyway. And he's got a huge lead, so he's got room to play. Beric de Vries now on his backhand. I mean, a real solid surfer. I actually worked with Beric. You know, he had the opportunity to get out on the Challenger Series, but didn't have any sponsors. So he got together with some of his friends and celebrities and got some surfboards, some snowboards, threw a party at a place called Gnarlywood in Carlsbad and had a big raffle.
Gnarlywood.
Raised up a bunch of money to get himself out on tour and went out on the Challenger Series.
It's a cool story. It's what dreams are made of, that's for sure. As we look at the 8.93 of Cleland, the highest wave of the event so far. Degree of difficulty, commitment to the most radical sections out there. That second turn, as good as it gets, his whole body's rotating. He has to pull it back just to be able to re-engage the fins right there. So a lot of commitment. The degree of difficulty as high as it gets. But the way he comes around this section, he is able to get a pump in right here when you're usually not supposed to pump on the bottom third of the wave, and somehow able to generate enough speed right there to make it to this section and fit in one more. So 3 turns in a row. Seems like each one appropriate for the section and equally as good and dangerous on the forehand as he is on the backhand, Chris. I really like the way he's surfing, coming off of a couple good results this year so far. A third at the World Pro Juniors in Seaside Reef, and a third place finish at the Jax QS Pro in Huntington in April. Meanwhile, Beric, you know, looking to back up his 5.33, looking to improve on a 4.33, doesn't. It's a 4.27, but he looks comfortable out there.
The last turn, what you would call a rooster tail. Throwing lots of spray there at the end of that wave.
Gallo is what we call rooster in Spanish.
2:28 to go. Al Cleland ripping his way well into the lead, basically comboing the field. Beric de Vries hanging on there in second place. Would need a near perfect 9.67 to get in the top spot. He's working towards advancement right now, but do not discount Ramesh and Ishmael, surfers representing India and the Maldives. Both those surfers, you know, 6.43, 5.24. That's
attainable.
Totally within the realm of their skill level. We've seen both of them put up a couple good waves. Beric now flying down the line, hunting the ramp, and it hunts back. So a little premature on his launch there. Ismail, solid effort. He goes down. A lot of waves coming through. We haven't really
Yeah.
seen any kind of priority issues with this heat. Everybody seems to be getting their fill.
And that's good, for sure. And it's great to see the consistency of waves out there with the increases as well coming through this afternoon. But in this heat, you know, we've seen a couple of really good fives. Even the 6.07 of Alan Cleland, like when you'd have to compare the 6.43 needed and the 5.24, like those are good scores to get in this heat just based off of the level and amount of experience that both Cleland and De Vries have. But we still do have a minute. Ramesh is in, you know, first priority, needs a low 5, wouldn't count him out. Is there a wave that could give him that score though in the last 60 seconds right here? It's a masterclass of using priority positioning by both Cleland and De Vries out there. Great stuff.
Yeah, anything's still possible with 45 seconds to go. Looks like something might be peeking up on the outside. This one goes underneath our surfers. Now we're under the 40-second mark. And there could be one more set on the horizon.
Maybe one wave. Is it a right or is it a left though? It seems like, you know, the 4.43, the 2 decent turns on the backhand, that was a solid score. Can he do it on the forehand though if a right were to come through right here? Might be a wave, Chris.
Yeah, kind of perked up and disappeared. The tide is dropping, so it's kind of, it's extending the playing field further out, but it's also, you know, making the consistency slightly less than we saw at that peak high tide. Here we go, up before, looking for 6.43. Give it up. Ismail Rashid and Ramesh Udal. They put up a good effort in that heat. For them, they just were going up against really solid competitors. Al Cleland gets a win. Barrick De Vries in second. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Felipe Toledo hits the lineup. Don't go anywhere. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are back live from La Volcana here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Surfing Games. Huge heat in the water now. Felipe Toledo will be going up against Simon Salazar representing Colombia and Gerasimos Veneris representing Greece. Simon Salazar, he has sat in this chair before. He was a commentator for the ISA for quite some time. He said, you know what? My team needs me. I'm hitting the lineup. It'll be fun to watch Simon Salazar and Janarius going up against Felipe Toledo. One of the fastest surfers on the planet. Definitely one of the most exciting. And here we go, surfer representing Greece. Getting this thing going. Really tough wave to surf. A lot of bump coming up the face. Not much you can do there, but it's starting to clean up through the inside. Tries to get to the end section. He goes down. So he's already got a 2.3 under his belt. So he's already got 2 waves ridden. Still waiting to see Felipe Toledo and Simon Salazar. This kid's been around the block. He's been on the QS, multiple ISA events. Great surfer, wonderful human, real funny, a lot of energy.
Charges, likes to go for big airs, big turns. And no, ladies and gentlemen, we are not related. We might have the same last name, but you know, Simon in the past has been a solid competitor as we're looking at our Greek surfer, Gerasimos. Opened up with the 2.33, the one single turn, then backed it up with this wave right here, 1.77. So a decent start. I mean, this heat though, coming up against last year's world champ on the CT ranks, Felipe, and a former ISA gold medalist at the junior level in 2011. It's gonna be a difficult heat to get the lead, but in terms of second place, depends on what Simon's bringing to the plate right here. You know, how much has he competed as of late? He was here for the longboard event representing Colombia as well. Did surf in that event, but shortboarding in comparison to longboarding, how much has he been practicing? How much experience does he have out here at this specific location when it comes to shortboarding? It's a different venue to El Sonsal as well here at La Volcana.
Yeah, I think he's just one of those people that can grab any board long, short, skateboard, whatever, and he'll do well.
So he's a good surfer.
Super talented. And I think he's an actor as well. I think we saw him in the Surf City commercial.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So
He's got rocking a mustache right now. Kind of a big one, too.
That's great news. Salazar stash.
Yeah, I can't grow any facial hair,
So sorry.
All good.
Don't forget to clear your calendar tomorrow. Podium 1 here at La Bocana. We will have women's main round 2 superstars of our sport, rising stars, fresh faces you may have never seen before, could be competing here tomorrow. We got women's repechage, last chance for these surfers to stay involved with this contest. El Sunzal will feature men's main round and men's repechage round 1. So we will have a dedicated feed, a dedicated camera angle that you can check out all the action at Podium 2, El Sunzal. I think the waves are supposed to pump up a little bit. It's going to be a little bit bigger tomorrow, a little more energy coming through. Surfline has been giving us the report, and the report is favorable. We'd love to hear it.
Well, and El Sunzal holds more size than La Bocana. You know, actually 2 years ago, remember, we had to stop running the event here because it got too big. And it ran 1 or 2 days when it was already huge, but it was nearly closing out. I mean, there were a couple waves that just really closed out throughout the whole bay. El Sunzal holds bigger size. A lot of the bigger sets aren't as good, but there's still quality waves out there for these competitors in 20, 25 minutes, depending on how much time they're going to get. But all in all, 2 great event sites. I personally really like this wave out here. I think it's fun, it's playful, it's more of a skate park, and it's very consistent. It breaks year-round, I would say 350, 360 days out of the year, Chris.
Here we go. First looks at Simon Salazar. Tries to fit one turn in there. That wave was pretty strange from the start. It looked like it maybe had some potential, but that was the case of one of those waves that kind of ran away from you and closed out at the same time. The worst of 2 worlds. But he'll get right back out there. Plenty of time on the clock. 14:40 to go.
Really surprised he went on that wave too after waiting for almost 5 minutes for one set wave. But here right now, Felipe outside with priority. We know what he's capable of on both the right and the left. Seems like a set coming through right now. He's looking like he's moving a little bit further south. You know, coming off of the semifinal finish at the Surf Ranch Pro. Number 3 in the ranks right now on the championship tour for the men. And he is as good as it gets. I mean, speed, power, flow. I still think the greatest performance, you know, in J-Bay surfing history when he won in 2017. Maybe the best perfect 10 in terms of performance surfing that year too with the double alley-oop wave.
Speed, power, flow, Toledo. Fits in quite nicely. And here we go. The Toledo show is on. Carving roundhouse cutback, fully rebounded there. The wave runs away from him, so we just got to see what would be considered, especially for him, you know, a beginning type of maneuver, but a backside roundhouse, fully executed like that, back into the whitewater, is not an easy maneuver to do. Sometimes it's fun to watch, you know, world champions and the world's best do maneuvers that are a little bit more relatable to the average surfer like that.
They deemed it incomplete too, so didn't fully ride out of it. But you know, we're talking about one of the very elite in the world right now, just a 1.3. He knows it's only a 3-person heat. It's not as difficult to make it out of this heat as he would see in future rounds. And either way, the smart thing here is just get your reps in at the site, make sure you're not breaking your board or injuring yourself. And as of right now, get your reps in at a spot that you've only surfed once before in terms of competing. This is super important. Jordy Smith mentioned it. He wants to be able to get as many heats in under his belt at a new spot. And especially with the championship tour event coming in after this too, get used to the weather, get used to the climate, the food, everything. You're in a new environment. You're just coming off of a few legs in Australia and now in California. Tropical weather is no thing to be necessarily concerned about when you're coming from Brazil, but when you're coming from a place so dry like Lemoore straight into here, there's a big difference change in terms of humidity, Chris.
Yeah, it's moist, hot and moist. It's one of my favorite combinations personally, but 12 minutes to go here. This is pretty cool. You've got a surfer representing Greece in the top spot above Felipe Toledo. I don't know if that will last, but anything's possible here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We've seen huge upsets before already in 2023, so expect the unexpected here. Felipe Toledo's first wave comes through at 1.3, Simon Salazar a 0.93. I would say at the moment, probably some of the most challenging conditions we've seen of the day, with the tide dropping out, the wind kicking up just a little bit. It's going to be tricky to find yourself a quality wave. Meanwhile, Team Greece, the outside all the way to the inside, a little 3-turn combo there for Gerasimos Veneris.
Big support crew on the beach too.
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
They're going off, flying that flag. And if there was a food competition between these 63 nations, I'm putting Greek food in the top 3. Right up there.
I'm gonna look. There's Team Brazil.
India, China, Greece. Those are my top 3 right
No
there.
Mexican food in there, Chris?
It's
I'm
right
offended.
there in number 4. I eat Mexican food every day, so.
That's why you should have it in your top 3. It should be number 1.
Okay, it's in my top 5. Italian food.
I'm heartbroken. It's okay.
Top
I'll
5.
give you that. We'll go Mexican, Japanese,
man.
Italian, Chinese.
Okay. Get the important stuff there ranked.
And that's only 4. I forgot to give you one more. Indian.
Yeah.
I'll go Indian food.
And we're in agreement. There's Team Brazil. They know full well what can happen out in this lineup. Pretty vexing spot sometimes to serve. Unbelievable news just came through the wire a few heats ago. Jiao Chianca in the repechage rounds. Nobody expected that, especially not the surfers in the repechage. So we will see Jiao tomorrow, most likely at El Sunzal, where he will be lightning in a bottle. Do not upset that young man. When you do that, he comes back with a vengeance. We will see more of Chianca.
I kind of feel like that wave suits his style better, though. And not to say that we're probably going to not finish the event here at La Bocana rather than El Sunsal. But if you need to surf as many rep heats over at El Sunsal, go ahead and do it. It's a good venue for you. Take advantage of it.
I wouldn't doubt him doing 150 turns on one wave over there.
That would be a record, I think.
Okay, let's say 15. More realistic there.
Still, pretty good number, though. Here's Gerasimos, the 25-year-old from Athens. He's taken it to the other 2 surfers in this heat. I like it. I mean, nothing huge so far, a couple of 2s, but he's going out there having a good time. He's enjoying himself.
I'm here for it. I'm loving it. It's going to hopefully fire up Felipe Toledo. And this guy, Simon Salazar. 2 nice turns there to start. So he will have a number on the board. Broadcast team going wild for their friend, Simon Salazar. He's everybody's friend. This guy is a global friend.
Yeah, he can be a bit picky when it comes to surfing certain spots, though. So he likes to surf the spots that are crowded. Most of us tend to like to go to less crowded spots. He's a famous actor,
thrives
though.
on it.
Oh, yeah. He likes the spotlight. So looking right, first of all, this is his second best ride at 1.73. And the front angle right here. The one decent carve on the open first for Simon, and then just dropped a 2.87 on the left afterwards. But how about Gerasimos? Couple of 2s in his score line. Doesn't come originally from a surfing family right outside of Athens in Boula, a coastal town, you know, around 30, 40 minutes outside of Athens, Greece, the capital of the country. And meanwhile, Simon, 2.87 on this one, small score for him. But as of right now, Phil's still in 3rd place. Only needs a 3.2, could do that in his sleep and a bit more. And we're just waiting for him to really get to work in this heat, holding priority. As I said before, Chris, don't injure yourself, be smart with your decision making. Talking about the number 3 surfer in the world, last year's world champion, former ISA gold medalist at the junior level. Yeah, he'll be coming back.
A quick look at Simon Salazar. Nice section to work with there. I think peaked up just at the right time, and he nailed it all the way through to the inside, pumping down the line. Goes for the finish, goes down, but did some damage through the mid portion of that wave. 7 minutes to go. that gives us a chance to catch up with AC2 standing by with Jess.
That's right. Thanks, Chris. He's super patient, but out there he was absolutely manhandling sections. Highest wave score so far, 893, Al.
Yeah, thank you. Waves are fun. You know, I've been waiting for a couple of days to get out on the water. It feels good, and yeah, stoked. A little bit of high tide, but the waves are still coming in.
And Team Mexico, I mean, we've already spoken to the other boys on the team. Vibes are high, everyone's pumped, and you guys are just coming out as a powerhouse at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the strongest team we ever had, and I feel like it's the most united we ever been. And we're just, every time we go free surf, we just psych each other up and just want to surf better than each other. So it's a good thing for a contest because it's pretty much like you're going into a heat every free surf. So it's pretty much the same thing once you put the jersey back on. So it feels good.
And we've got something special, of course. I mean, in the spirit of surfing, you're right behind your fellow competitor out there, Beric, and you guys have got something to share with the rest of the viewers and the rest of the world.
Yeah, Beric wants to say a shout out to his friend's mom. Come in, Beric.
Thank you. I know this is unorthodox, guys. Well done, brother. That was awesome. My theory about the lefts not having high scores is broken. But yeah, as the slogan for the ISA, a better world through surfing, a friend of mine, Jared's mom, he's a surfer from one of my favorite towns to surf at, and his mom is in a very brutal fight with cancer, and I'm trying to just raise money. You know, they've had a lot of really bad cards dealt in life, but I'm trying to just pull all the aces out of the deck. And in my bio at Bob Beric, you can find a GoFundMe, and if you got $5 or if you just want to share the message, then they would really appreciate it, and so would I.
Perfectly said. Thank you so much. Al, congrats. Team Mexico, congrats. And at Barbaric on the socials, guys, you can get on board. Thanks, Al.
Thank you. Un saludo a todo México. Aquí andamos.
That was a cool moment.
Clap back.
Using his platform for good. Like to see that. It was unorthodox, but I'm not complaining. There's a special moment there. 4:50 on the clock. Here we go, Felipe Toledo. And wow, so using his priority to epic effect, your surfer from Greece fending off one of the greatest surfers of all time. That right there is what ISA competition is all about. Newcomer to the ISA World Surfing Games, handling the peak, fending off Felipe Toledo, who's only sitting on a 1.3 and a 1.07. It's getting weird, and I like it. That's what I like, unexpected things happening in the water.
That was ruthless right there. He just used priority. Well, first of all, props for being able to recognize how to use priority that well, especially with, you know, very few competitions in Greece, maybe 1 or 2 at the year at the most, and not with the same level of priority and competition as here at the ISA World Surfing Games. But I recognized that he had higher priority than Felipe, used it, failed to get one turn in before that wave shut down on him though, or before he had to straighten out. Gonna better at least one of the ones. And there it is, it's a 3.87, the best score of the heat so far. Meanwhile though, Gerasimo's a lot of waves ridden, nothing better than a 2.53. And that was on his last wave. So here's the drone angle. See him drop in right there. Great first snap. He just kicks the board away. And Gerasimo is like, no, this wave's mine.
That's something he can tell his grandkids about, for real.
I competed against Felipe.
Stuffed
and I used
him.
priority on him. Yeah, I can say that.
25 years old, Erasmus Veneris from the town of Vola outside of Athens, as you said. Creating memories, and Felipe now creating points. That's the Felipe Toledo that we're used to seeing, that we know and love. 3-turn combo all the way from the outside straight to the inside. No problem for Toledo. Quietly, Simon Salazar is just extending his lead as well. So things are happening now for Team Brazil. We got just about 2 minutes, 37 seconds on the clock. Spirited Brazilian fans on the beach, as always. Anywhere in the world where there's a surf competition, you're going to have spirited Brazilian fans. Makes it fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does make it fun. And he takes the lead, drops a 5.67, and a good score there. I mean, I said before, no need to go for big things. 3-person heat, you know who you're up against, and never want to take any heat lightly, but we're talking about one of the very elite, and we don't say that every day. This is one of the very best surfers of all time, a former world champion, defending world champion, on the CT level. Just make it through the heat. Try out your boards, try out the spot, and go out there and have some fun.
And here goes Simon Salazar. Great style, carving through a kind of a rough section, but makes his way. He's pumping through to the inside to get the finish. He gets it. 3-turn combo there for Simon Salazar.
Looking at better 287, he could do that, and that would add some more pressure to Gerasimos as well with 90 seconds to go. Before this last wave of Simon needing a 3.34, say he does slightly better and gets his best ride, Veneris is going to need something in the mid threes, and it's a 3.13, so that means that Veneris now needs a 3.6. Has enough time. I mean, left needs to come through. It's obviously his strength, his forte on the forehand, but can he perform and get his best ride in the last minute? That's the real question.
Well, he does live in America's finest city, San Diego, California, where he is a lifeguard. So, you know, he feels comfortable in the ocean, in the sun. He moved to San Diego when he was around 21 years old. He's 25 now. He is a San Diego city lifeguard.
That's cool.
I'm surprised I haven't run into him around town.
Should introduce yourself, be like, hey, you got any good tips on the best Greek food around here in San Diego?
Good call.
So 35 seconds. We saw the replay there of Toledo, 5.67, some good surfing. It's going to come in, have a breather, have a chat with the team, and especially after the loss of Joao Chianca, too. I mean, that was a tough heat against Giorgio Gomez and Brian Perez, the local boy. But this is huge for Team Brazil. When we talk about the team aspect of it, looking for a gold medal and looking for the highest seed, this is the thing that they bring to the table. Their women's, Luana Silva, Tati Weston Webb, and Silvana Lima.
Amazing.
It's a gold medal team as well.
Oh, yeah. Do you think Felipe is going to come back into the team's area and say, that's how you do it, Grom?
And I did it with less than 10 points, too. He's only a few years older. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, they're all champions. They've all already put up Hall of Fame style numbers, with more to come. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action, big names, heavy heats, big points on the line here at La Bocana. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we will be right back.
When we started the campaign, like 20-some years ago, over a course center, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, would say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympics because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, you know, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
You want to know more about Fernando Aguirre's lifelong passion to help Duke's dream come alive? Check out The Impossible Wave. We premiered it the other night here after our opening ceremonies. Really amazing story, inspiring. We'll get you excited about the upcoming Paris 2024 games as well. Surfing. I think surfing made an impression on the global stage in Tokyo, and it's going to make an even bigger impression. We do it at the end of the road in Chopo. But we got to field some more athletes. Here's one of them. Got potential. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal. And Dean Vanderwell representing Belgium. So Guilherme here on his backhand. Part of that power-packed Team Portugal. You know, if you put them all six of them together, you might say that Team Portugal might be one of the most powerful teams we have in the entire field.
I think so. Always a top 10 finish for them. You know, on the women's side, you have Teresa, Kika, and Yolanda. And then on the men's side, both Guilherme and Frederico Moraes, I think they're more than capable of winning a gold medal overall as a team. But individually, they're looking to get at least one of their surfers through into the Olympic Games. I truly think that talent-wise, they've had a lot more than what they've had on the Championship Tour. First time they've ever had a female surfer on the Championship Tour with Teresa Bombolo, and she didn't even fully qualify. She's only been in there as a wild card for a few times. But on the men's side, Fred Moraes, one of the greatest surfers to ever come out of Europe, and really looking forward to seeing him in the later rounds here, and especially at Usuna. That wave really, really looks good on his forehand. This heat, though, is a stacked one, though, Chris. This kid rips Dean van der Waal.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. We've seen that name multiple times in ISA competition, trying to battle all the way to the end. He goes down, but did get some work done right when he stood up on that wave. So same story remains throughout the day. 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance on, staying in the main round. Third place surfer will go into the repechage round, which is basically an even match. The names that have already gone into the repechage rounds are among, they're the best of the best as well. So no easy path to the podium here at the ISA World Surfing Games, that is for sure.
Yep. And you go into the latter heats of the day, you're tired, you're exhausted, you put on a good performance right here at the end of day number 2. Imagine what you're going to do when you're well rested and you're paddling out within one of the first few heats of the morning as well. So big opportunity for these 3 surfers to make it out of this round, move out into main round 2. And for somebody like Francisco Llorin, the Venezuelan, who's been successful in El Salvador before, he won an event in 2021 in Punta Roca, and he won an Alas event last year in Las Flores. And he is an incredible power surfer coming from Venezuela.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a minute for sure, 34 years old. He is a Pan American champion. He got 4th place in 2016 at the World Surfing Games. Comes from the town of Choroni.
Yep.
My high school actually did a cultural surfing exchange to Venezuela. We hung out, stayed with local Venezuelan surfers.
Did you go?
Memory, yeah, I'll never forget. Really, really cool. Fun waves there. One of the nations we have representing here that has had some ups and downs politically, economically. But what I love about the ISA World Surfing Games is, the strife, the things happening back at home. They don't follow you here.
Right.
We're here to celebrate the joys of surfing, to come together, unity, and to shine a really big spotlight on these athletes that are representing for their countries.
He also rides Julio Nurse's boards, Kailani surfboards, originally from Venezuela, now lives in San Diego, California. Good to see that they still have that connection. Actually, Eli Timpari also rides Kailani surfboards, so Julio Nurse has a couple of surfers in this event riding those Kailani boards. Fonseca had an incredible performance last year at the World Surfing Games in Huntington. Incredible run for him, especially when a lot of people hadn't known his name up until that point. And opens up with the strongest score of the heat so far is 6.33. And the Belgian, originally from Costa Rica, Dean van der Waal. This kid lives and breathes surfing, has some incredible waves down there in Costa Rica where he lives. Has Belgian heritage though, and he's looking to qualify for the Olympic Games in Paris 2024, Chris.
That's right, born in Belgium, raised Tamarindo, loves Witch's Rock, made famous in Endless Summer 2. And he's got a big family, 3 sisters, Moraine, Allison, and Malaya. Malia, hopefully they're watching him right now, cheering him on. 13:26 to go, surfers getting reset in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with Felipe Toledo and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, guys. Felipe, we were just having a quick chat. It's pretty grindy out there. Seemed like conditions were hard.
Yeah, definitely hard. This morning looked like a little better, less wind, and felt like with the tide dropping, it's kind of slow, but yeah, and it's super hot. I was just trying to stay cool out there and trying to stay hydrated. It was hard, but I was able to get that one little wave that was 5-something, and then I had another 3. But yeah, just happy to make through and try to be cooler for the next one.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a task today, keeping cool in the heat. But we love Brazilian surfing. We love the passion and the vibes that your whole team brings. How important is it for you to be representing not only yourself and your surfing, but your flag in the ISA games?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I've been a part of a lot of ISA games already, and you know the vibes and the feeling. It's always amazing to be here representing the country and supporting the team. It's always really fun, and I feel like we have the golden team right here right now, and we can go a long way. So yeah, definitely looking forward for it, and stoked to represent Brazil.
Possibly the strongest team assembled of all time for Brazil. Coming out of your heat, it's not often that the other competitors come to meet you on the shore and get a photo with you after surfing against you. That's got to be a little bit different in these games.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. It's surfing. That's what it is. It's about loving, sharing waves, and having fun. Of course, we're competing, we're against each other, but we live it out there. Like as soon as we're here on the beach, we're just supporting, and it's just amazing to see all these different countries. And I got emotional watching Saudi Arabia over there. The girls just, she said she had a goal to get 2 waves, and she got 2 waves, and she was so happy, like winning an event. So it just, it brings back that fire since I was a kid, to love surfing, and the little things makes a lot of difference. So yeah, just super, super happy to be here.
Well, we're so happy to have you, your stoke, and of course for all the Brazilians and your family at home, some words for them.
Yeah, queria agradecer a todo mundo que está torcendo, time Brasil. A gente passou aqui, todo mundo já na próxima fase e focar aí para trazer mais uma medalha para o time Brasil aí. Valeu, tamo junto.
Thank you for your energy and your time, and for Team Brazil. Thank you so much.
11 minutes remaining, no change in situation.
Drawing inspiration. I mean, what's Felipe Toledo going to do? Watch a surf video to get hyped? Like, he's better than everybody.
Yeah.
So I love that his inspiration can be drawn in a lot of different areas. He's a family man. Of course, he's got a lot on his plate right now, competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games, trying to help his team get to that top spot. And then he's got the rest of the championship tour to finish, and, all of that with raising children and having a family. And, he seems to be doing it all with a lot of grace and, a lot of positivity. So, of course, big things to come for Felipe Toledo. And, I think sometimes you can draw from your team, of course, where he just saw Zhao Chianca unbelievably get sent to the repechage round. He's, all right, I got to do my job now.
Mm-hmm.
And, with all the talk we've had of how stacked the repechage rounds are, not necessarily worried for Zhao. He's that good.
Yeah.
I think he'll be able to fight his way back into the main round, but we're going to have to wait and see. Meanwhile, 9:50 to go. Big snap there for Guilherme Fonseca, representing Portugal. He's 25 years old, lives in Peniche, surfs Super Tubos, which we have seen many times on the WSL Championship Tour. He is your national champion for the 18 and unders just a few years ago, and he's current number 2 on the pecking order of Portugal. His team is stacked. He's got Francisca Vaselco, Federico Moraes, Guilherme Ribeiro, Yolanda Hopkins, and Teresa Bonvillatte, as we mentioned. So put Portugal on that list of definite top 10, possibly top 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount that. And a great combination right there by Fonseca. As I said before, a great surfer coming out of Portugal who did an incredible job last year in Huntington Beach for the ISA World Games right there. He was looking, for that extra slot on the men's gold team in order to move through. On the men's side, though, Kanoa Igarashi with the big win, that propelled Japan to get an extra slot for Paris 2024. But this kid impressed me a lot. He had everything to prove and nothing to lose at that point of his career. And so far, only 25 years of age, very well-balanced surfer, charges, he's good at barrel riding. And obviously you can see the skills right there on his rail game too, dropping the highest score of the heat so far, a 7.23.
Yeah, big numbers there already for Fonseca. It's almost like he's done his job already, right? With a heat total like that, you got to be feeling really safe. But do not discount Francisco Bellerin and Dean Vanderwall. Both these guys capable of putting up some big numbers. Right now, they just a little wave-starved. Second highest number belongs to Fonseca. As we see Bellerin now flying down the line. Nicely placed second turn there. Working his way through this inside section. He's pulsing up a little bit. He's just fitting in turn after turn. Nothing super critical on the inside, but definitely putting the work in. He's going to get a good number for that wave.
Yeah, and looking at back up a 4.33, improve on a 3.4. He needs a 9 for the lead. He's not going to get that, but building his score so far, and only his 3rd wave in this heat. And as I said before, he's been outstanding here in El Salvador. He's won 2 events in the past at different locations, and he's competed here on many different levels of surfing within competitive surfing in Latin America and world-class surfers like at the ISA level, as we see Team Israel there. They got a surfer coming up. That's Uri Uziel, who had a great performance in the juniors here last year. Looking at the replay here for Bayorin, projects down the line right here. He's a very tall guy. I mean, we're talking about 6'3", maybe 6'4" in stature, moving down the line right there. And that turn, when you don't angle it all the way upwards, you're still gaining momentum and speed down the line. That's why you see him point his board forward rather than straight up and vertical. This turn right here, with that much froth on the face, Chris, it's very easy for you to lose your fins and slide out. As of right now, you see somebody like as tall as that, you're putting a lot of pressure on that back foot, and that's why he's able to keep his rail in the water like that. Man, that body torque is just incredible for somebody that big. Impressive. You see it in real time here. The float, and then the carve right there. Great technique. Love to see him surf.
Yeah, well-placed turns. Even on this inside section where there was really nothing happening, he was still kind of manufacturing some excitement for the judges to look at. And they, they watch the waves from beginning to end, just like the rest of us, so that every second of the wave served is judged.
That second bottom turn right there by Fonseca was something special.
Yeah, that was sparky.
The amount of distance he covered with that bottom turn, though, it had to have been at least 10 feet. That was great stuff there by Guilherme. And this heat's flown by, too, and Dean Vanderwall so far has nothing better than a 2.83. Surprised, because I know how talented he is. He's come through a lot of different programs within Latin America. Used to ride for Hurley and came through that amazing program before Brett Simpson took over. As of right now, though, Bayorin probably going to drop his best score, and he's going to be needing something at least in the 6s to make it out of this heat right now.
Things are getting tense for sure for Dean Vanderwall.
And you don't want to be too hard on yourself if you don't make it out of 3-person heat either. I mean, your chances improve of making it out of the heat, and then you go out there and have 2 2s in your score line. It's not good. It's not good.
Well, Felipe Toledo, who's surfed every condition in a heat, if he says it's kind of tough to find a quality wave, you know that's a no cap, as my son would say. And I cringe saying it. I cringe saying it out loud. Bet. 4:44 on the clock right now here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Getting towards the end of our day, but we've got 4 or 5 full days remaining. 5 full days remaining. Plenty of time to catch your favorite surfers in action. Highlight packages have been en fuego.
Yeah, because finals day, I mean, what? It's usually 6 hours maybe that you're working. Mostly all reps finals and then the actual final. So 5 or 6 hours at the most. Full days, I would say 5.
Yeah, and the difference between, ISA competition at this scale and let's say a WSL event where, obviously you don't have as many surfers. So you have a lot more time. You have a waiting period where you pick the days. Here we do front load things, get through a ton of heats, and then as we get later on, we do get a little bit of wiggle room. So we do a lot of work up front. We, get our brackets set, and then as we get towards our final days, we will have some time to, potentially pick and choose tides. The swell forecast is looking extremely favorable for us, so nothing to worry about there. I think that El Salvador and Surf City in particular is the perfect place for an event of this magnitude, of this scale. Not a lot of surf contests in the world with this many contestants. So having it at a place like this that's super consistent, that, a lot of places to stay, eat, amenities, etc. So, so far it's been all men here at La Volcana, but tomorrow it's all women, and it's going to be really fun to watch because in the past, we've seen some historic heats go down over here in the women's division at La Volcana. So expect more of that, and it's going to be fun to see some of the superstars of our sport go up against some newcomers. You know, again, that's my favorite part of the first 3 days of ISA competition, is seeing those unique matchups that you're not going to get anywhere else. Now we see Dean van der Waal on his backhand looking for a 6.57. So far, so good. Lots of speed, blows the tail and goes down.
No need to go for that third turn right there. Thing was, finish your best ride, get a good score, and have enough time to paddle back out and get another score after that. 5.07, the best wave of Bayodin, and his backup score of 4.33. He was looking to get the 6.57, and just one score would have been better for him to break it up. But how about how beautiful El Salvador is, though, Chris?
I'm a huge fan.
We've been here.
Huge fan.
This is our 5th major event in 5 years.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been more than that, honestly.
Well, because you get a lot when you come down here. We've had ISA World Surfing Games here a few times, World Junior Surfing. Just 2 weeks ago, the ISA World Longboarding Championships was here, and it was pumping. Talking 12 to 15 foot faces at El Sunzal. And back in 2021, this was one of the main, one of the main gateways to the Olympics. So
The last
super
Olympic
fun.
qualifier.
That's right. So good times. 63 nations represented here, over 290 athletes, nearly half women. And we want to welcome our new nations, Czech Republic, India, Latvia, and Mauritius. Got a message from Pro Skater Matters Apps, a Latvian ripper, that said Latvia has a lot to cheer about these days. They just got 3rd in the World Cup of Hockey. So the whole country celebrating a 3rd place finish there. And he said, good luck to the team. Go for it. So we're stoked to have new teams and always excited to have more teams. Let's make it 70 teams next year. A message from our president, Fernando Aguirre. A passionate man. He loves surfing. And you know, when someone says, I want to make the world a better place through surfing, you go, oh, that's cute. But he's actually doing it. He's a special human. 30 seconds on the clock as it stands now. Guilherme Fonseca, Team Portugal. Big win there. Francisco Bellerin hanging on in 2nd place. Dean van der Waal has 20 seconds
There's
to
one
try
wave.
to get something. He needs a 5.5.
There's a wave coming through. There is a wave coming through.
Oh, for 13 seconds now. The countdown is on. Will it come in time? 10, 9, 8, 7. He's got to get there. He's got to get his hands off the rails before the buzzer. 3, 2.
He's up.
He's up. This will count. Unofficially. Goes for the backside reverse, goes down. I mean, he knew he had to do something big in that section. Like the effort. He will get another shot in our repechage rounds. Great heat right there. That was kind of an underdog heat. They all came through and put up big numbers. And more to come. A few more heats on the day, some big names hitting the lineup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I say, you know, you're really gonna put your energy in this? You know, let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to action here for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Barton, we are live in the booth and we are ready to go for another couple heats to finish it out. 3 heats to go and we're done for the day.
Damn, we're
Day
done
number
for the
2.
day. Been a big day. I was just checking the controls down there, peoples, and making sure we were all good to go. Been a great day of waves, consistent surf, opportunity for everyone. Tomorrow we're going to get to see the women here on this break, so that's going to be great. And as you said, 3 heats to go. Kehu Butler from New Zealand, and this is an amazing young surfer up against some good competition, the Philippines, Israel, and Thailand.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Uri Uzuel and Noah Arkfield and Nathakron Salo of the Thailand team. So this is going to be a great finish for the end of our day. We'll get to see some live surfing in just a moment. And here we go, starting to tune in to see what is happening. And no waves written yet, no scores down on the, or sorry, we do have 2 scores coming through on the scoreboard. Nothing that's officially up for the surfers. We do have priority starting to get set. 3rd priority to Kihu Butler, and 4th to Noah. And those are the 2 surfers with scores to drop.
It's funny when you know kids from, through my blast off, I meet them when they're 8, 6, 7, 8 years of age and they're tiny little kids, and then you watch them grow through your careers. Kihu Butler is one of those kids, now a big, strong man, and has so much potential, one of the rising stars for the Kiwis.
Up and riding, Kihu. Nice, solid hit to start.
Wow.
2nd turn goes for the 3rd and rides complete, so 3-turn combination.
And in a short space, he didn't have a lot of room to move there, but showed the skill that he has, and belted that one 3 times, and that'll be a good opening score, a 2.67 for Noah Arkfeld from the Philippines. Expecting better than that for Kihu.
Scores to drop now as we take a look at some replays. First of Kihu, still to come through. On his backhand.
And that right was his 2nd score already, and there was a good opening left. Went to the forehand for the 2nd one.
Noah, this is the 2.67 that dropped through.
Nice carving cutback.
And our surfer in blue, Kihu, once again on that 2nd wave. So a 5.83 drop down for his 1st, now waiting for the score for the right.
Electric surfing. Electric, so fast, aggressive, powerful, and he's a name, you remember that name, he'll be on the Challenger Series and challenging for a spot on that World Championship Tour.
Yuri now up and riding for Team Israel. 1st wave, pumping down the line as he goes for that finishing section. Nice and critical. Paddle behind him with our Thai surfer. 16 minutes on the clock, and as we wait for scores to drop, let's go down to the beach, catch up with Guilherme and Jess Grimwood on the boardwalk.
Thank you, yes, and the Portuguese team here. You guys have some really good camaraderie between your team, and congratulations, of course, very dominant win.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be here in warm water, amazing weather in El Salvador. It's my first time here, and and yeah, I'm having such a good time with my team. And now it's to keep on going, keep enjoying, and do my best. Yeah.
What about like the jokes that are going on behind the scenes here before the camera came on? I mean, you guys seem super relaxed and very, very happy in this position.
We are always trash talking with each other. It's part of the game. It's part of the Portuguese culture of friendship, and yeah, just happy to be here, and let's do it.
It's got to feel good too. I mean, Felipe Toledo was saying how hard the conditions were, but you were able to just paddle out and really, really go to town on all the opportunities out there.
Yeah, we came here like 3 days before just to know the wave, where the wave breaks, the way the wave goes on the reef. And Felipe, I think he just arrived like one day ago. So it's normal that I didn't see him surfing in free surf, so it's kind of normal, but for sure he's going to put his surfing in the next seats as soon as he gets more used to the wave.
And for everybody, fan of you, fan of Team Portugal at home, some words for those guys. I bet you guys have got a huge fan club at home.
Yeah, a lot of my friends are cheering for me, my family, my girlfriend, and yeah, I'm just going to use that energy just to keep building through the contest.
Well, congratulations and good luck moving on through. You guys are absolute powerhouses at the moment.
Obrigado, Teja.
Solid for Team Portugal, another great performance. Keeping themselves in those higher ranked positions as well when it comes to winning a heat, Barton. So important because then moving into the following rounds, you want to be that higher seed, as you were explaining yesterday, as opposed to taking that 2nd place position and the lineups that you end up with moving further down the line.
Oh, here we go, live action.
Noah Arkfield drawing the arc in that opening carve.
Oh.
Nice connection for the 2nd, looking fluid. Keeping that style in his surfing, little bounce off the top and he'll kick out.
Bravo. That was a great performance. 3.83 and a 2.67 before that. It was funny, as you said, arc felled. He just drew that beautiful arc in that first turn.
Couldn't help but draw the connection as we see our surfer from Thailand. Nice foam climb to start. Goes to hit the second, releases that tail, and he'll go down. 15 years old, just the grommet. Not Hakron, goes by 9 as his nickname. And he's looking for a score to drop as Kihu already has a 6.5 that's dropped for the last one. Goes for the progression in that middle section for the second turn. Continuing down the line, hits the lip and smashes it with the power.
Superstar of the future, this kid, I tell you. How was that bottom turn that led into the air? I can't wait to see that again. As I looked up, all I could see was board. I couldn't even see him. He laid it over so strongly, drove into the lip, got extra work done too. Got a 6.5 on the previous right-hander, so a 5.83 on the first left, 6.5, and I dare say he's going to build again on that 6.5 and take his scores even higher.
Scores to come through for last, a blue for New Zealand. Green currently sitting in second with that 3.83 that dropped through as his second wave. So younger competitor in the water. And we're going to take some look at the replays here for Kihu.
Driving on the rail, pushing out on the back foot, throwing spray. Look at the spray, how high it went. It's still falling, and he's getting ready to do his next turn. Beautiful slow-mo there. Beautiful turn. Here we go. Drives that bottom turn up into the lip, throws the tail, spins it around. Little catch of the front end because he was so forward on the board after the air, and then gets the last closing turn in. There it is, 6.93, so continuing in the right direction.
Setting himself up with an early lead. We'll take one more look at this air. Now you mentioned him catching the nose as he came down.
Look how low, look how flexible. Board lands, spins it around. A beautiful maneuver. 4.33 from our surfer from Israel, Yuri. So that's a good start for him.
Better of the exchange from our surfer from the Philippines, Noah, who's currently sitting in second, but Yuri has the single stronger score between the two of them. He's 18 years old from Herzliya. Loves playing the guitar, riding his bicycle, surfing, and traveling as much as possible. At the ISA Juniors in 2022, here at La Bocana, he finished out 7th place in the under-18s division, as we see him up and riding now.
Oh.
So he's got that momentum coming off of a great finish towards finals day or in finals day for the 2022 juniors, but now he's on a different level. He's competing in the opens. The talent field different than what we had at that junior level. Championship tour surfers, Olympic medalists in the conversation now. To make it into finals day will be a tougher task.
Yes, indeed, and people that you look up to and they admire, and I suppose that's the beauty, is they get to engage and interact and be in the same environment, in the same lineup as the stars of the sport, and that's what's going to sort of develop and help prosper the future of these young kids, is that interaction, engagement they get with the superstars at this event. They may go to a World Championship event, but there's that separation, competitors areas and that sort of thing, so you don't get the engagement like they do here. They're alongside the superstars of the sport, and that's just going to help the sport grow.
That's so true. Being able to get surfers together from around the world here at the ISA. You can check out isasurf.org for all the information. Be able to check out the website for the team bios as well, to be able to learn more about these surfers from different parts of the globe, different little surfing corners and nooks and crannies around, as we take a look at some live action with Yuri. Wobbly wave in front of him, goes up for the lip line and dominates.
That was really good. You see that wave starting to build up and stand in front of him, and you're going, uh-oh, this is a heavy section. But he matched the power of the section with his own power and completed it. It's definitely going to be a better score than that 3.07 for sure. Most probably his best wave of the heat so far. But showing how impressive the style and technique that this young man has. Only 18 years of age. There you go.
Dropped in a 3.07 for the previous wave, so now waiting for this. We're under the halfway mark, 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Kihu with a solid lead, drops just a 3.43 for his last wave, so that won't factor in. So we take a look at live action now. with 9. Drops in deep behind the section, and he'll have to kick out without an opportunity. Let's take another look here at the last of Noah Arkfield. Solid sized wave.
Well overhead. Beautiful big floater. Unfortunately, the lip projected him out, got the board away from under his feet. Kehu. And this is that 3-4-3 that was for one turn, essentially, and that's how good that one turn is. This is going to be a better score. Judges are still thinking about this one. Drops into a big section, critical. Beautiful control, timed it perfectly and placed it perfectly. Judges still thinking about it. He's got a 4.33 as his highest score, 3.07, looking to improve on that. I dare say he's definitely getting a second score that's going to be better as we see surfers for the next heat.
John Mark Kokong from the Philippines getting ready to paddle out next.
So the Philippines in back-to-back heats.
Noah Arkfield currently in the water. He's currently sitting in 3rd. Now we're still waiting for that last of red to drop through to really know the situation, and there it is, a 4.73 for red. Solidifies him in 2nd position. Now requiring 3rd place in green to get a 5.23. For the young 18-year-old out of Siargao Island in the Philippines, loves surfing at Cloud 9.
That beautiful right-hander, just a barreling right. But very predictable and understandable in terms of it just breaks so consistently on the reef. Here, on the other hand, is a very different animal. There's peaks and bits of waves everywhere. Look at this, Shannon. Drives up into the lip, vertical, beautiful turn. More or less 4.73, nearly 5 points for one turn alone, and rightly so. It was a great turn, one of the best turns we've seen today.
Now combo that with another turn similar. He could go to the excellent range easily.
Absolutely.
6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfer in blue has first priority. Red was second. They're going to let this smaller wave go unridden. A little bit more of that backwash starting to come into play. Now the tide is draining out. You're getting those peaks more defined between as those shallow spots are starting to be exposed. Water safety doing a great job out in the lineup between both venues this week. A lot of time out on the ski, bumpy conditions with that wind as well, and those hot temperatures.
We saw 9's last wave, the 0.67, but it was a closeout. Fairly obvious closeout.
Chad Cox and Ryan Hargrave out there on the skis doing a great job.
It's a
but
fun
you're right.
day.
Yeah.
Sitting on the ocean, floating on a ski.
Not
warm
a bad deal.
temperatures. A different story if you're in Canada or somewhere, but here in El Salvador, it's a fun time.
Get that sun protection on and you're good to go.
Yep.
Like you said, 9's last wave, just that 0.67 was a closeout, but it was a solid size set. So he's charging, ready to put himself in position on those waves with a little more consequence to them. Now just needing to position himself into the right place to really be able to get himself a wave that has that open face.
And just look down the wall of it and see it. If it's taller down the line than it is where you are, then you know it's going to close out. So just really, when you're surfing, this is really, although it's not a beach break, it's very much a beach break style of a lineup where there's peaks all over the place. They do break in fairly consistent places, but at the same time, it's definitely random compared to a Cloud 9, the reef break there.
Yuri, 2-turn combination goes down on the second. Looking to improve on a 4.33.
That won't do that. That'll leave his situation the same, and our Filipino and Thailand surfers will be happy about that. We've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds. They've got to get going, and they're splitting a peak right here.
Split peak. Green had top priority over white. White now with an opportunity here for 9. Great wrap. Nice tall style as well.
That'll be his best wave for sure.
Nice to see him get some momentum for the 15-year-old out of Kolak. Loves surfing in Bali. And he wants people to know, not a lot of people know that there is surf in Thailand or even how much of it is available, but that it's surfable at different times of the year between the East Coast and the West Coast. So there's opportunities to get waves at any stage of the year that you travel there, which is great for those local surfing communities and for the developing surf communities of Thailand. There's already so many surfers there and so many people that are traveling from around the world to surf in warm water, get an opportunity to experience different culture as well.
Have you ever been there?
I haven't,
No,
but I've had so many
either.
friends that have gone through and just loved their time there.
Another wave, better looking one here. Oh,
straight into the lip, in for a second, and that's the combination that he's been looking for to try and break through. He is chasing a 7.03 because Yuri has been able to get that heat total, but this is the building block that he needed.
And with 3.5 minutes, that's going to be his best score. They were both critical maneuvers, and he pulled them off when he needed to. He's got enough time for another wave. So you look at the 7, you break that down into 2 scores, and you go, well, I need a couple of 4s, you know. You see the 4.73 and the 4.33 for Yuri. So if he can get somewhere close to that, that'll make it a more achievable ask. Looks like it might have been a 3.20. It was a smaller wave and he didn't have a lot of room to travel, but he definitely stuck that board up there vertically and aggressively twice.
And now his requirement is attainable. It's a 5.86 instead of that 7-point ride. Kihu on his backhand into the lip for the second maneuver. Now draws out, nice carve, snap for the second, looking for this inside finish, goes for the air, makes it look so simple. Catches the leash as well in the end and just casual.
Made it look so easy, just like almost standing straight-legged. Here we go.
Totally, Noah Arkfield up and riding, 2-turn combo on the inside as well. So he's looking to increase his scoreline, which is going to make it more challenging to keep 9, or it's going to keep maybe 9 in that 4th place position a little bit more solidly.
He needs a 5.23. It wasn't that score, but again, he's still got time, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. So, you know, just a little more open face, something that stays open long enough to give you 2 big turns that you don't have to rush too much with. We've seen on the last couple of rides for both white and green, they've had to rush to get things done, and that's when mistakes can happen.
Score to drop, and it's a 4.67 for last of Arkfield. Increases his his 3rd place position. It doesn't get the requirement, but now he's only chasing a 4.44 for the background.
Wow, that's a great score, and I suppose again it spoke to the critical nature of the turn.
Up and riding now, chasing a 4.4, smaller requirement than what his last score was. Foam, float, for the start, goes for the air.
Well, he had to.
Yeah.
That was the chance on that wave. That wave wasn't going to be the score unless something spectacular happened. So it was worth the risk. And again, with 1:15, he's still got time to have another chance at a ride. And then still a 5.86, the ask for 9 from Thailand.
1 minute to go. It's going so quickly. Kihu started out strong and continued to build on that. Still waiting for his last score to drop through for the Kiwi. Down to 45 seconds on the clock. Arkfield chasing a 4.4 and 9 chasing a 5.86 to move into the advancing positions. There is a set rolling through, Barton. We can see it now on the screen. There's going to be another opportunity here. Surfer in red has first priority.
That's unfortunate for 3rd and 4th.
That's right. We're not sure where they are in the conversation at the moment. We can see Kihu on the screen. He's moved himself away from the rest of the pack. But the surfers that matter are Surfer in red and white with the opportunity now. Ooh. Setting himself up here. Chasing that 5.86. Finds the open face. Carves back with style and flow. Into that second wrap. He manages to hold on to the turn, but that wave lets him down for an opportunity to build the score.
You can see he knew it in the body language. Good heats for both 3rd and 4th. Our Filipino and Thailand surfer, they both surfed really well, but it was the Kiwi, Kehu Butler, who came out so quickly, got the 5.83, the 6.5, the 6.9. Job was kind of done at that point. Then he sat back a bit for the rest of the heat, and we got to see the other guys surf. And it was a good first heat, and with the repecharge round, they'll take confidence from that one.
Absolutely, I agree. Kihu with the win for the New Zealand team. Israel in 2nd. And we're going to go to a quick break. We will be back with more action. 2 more heats to go to round out day 2 of competition for the World Surfing Games. Stay tuned to see them both. Welcome back to action here for the ISA World Surfing Games. We are in Surf City, El Salvador once again for the 5th event of an ISA magnitude. And we are in day number 2, heat number 47 out of 48 of the opening round. There's a lot of surfers in the draw on the men's and the women's side. 297 in total, and we are nearly finished with our opening round. 2 to go. Taking a look at those in the water right now for Great Britain, Nicaragua, the Philippines, and Thailand. We have Patrick Langdon-Dark, Jefferson Lopez, John Mark Takong, and Sitipong Chapman. So this is going to be a great heat with some more opportunity as we take a look at our contest setup here. No priority established yet, as you can tell at the top of the tower, with all 4 of those still being X.
Isn't that a unique structure? It's beautiful and it's comfortable. Our air-conditioned commentator's booth here, very comfy, and it's such a beautiful place to be and spend time. Great place for a holiday if you're thinking, head to Surf City, plenty of waves, and they love surfing.
They absolutely love it. They've invested the whole country. The moment you land in the airport, you get to see the sands of the world. The display there is in the airport. Everything is branded with Surf City, the white and the blue all over the place. You know the amount that the government has poured into showing that El Salvador is world class for a surf destination, for tourism, for events of this magnitude. And that speaks to the fact that the ISA has continued to come back. The WSL now coming here as well for longboarding and shortboarding events. And so it's going to be a great future for the country that already has a deep, rich surfing culture within it.
Absolutely, and if the Pink Panther himself can, their local champion, can go on to the Olympics, that would be a massive boost.
It would be huge. And back to that universality placement for the Olympics, there's that potential for him to gain a spot. Obviously, through his qualification for the Americas, it is possible for Brian to qualify for the Pan American Games. Top 5 eligible men and women will be going to Santiago 2023 for the Pan Americas. Then the winner of the Pan American Games in Santiago for the men and the women will be going on to Paris, where of course this week we've got 4 men and 4 women that will be qualifying specifically for the continents of Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania, where for the Americas, it's going to be the Pan American Games that give those qualifications. But there is the universality place, which is meant to promote development and opportunities for those smaller nations, specifically that in the previous Olympic cycle have had less than 8 athletes competing across any sports. El Salvador specifically as a country is a country that qualifies for that because they had 8 or fewer competitors across all sports in Tokyo 2020.
Gotcha.
Which means that Brian Perez could get the qualification for El Salvador specifically, which is very exciting. As we see Patrick Langdon, couple opportunities here at the start of the heat as we've been watching the screen. Nothing to write home about. They'll all be looking for different positioning in the water. But it's a unique thing that not every country is going to have an opportunity for. But it's something the Olympics has just introduced for surfing that happens in a lot of other sports to try and encourage the growth of Olympic participation in those smaller nations.
Well, and that's, you know, a large part of what this organisation and this particular event is all about, isn't it? It's that participation and development of surfing in countries as we see.
Chapman now.
Pong, yeah, Sitipong Chapman pumping through the inside.
Nice hit on the finish for our Thailand team, and we'll go down to the beach now to catch up with Jess Grimwood and Kihu Butler.
Thanks, Shannon. Kehu, beautiful, dominant performance from you. What we've come to expect, but for all the new fans of New Zealand surfing and involved with yourself, tell us a little bit about your background and a little bit about the mana.
I guess I'm from NZ. I'm a Māori boy, proud Māori boy. And yeah, we've been doing the Changas this year, so that's been fun. And you know, Narrabeen wasn't as hot as here, so just trying to get used to the warmth over here lately. So we got the old the vests with the ice packs in them. So yeah, our management team was on that one.
Yeah, you guys were a little bit ahead of the pack. I've seen the rest of the teams trying to come up with some ice packs similar to yours. What's it been like settling into Surf City in El Salvador?
No, I've been settling in well. We've been here for a few days now, and the waves have been firing. We've been surfing heats other ways as well, and yeah, we're so lucky. Like, this is a pretty awesome place. My dad came here with the juniors last year, and he told me all about it. So awesome to be here, and I'm stoked to be here. Yeah.
And what's the vibe like in Team New Zealand? You guys always have such a big energy. You bring the haka to the opening ceremony and such a big favourite for all the other teams too.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Team New Zealand's been awesome. We've kind of just been aircon chilling most of the time and, you know, trying to manage our energy in the sun and that. But, yeah, no, we've all travelled together for years, and Billy's our oldest competitor, so he's been around the block a few times. So, yeah, it's been cool.
Well, congratulations. Heat win for you. We'll let you go, but for all the fans, Team New Zealand, rest of the family at home.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks heaps to all the family, everyone watching, and yeah, next few days going to be sick. Waves are pumping, so tune in.
Thank you so much, Kahu. Well done.
That is right. The waves will be pumping the coming days. And for some of those surfers coming from slightly colder areas of the world, especially now for the Southern Hemisphere, for New Zealand, Australia, heading into winter time, slightly warmer than what we're dealing with at the moment. So heading into that aircon is always a nice thing.
Yeah, we've been doing a bit of that ourselves, and it's an essential part of the management of your energy over an event that goes for, 9 days. You need to be as fresh on day 9 as you were on day 1. And again, I was talking earlier in Kahu's heat about how big you could see how muscular and how strong he is. And as he said, a proud Maori boy, and he's got that mana that comes with his culture.
Coming up in the next heat, Jason Lathman of American Samoa up against Raz Rosenbaum of Belgium and silver medalist at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa looking for Olympic qualification. At the moment, it's not a guarantee for him on the championship tour. We'll get more into that conversation in the next heat. But he could be solidifying himself that here at the ISA World Surfing Games rather than walking away outside of those top 10 eligible surfers on the championship tour this year with a pretty lackluster season he's had so far.
And we know that Japan won the extra spot from last year's ISA World Games at Huntington Beach, so they've got that opportunity to have 3 people competing for them, which more or less ensures, regardless of any other outcome, that Kanoa would be there. You
so
would
true.
Have to think,
yeah, you'd have to think
couldn't
that
leave
they'd
him
be.
out, could you?
And the surfer of the Japanese crew that's coming up that has that experience at Tehupo specifically with his championship tour experience.
Yeah.
In comparison to the rest of the field for Japan that has been just incredible, but maybe doesn't have that championship tour experience.
And the experience in a wave of the volume that Chopu provides.
Yeah, the death-defying volume.
There he is right there getting his jersey.
Give me an
Igarashi grew up at Huntington Beach. Family moved there to give their son this opportunity that he has been able to see through to fruition.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's risen to that occasion and
handled.
I mean, it's paid out very well in that decision.
Silver medal at his parents' home beach. Like,
Incredible.
what a story.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Just insane. So he'll be coming up in the next heat. Right now in the water, it's been really slow throughout this heat, Barton. We haven't seen Jefferson Lopez of Nicaragua in the blue catch a wave. No scores next to his name. Patrick Langdon-Dark of Great Britain now. Slash to start on his backhand, driving off the bottom. Breaking that horizontal line once again with another re-entry. Looks back to the beach quickly. 3-turn combo. He was sitting on a 0.63, so this is going to be his first scoring wave.
And besides that 0.63, it's going to give him a good score. You see how low he gets? He gets really low and drives in his turns.
Sitipong Chapman now up into the foam. Gets around that opening section. Looking to work his way through. Nice control, given that this wave has a lot of water moving in a lot of different directions.
Absolutely. 2-2-3 on the first one. And building confidence, building momentum. Early starts are just, we talked about, they're so valuable. Just so great to take the pressure off and get a score that you can keep early days. No one's done that yet except for the last score of Patrick's.
A 5-point ride sets him apart. Now Jefferson waited a long time, goes for the layback to start, drags the hand, hits the wobble and goes down. But once the guy gets on a wave, we know he's going to be ripping.
Look at the feet kicking. He recognises it's over halfway. There's 9 minutes left and you get your first wave. You've sat for 11 minutes. And although it's not cold here, still sitting, sitting on your board, your back stiffens up. You get that first wave. It's got bump and lump on it and you've got to try and figure things out. And it just makes the whole assignment that little bit more difficult. I think that's what we saw right there. But as you said, the early signs were good. It was like, okay, he just needs to surf. He just needs to catch waves, get surfing, and he'll get some good scores, 2.23 for the last.
Sitting in that second place position from Phuket, and wanted to be a surfer before he even could surf. His dad gave him a soft top board when he was 8 years old, and he taught himself how to surf by watching surf videos on YouTube.
Yes.
Self-taught, goes by the name of Henry as his nickname, and it's incredible that he's been able to rise to this level. His first real shortboard, he started surfing a few years back and has been on it ever since, as we take a look at some replays here.
Second snap for Patrick. Langdon-Dark into the closeout re-entry, nice and vertical, just sitting on the tail of the board, getting low into the turns, leveraging out of the bottom, straight up into the lip, 5-point ride. That's about, I reckon that's as much as you could possibly have got out of that wave.
Jefferson now with a chance, a 2-2-3 for that first turn on his last wave. Now he's able to link a couple together. Wave giving him this critical section to finish with on the inside, getting nice and steep, pops into the air.
Good try, mate.
Great effort. Fun and entertaining for us as well.
Absolutely, and some good work before it.
John Mark, little rail to rail, getting some squirt out of those fins as he flies down the line. Getting a few maneuvers tagged together, and then that's that moment where you see he's in control. He finds that finishing section as well.
We saw John Mark surf at Snapper Rocks in Narrabeen on the Challenger Series, and he was super impressive on those right-handers in Australia, Snapper Rocks in particular. And it's that lightning fast surfing that we saw just there. The hair flying just makes it look like he's going super fast. He's got great energy, and his ability to get up into the lip when things are critical is you know, top level.
His surfing story is one of those that's just out of the world. Began surfing at age 5 on a piece of plywood. Beautiful. As we see Patrick snap to start, foam, climb, floats over it. Now gaining some speed and momentum to put the exclamation point on the finish. So John Mark takes the lead with a 4 for his last wave from a very small island in the Philippines, Siargao, and started surfing on a piece of plywood.
I love that.
So similar to the Italo Ferreira story on the top of an ice chest cooler.
Yeah.
And now to be able to be competing at this level, to be on the Challenger Series as well, that's a first for a Philippines surfer to walk into that level of competition on the World Tour conversation. So that's huge. Something that we saw from Indonesia years ago, and now we're seeing the Philippines as the next country in that region to start really showing promise.
And the same kind of flair in the surfing too. Here we go, Patrick pumping aggressively to that inside and snaps off the top. That wave was kind of a little bit of a struggle. The timing, you'll see it here. First snap was quick because he saw that section coming in front of him and he really wanted to get up on top of it. But the timing was that little bit off. He fought through the flats aggressively and got the last turn in. This is what I want to see. Look at the speed here. Pumping and driving through the flat sections. Snaps out of the top. Goes a little bit too much onto the front foot there. Still gets a foam climb. That turn was absolutely beautiful. And then the last one was amazing too. 4-point ride. Against the grain of most everything along the way. He kind of looked like he sort of almost was too energetic and didn't kind of settle it back and fit in with the wave and flow with the wave. He just took to it with what he wanted to do in his own mind. But in the end, those last couple of turns were where all the points were, particularly the second to last. That was a beautiful flaring top turn, and it shows the potential he has.
That's right. I was thinking the same thing. Once he gets himself onto the right wave, figures out that wave selection, an open face, something with a critical section, could be really seeing him be able to display his abilities. And he's one of those surfers for the Philippines that could be walking towards that finals day. His surfing is right there. He could absolutely be in that conversation. We saw for the Philippines as a nation the very first ISA medal just a couple weeks ago here for the longboard championships, where J.R. Esquivel walked away with the copper medal and put on an incredible classic single fin style of surfing. It was very much traditional to the criteria by all means, and an incredible result for the country for their very first and the best result they've ever had in surfing of that stage.
And then you look at the shortboards and see John Mark's performances and you go, well, they've got people, elders, so to speak, leading the way, showing the young kids who once they see this opportunity and go, what, I could be a surfer and make money doing that as a job? Let's go. See, there's that weight going forward. You see the arm, look where the head is. He's bent over at the hips and all of the weight was forward. That's just a little bit too much froth. But it was kind of the slow start that kind of makes you think, I've got to get going, I've got to get going. And but somehow he reclaimed from those mistakes, got that foam climbed in. It was a little bit erratic, the early start of the wave, but this next turn is the one. It's going to be exciting to watch. You see he can press in, unweight. See how low he's getting on his board there? Super low. Drives in. Look at that back arm flaring. Hits the lip vertically. 12 o'clock. Slides the back tail of the board. You see the foot there and his head looking over at the spray. I love that turn.
That turn looked like Sally Fitzgibbons. The full body positioning, arms high in the air, compact surfer. Quick, great snap in the pocket. As we take a look at Chapman now for Thailand, flying into this finishing section, hits it and rides out clean.
Henry, that was the nickname?
That's right, Henry.
Henry surfing good too. It's so good to look. Nicaragua, Thailand, Philippines.
Well, look at this, a 4-1-3. Now Henry for Thailand is up into second. Jefferson with a chance, but he's down into fourth, chasing a 3-7-4. Gets that opening turn, big horizontal car for the second. Now he's going to stick with this one and hope for the reform. So far, not much scoring potential, but just staying active, keeping that board moving.
How was that cutback and the way he held the rail and drove the whole length of the rail through the cutback back to the whitewater? Here we go. First priority.
First priority, Philippines for John Mark. Tacking down the line. He kicks out and grabs his head. Make sure that board doesn't connect at all.
And I think he realized that he'd wasted that priority and time's ticking down. There's 1 minute 40. He's in third place. He needs a 2.17. One turn on that wave may have been enough to give him that. We would expect, I suppose, on paper that he'd be advancing through this heat. Sitipong Chapman is doing a great job at this point with the 4-1-3. 257. He needs to improve on that 257. Be interesting to see the priority lay of the land right now. There it is, Patrick Langdon-Dark in the first place with first priority. Solid position he finds himself. Sitipong, same situation, second place, second priority. So Sitipong needs to make sure. Here we go on the inside. I can see someone sneaking away here.
John Mark with a chance. Nice shape to this wave so far. Smooth, 2 turns.
Oh.
Can't hold on to the finish. Incomplete.
Does he get a 2.7 for that?
Oh.
Maybe not.
I don't know,
With
man.
a completion, guaranteed.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but without the completion.
Well and truly.
Here we go.
Okay, so scores to come through.
Wow.
Sitipong still sitting in second, Henry, and then Patrick now up and riding. Holding on to the lead at the moment, looking to improve on a 3.87. 2 turns, goes for the third for the air, and
nice job.
Pulls it around, holds on to it for the finish. He's going to be feeling good in that leading position. 15 seconds on the clock. So far, no priority change next to white or blue. Doesn't look like they've been able to catch a wave. There's Henry on screen.
And they've both got priority over John Mark. Judges still thinking about that score.
Jefferson, so far right now, only needing a 3.74. But remember, we have a score to drop for last of green that could change the situation. Jefferson with the 3.74, that wave not offering much.
No, it was too small. It was never going to be the score. He tried his hardest, but it was never going to be the score. Oh, there's a big score for Patrick Langdon-Dark.
Last wave for Patrick, a 5.63, takes him into a significant lead. Still waiting to know if our surfer in green will be advancing through. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring back with those results right after this. welcome back to the action. Still waiting for the score to drop for John Mark Takong of the Philippines, chasing a 2.71 to get the advancing position in the main round. And he gets it. It's a 3-point ride. Even he takes second, drops Henry Chapman from Thailand down into third. Jefferson Lopez stays in fourth. It'll be Great Britain and the Philippines advancing through in the main round. Bottom two surfers still with an opportunity in the rapid charge tomorrow.
And that I feel good about that because Sitipong Chapman, Henry as his nickname is, he put up a great battle and he was there, had that second spot even after the siren went, waiting for the score. You and I weren't sure he was going to get the score. I actually didn't think he was going to get the score. If that came at a 2.5, you needed a 2.7, I would have been happy with that. The judges liked what they saw from his surfing though. He was fast, energetic, and he got the score. There's the start of this next heat.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes left for the day. Day number 2 of 8 for the World Surfing Games. Plenty of action still to come. And having a look at our final heat of the day, silver medalist from the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, Kanoa Igarashi, Championship Tour surfer as well, Jason Latham of American Samoa, and Raz Rosenbaum of Belgium. Kanoa with some weight on his shoulders right now. He's competing on this year's Championship Tour, just made it past the midseason cut, but is not in a good position to make it into those top 10 eligible men's places off the CT to get his Olympic qualification this year. Looking to try and solidify that. Although, Barton, you were explaining out of last year's World Surfing Games the results from 2022, counting by the top men's team and the top women's team on either side. Japan won with their men's team, which allocates Japan a place, and they get to nominate the surfer they desire. Thinking Kanoa would be likely to be that surfer as he goes in for a great air to start, proving why he deserves to have that position. Little check turn to finish with, and
it's funny how sometimes your results or your ratings aren't really reflective of your surfing. He has been surfing incredibly well this year. Done some amazing surfing, had some amazing heats. Italo the same, but you look at the ratings and it doesn't kind of reflect there.
Jason Latham now, American Samoa, great stand-up surfer, as well as a normal surfer.
Right.
Gets that first connection in, but goes
Stand-up
down.
being the SUP, stand-up paddling, where you're standing on the board with the paddle, no jumping to your feet. A lot of old blokes like that because as you're getting older, the hardest part is jumping to your feet.
Yeah, just getting that hip
more
movement,
and
those
more
knees,
difficult.
so you get a little bit harder to function.
You're talking to a bloke who's already had a hip replacement 10 years ago, so who knows where I'll end up.
Well, you're still shredding at this stage, so well done. Many years on from your world title victory in '88. It's always fun to have you in the mix and see you getting some great waves there on the North Shore of Oahu. Jason Latham.
Love it. Just love surfing, love everything about it, love what it's brought to my life. And I love, as I know you do, we love seeing what it brings to these people's lives. You know, it's just it's a gift.
It is an absolute gift. The 34-year-old Jason that we were just speaking about, he actually resides in Georgia in the United States. So he's landlocked most of the time and gets to spend his time traveling when he can. One of the only surfers in history to compete in the SUP, Longboard, and World Surfing Games for the ISA. So he's been a great representative for American Samoa, fielding out in a variety of events outside the juniors. He's been in the mix for many of those. Could be competing in the Masters, should the ISA bring back a Masters event at some stage, and continuing that trajectory down the line. As we see the replay here for the reverse of Kanoa.
That was a trajectory to the air. And look at the work on the inside. He's so powerful. He was a little kid, and now he's a powerful, powerful, well-trained athlete, a silver medalist. That was amazing. Where's the score go for that? That's one of the better airs we've seen today. I know that Gabriel Medina yesterday was just throwing airs left, right and centre, and he got through down at El Sanzal today again, through to the third round. A couple of high sevens for Gabriel. That is a 6.67. So I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. There's no way.
It was quite. I feel
Sometimes
like,
in my dreams, but that's about it.
Maybe it didn't have enough wall and enough after the fact.
Yeah, not much for the combination.
Mm-hmm.
Tag to the lip for Raz to start, and he'll go down.
Belgium represented here by Raz Rosenbaum. I think he's thinking the same thing. Here comes the section, goes to the air. Oh, that was getting fancy.
All right, feeling relaxed. He's already got a big score down there. Another surfer feeling pretty relaxed at the moment, Patrick Langdon-Dark got the win out of that last heat for Great Britain. Let's check in with him and Jess Grimwood.
Actually looking pretty relaxed, mate. You had to wait a whole 2 days to get your first heat in competition. How did you manage that anxiety going into to pretty much your opening round for the ISAs?
I mean, if it was a normal contest, it would be really hard, but I've got 5 other friends who are surfing heats, so I'm just there supporting them, to be honest. It's like, you can keep yourself, you got to stay out of the sun, but I'm watching everyone else, like telling them my little piece of advice, so it's pretty easy.
And the rest of your men are through as well. It must be pretty good vibes for the Great Britain team in the house.
Yeah, it's a good team. We're like there's no jealousy or anything, we all support each other. And yeah, we just like fire each other up, maybe wind each other up a little bit, try flare them up, but yeah, it's cool.
And have you seen any of the other nations as you've been hanging around for the last 2 days watching the rest of the team that have really stood out to you, surfing-wise, performance, or just pure spirit?
It feels like there's a lot, there always is good surfers, but it feels like every team's got strong surfers this year. Obviously there's the Brazils and the Japan and the Americas and stuff, but there's other countries like Venezuela and stuff like that that have really strong surfers as well. So everyone's kind of ripping.
Yeah, it seems really high level of performance, but for Great Britain, what does it look like tonight? All you guys have heats coming up in the next few days. What's the night look like for you?
They've hooked us up with a pretty nice hotel, so go back, get a 3-course meal, maybe jump in the ice bath and just chill out.
Beautiful. For all your family, friends, the supporters of Great Britain back at home?
Hi guys, mum, dad, family, girlfriend, everyone. Yeah, thanks for watching. I know it's pretty late and hopefully I can make another one tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. Well done moving on through and good luck tomorrow.
Great work to Patrick, putting that support in. Long days on the beach here for all the crew. Great to see that energy staying high, though, and the care for each other, recognizing, you know, if somebody's not feeling so good maybe, or if they're really exhausted, better to have them get out of the sun, get out of the way, still send that support and that love to be felt regardless, rather than maybe needing to be down on the beach in person.
Yeah, well, it's a management issue, isn't it? As we said, it's a marathon, not a sprint, this event. And seems like Great Britain, under the guidance of Llewellyn Whittaker. And there is our favourite guy from American Samoa, always on the beach, dancing away. He's always got a little boogie to the way he waves that flag, doesn't he?
So true. I had a chat with him yesterday and said, hey, I could see your energy already. And he's like, you haven't even seen the beginning of it. My energy levels are absolutely tapered at the moment. And they're going to be going through the roof as we take a look at some replays here from Kanoa.
Couple of nice big backhand re-entries on the outside, floats it there, comes through the inside and gets another one of those air reverses, waits, drives, pumps, pops, and lands it, completes it. Easy stuff, 617. Great scores, but I don't know that you could be doing much more on these type of waves. You can see the winds come up. You can see, look at the speed that he's showing. That's the hardest surf 617 I've seen in a while, because that there was some great surfing on the face of that one, and I feel like it could have gone a little higher, to be honest. But look at this kid, so athletic, gymnastic, showing the future of surfing. You've still got to have the speed, power, and flow, and the on the wave sort of stuff, but this day and age, there's that aerial surfing that just needs to be a part of your performance. You're not going to win at the highest level unless you're capable of that type of stuff, and he definitely is.
And a lot of the ways to learn how to do those type of airs is to be in a gym space, to have a trampoline, to be doing that on a skateboard with no wheels on it, those planks, to be able to learn how to flip that board behind the feet. I mean, that stuff is so complicated to try and master it in some field other than just being out in the water and trying it wave after wave.
And I always say, if you can't imagine it, you can't physically do it. And so it starts in the mind, and the physical body's following the blueprint of surfing that is in your head. And so to improve the physical, you need to improve the mental. You need to be able to do it inside the mind over and over. And that's where the opportunity for repetition is. Because in surfing, how often do you get a wave that gives you that opportunity? I suppose that's where the wave pools have come in. And we see some of the youngest surfers really, younger than teenage years almost, just incredible aerialists because they've had that consistent training ground that the wave pools provide.
So true. It's
Waco in particular, yeah.
Yeah, Waco's been insane for that.
Oh.
Really providing some great performance. I know Japan's got some great pools in that space as well. Down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. So halfway through this heat, Kanoa Igarashi for Team Japan sitting in the lead with those couple of sixes. Raz Rosenbaum, he's competing here alongside Dean Vadewell of Belgium on the men's team, just the two of them. And then Raz's sister, Rihanna, is on the team as well. Older sister, the two of them competing here together. And it's been great to have them on the ground. Raz very excited to be traveling around the world, to be meeting different people as well, different cultures, different surfers. And we'll see if he's able to get himself into this wave. Strong paddle, just can't quite get there.
And he literally says, I've been competing in the ISA since I can remember. So a lot of experience and great to be here with your sister.
Jason Latham had a try on that one, couldn't quite get into position. So looking very complicated now. Convoluted out there, a little bit tricky to be able to find the right positioning in the lineup. End of the day, we've got that wind that's continued to kick up. It's not a howling onshore by any means, but there's definitely some stuff happening.
When you look at those flags, it's definitely got some starch in it. It's, you know, it's going and blowing. It's definitely swung around. It's from, you know, from the opposite direction to what it was this morning, creating a disconnect in the line. So it makes the whole read on the conditions more difficult. But this place is so competitive and so, oh, big wrapping cutty.
Big wrapping cutty for Kanoa Igarashi, and he'll disappear in the whitewater. As we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, it's going to be a big day of surfing once again, as it always is at ISA. But we're going to be switching up the divisions. Women's division will be heading to La Bocana. We're going to be opening up the day with our women's main round 2, which has 18 heats in it, followed by the first 8 heats of the repecharge round 1. That'll be happening at La Bocana. That'll be on the live feed throughout the entire day. Then at El Sunzal, we'll be finishing out our men's main round 2, which will run heats 13 to 24. We're already finishing out the first 12 heats there today. And then the men's repecharge round number 1 will start out on that side. There's a few heats that won't be running because there isn't enough surfers in them. There are probably two people in those heats. So we'll just take a look at that schedule tomorrow. But it will be women here at La Bocana and the men down at Sunzal for a little change up in the action.
Yeah, I like that. It's going to be great to tune in with the women's action. We have gone down there occasionally and had to tune in. Kanoa Igarashi going to his forehand.
Little tag to the foam. A second one as well. Gaining that speed and projection down the line. Hits the lip and finishes strong.
Karate chops the lip right there.
Now super tight in our back two surfers, Jason and Raz, just neck and neck. Raz looking for that 1.28. Jason now in a combination situation to take the lead away from Kanoa. And Raz with a chance here, chasing a 1.28. Drives off the bottom. That's a great turn. That's going to be the highest score for his side of things so far.
It was, and I saw it and went, wow, he's good. Get surfing, mate. Get surfing, get catching waves, because that you put that type of performance on a set wave and you're going to get big scores. Waiting on the judges for scores from all 3 surfers at this point in time. Obviously, Kanoa is in a sort of league of his own almost and out in the lead very strongly. But this battle for second place and direct advancement without having to go down to that repecharge round so early, that's the battle that's on right now.
As we take a look at the replay, the finishing section of this last wave. Still waiting for the score.
Drives into the lip. Watch the spray of the wave. Look how high the spray goes. It's just through buckets, as we say, of water to the air. Look, it's still falling. It's still falling. It's still falling. Oh my goodness, that illustrates the power and how perfect the timing was with the wave, and that was amazing. I love that slow-mo.
That was really good. You can see there the wind blowing those flags for Team Japan, the support crew, the local support crew as well, El Salvador there, holding the flags in the green shirts. There's been an incredible crew that have been down here giving us some great food, being able to just keep everything rolling behind the scenes as there's so many staff members, so many athletes. This is a huge production.
Yeah.
2 venues that are being run with world-class setups, bigger than most events you'd ever attend across any sports.
Absolutely.
Of this kind of, style of things. And so for the local crew to be putting together what they have this week is incredible for us between El Sunzal and for La Bocana. And that means that although we're just putting the live broadcast up with the commentary for La Bocana, of course, there is the feed for El Sunzal, the single cam. You can watch the heats through there. The facilities that they have set up for the athletes are just the same at both sides.
And that single camera is a great angle. We've seen it, you watch that angle, you want to go surf it. That's for sure. Was that Jason Latham there?
That was Jason kicking out of that wave. And he's going to get back onto the board, looking for a 2.22. Now a 2.57 dropped in for last of Raz, which was that single maneuver.
Yeah.
He connects that together. He's looking at a 4.
Absolutely, yeah, or more. That's right. So you're talking nearly, 2.5 points. You add them together, you do 2 of them, you get to 5. You go, oh, I'm doing good here. Watch out, Kanoa.
Jason now with a task in front of him as we're waiting for scores to roll through. The 34-year-old competing for American Samoa. His mom is full Samoan. His dad is from Florida, and he's grown up in Georgia. Caught his first wave when he was 12 years old, was instantly hooked. Moved back to Samoa when he graduated from high school and attended and graduated from the American Samoa Community College. Got back to his Samoan roots, family, and culture, and has been so much a part of his life ever since. As we take a look at Kanoa, once again, just throwing the tail out. He'll go down. Feeling relaxed. Raz now with a paddle. And it was just a 1-point ride for last of Jason, so situation remains the same. Raz paddled for that. He's in first priority, which is going to hand it off to Jason. Jason now with a chance. He's got a good-sized wave in front of him. Big snap to start. Love that high line style, but he'll go down.
Nice little layback snap at the beginning.
Now a 2.21 for the requirement on that.
With the completion, he gets it guaranteed. I don't know. It's hard to say. You look at the 173, 147, 180. He hasn't cracked 2 yet.
It's a 167, so it's just shy. Like you're right, completion with the second maneuver.
Guaranteed.
He's there with the score. Now Raz with a chance. Big section in front of him, hits the foam, stays low and compressed. Important to ride out of. Now looking to ditch that 1.43 and add a 3 to 4 point requirement.
Yeah, there's every chance he might do that, isn't there?
On to Jason.
It was a little bit mistimed. There was a lip there he could have got to, but he kind of got there a little late and didn't quite get as high as he could have.
A 2.33, so that does increase the requirement. Jason now chasing a 3.10.
He may have even had that with a completion on that previous ride. He got
So
that
true.
layback at the start, and it was coming into a nice sort of steeper section on the inside. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's been a beautiful day of surfing here. We've been getting ourselves closer towards that Olympic qualification conversation that we'll be having more towards finals day. We've been able to see every one of our surfers compete now as of this heat today. Finishing out the women's round at Sunzal earlier on.
There you go. Yeah.
Into our finish of opening round for the men's side of the draw, which means that all 297 surfers have competed. We've now got that top round set. We've got that repecharge round started out. And we're going to be battling through towards finals day over the next week still, nearly.
Yeah, it's
6
still a
more
week.
days.
Yep.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock.
But we're here with great food, great people, sharing the stoke of surfing. Got our air-conditioned booth in here, and we get to watch surfing and call surfing. So it's quite a privilege. Big thank you to the ISA from all of the commentary team. We love our time here. And to come to El Salvador has been a treat. I've enjoyed that a lot. Only a few days in, 1.5 minutes, Shannon.
We got big swell that's coming through over the next couple days. It's going to be building tomorrow. Not too big, but through the weekend it's going to be pretty solid.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's already, we've had waves every day, and from what I understand and what I hear, there's always waves here. There's a consistent level of sort of head-high waves most days. Is that correct?
That is true. More rippable than a lot of places in the world. The number of times you show up to an event of any magnitude and you're at a beach break and you're surfing 1 to 2 foot waves.
Oh, yeah.
It's always challenging. So here we've had it a little bit more consistent than that, a little bit bigger.
Saw Jason looking at that one. He's in the 3rd priority and in 3rd place, so a tough position to find yourself, Kanoa.
Kanoa going into the lip line to start. He's going to go for that rail work on the 2nd. Now setting himself up here with some speed, launches into the air, throws it away.
Been a good heat. He got started early. First wave, the 667, then a 617, improved to a 683, never been under pressure. So this has been a good little test run for Kanoa Igarashi.
Great way to start things out. Dropped a 617 from his score line.
Yeah.
Down to 10 seconds on the clock. Raz sitting with priority, and the ocean's going to work in his favor here as well. I don't even think he's going to have to use the priority. There it sounds as the last wave starts to roll through. He may have a chance on it, but either way, he's going to be advancing through as the buzzer has sounded. Kanoa Igarashi of Japan takes the victory and gets another win for the team this week. As a solid performance from Kanoa finishes us out with an amazing day of surfing for day number 2. We'll be right here live, Barton, tomorrow, 8 a.m., bright and early.
Yep.
Women will be running at Podium 1, men down at El Sunzal, Podium 2, and the women here at La Bocana. So we'll see you in the morning.